Some days we harmonize. Look away, look away, look away. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Emily said she'd suddenly awaken. Look at that guy with the government coupon. Hey, you, gonna get you. Japanese jazz in somebody's concert. Telephone bills on the company paycheck. Who knew? Who knew? I do. Emily lost her mobile phone. Last night's dance on a bumpy road. I won't go out in the cold. Lebanese, Chinese in my school. Imagine who can make you cool. Who's gonna pay for this call?
The cheapest dog, the hottest son, the fiercest cat, and the meanest gun. You got to hold the feelings in your hands, baby. It's a safety belt, it's a Christian crime. A rocket ship, it's a joke of mine. I took away the day that I'd be gone. Shoot.
Lebanese take their sailors home. The broken stuff in the outer wall. I'm sticking out in the road. Memorize toilets, check my school. I like my song, but I lost my cool. I need my laser to move. Put him in the ground where the Duchess grows, where the wood is true, when the girls are strong. Gonna stop it, step it, pick it, going by. Take another life of a wretched soul when they get too high and the bushes grow. Gonna rope it, squeeze it, push it, side to side. The chicken shack, the rising sun, the written word in a foreign tongue. You got to hold it all before it drops, baby. It's a little bit, it's a lot inside. It's a bigger thing than you can hide. I took away the parts that need controlling. Hooligans jump in the budget sign, in the trumpet zone when the fix is fine. Gonna chase it, place it, face it with my eye. A stinky little bird on a dirty tree. Gonna figure out it's your lucky day. If you smell it, sell it, tell it to my ear. Well, in the ground where the Duchess grows, where the wood is true and the girls are strong. Gonna stuff it, step it, pick it, going by. And take another life from a wretched soul when they get too high and the bushes grow. When they rope it, squeeze it, push it, side to side. I'm saying I feel my stuff. I get enough. I come back to be stronger. And I feel my stuff.
I Feel My Stuff by David Byrne. And I think Brian Eno on that album. Everything That Happens Will Happen Today. The album cover looks like The Sims 1, like a house from The Sims 1. But the album itself is nice. It's kind of sunny and happy for most of it, except that one song is like, it's pretty, it goes on some journeys. I like it. Welcome to the stream. It's very early, and I say in the title Synthetic Man Later, with a question mark, because I'm not really sure at this point. You know, it might be later. I've got a podcast later. I passed out really early last night before I had a chance to make my dinner, and so then I made my dinner at like 3 in the morning, and I think I might have undercooked it. So we're kind of on a timer to see if I wind up with salmonella or something. This is going to be an interesting stream, but that's okay. We'll try to get some trash in. We might watch a little bit of last stream. I think it was last stream we did some new Sonic Sega Gamer lore. There's new lore. There's new drama happening in the universe of the Sonic Sega Gamer. There's a couple of older videos of his, though, that I wouldn't mind watching, too. So maybe we might do that this morning. I think I have a few suggestions, too, but yeah, I'd like to try to get some Synthetic Man happening. Yesterday was a big day if you were on the Twitter or the YouTube. I posted a video of me playing a bass solo, and the guy who plays the frame from the Arion album, the Source, he said it was really cool and liked it. So it was a very big day yesterday for me. But more importantly, I suppose, for the channel, I made a video. YouTube finally made their decision. I made a video about it. You probably saw it. If not, you probably read about it. And so that's been happening. I posted that in like the mid-afternoon Eastern time yesterday, and it got some traction, and some people were retweeting it. I saw I think somebody said Turkey Tom retweeted it. That's cool. Thank you to him. Thank you. I think I tagged a few people. So thank you to him, and I think also Chud Logic also retweeted it. So thank you to them. And yeah, anybody else who's been trying to circulate it. Aiden Paladin's been talking about it. Some other people have been talking about it, and I appreciate it. This has been some bullshit. Some people have had some critiques. There was a tweet from, I think it's Queeman. It was very confusing. I might have been like 3 a.m. brain when I read it, but I was very confused by it. It was something, it seemed to imply that I had linked some sort of illegal material in the video, and it was like, I question his mental state. I might be misinterpreting. Maybe he was talking about YouTube or something. I'm not sure what exactly he was getting at, but if he's talking about me, the only thing I can think of there is that, like, alright, I say the name of the site, I guess. Like, I guess, was I not supposed to talk about... Was I literally just not supposed to say the name of the site and talk? That seems like, what's the point then? If you can't name the site and name and shame the predators that are on the site, then, like, what's the fucking point then? I mean, I'm not even, like, doxing them or anything. It's just these are their names and they're on this site and this is the name of the site. I mean, I blurred and censored all of the, like, there were links on that site that were suspicious. There was links to, like, certain artworks and things. And I blurred all of that. I censored all of that. All of the miners' names were censored. So I'm not really sure what I would have left in that would have been... I mean, other than just the words being spoken, which is why I went out of my way to, like, censor and chop out shit from the video I posted yesterday. To the point where I say I'm talking about somebody who is a rape sexual at one point, and you can't even identify the word that I'm saying. And still, it got instantly yellow dolaned, so thanks, YouTube. I mean, I should expect that, whatever. Punished Claw arc begins now. I mean, listen, here's the thing, I'm not trying to, I definitely would, the last thing I want is to be a new Mama Max. For one thing, I don't really want that much attention on my channel, because every time more people pour in, it's like one cool person for every 9 retards. And I don't want to have to fucking, it's a daycare. I'm running a daycare. You know, for a long time, it was like, you know, nobody really paid attention to me, and I was like, you know, irrelevant or whatever, you know. But I wasn't trying to make any waves. But no, there were no retards. And now I'm like 2024, I'm like, you know what, drama? I want to talk about drama. And this bullshit. And they took it down, and I'm gonna talk about it. And so that's gonna happen. And people are going to inevitably pour in, and I just want to point it out right now that fuck that. You leave. You get the fuck out of here. If you're new here, leave. That's my welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, everybody. If you're new here, leave, but pay me money first. That's my that's my recommendation to you. No, welcome. It's just that I'm not going to stop being, I don't know. There's been some weird takes. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be all Mama Max. I'm not trying to be like everyone has to agree with me or they're child predators. So I'm not assuming that most of the people that are, like, kind of coming along with weird shit are necessarily that, but there was, like, one guy that was, like, I don't know, he said that this is what I get for, I tweeted about it. I guess I'm back on Twitter now, by the way. My Twitter, if you're not following me, it's what you think it is. And I'm on there, and I'm doing bass guitar videos now. And, it's pretty epic. But I tweeted about it. There was this guy that was like, this is what you get for courting the left. Or something. The progressives. And then there was another one I got this morning that it was like, this is why McCarthyism was right, and now they're in power, and now what are we gonna... it's bringing out a lot of weirdos. All of this has been a very interesting situation, that's what I'm saying. So, you know, not trying to dedicate my life to the cause of guarding our descendants or anything. But I will keep talking about how they took my video down, those cucks. But anyway, yeah, that's been the thing that's been going on, and if you haven't seen it, go see it. Maybe, you know, if you feel like there is a person that you watch who has a large platform who would potentially talk about these sorts of things, don't send it to Anthony Fantano. Like, don't send it to Sniper Wolf. I'm good. You know, don't even send it to, like, the news. Well, maybe. Don't send it to, like, don't send it to the Young Turks or the Daily Wire. Those are just, that's all I say. But, you know, like, don't send it anywhere, that you don't think somebody would, you know, maybe the news, actually, but potentially. I mean, you know, that might actually be, not for my video or anything, but just for the website and the document, and I don't know, something like that. I could see that being the next internet hate machine Fox News thing where they talk about that website. But yeah, no, if you watch the video, you know, see the tweets, whatever, if you feel that it's something, if you feel that there's somebody that you watch that has a large voice, large platform that you think would talk about things like this, feel free to share it and at them or whatever, but do not send this to do not send this to Guru Larry. Do not send this to Atomic Shrimp. Do not send this to I don't know, abroad in Japan. There's a lot of people on YouTube who don't need to necessarily weigh in. They can if they want to, but it's not their it's not their it's not by necessity. They don't need to guard the children if they're okay with child molesters existing, I guess. No, but seriously, it's share it with people you think it might be relevant with. But that is the updates on that, I guess. And wow, fighting an eternal losing battle with my fucking padding on my chair. It's a nightmare. Yeah. So the title says discourse and trash, and here I am with The discourse, I guess the discourse part is largely over, I guess. We're into, we might be into the trash now. Let's see. What do we have here? Got this one, but I kind of want to save that one. I looked at that. What is this? Alright, well this might be funny. This might be funny. I make no promises on this one. This might be funny. It's got 28,000 views. It's got like a 80% positive like ratio-ish. 70. It's not perfect, but it's, you know, it's more positive than negative, I guess. And it's let's see if this brings it up properly. Super Sentai versus Power Rangers, which send it to don't send it to Leo Convoy. Don't send it to Darman. No. Yes, SSG Peppa Pig rant. I think we will do that soon. I that was one specifically that I was like, you know what? I don't think I watched that, and that seems funny, and I think I like saw some of it, but I clicked off it or something because I think it's kind of familiar, but apparently it's quite the rant, and he goes into why he just wants to be a little kid again or whatever. But Mongodsturge 35 is here, and and he's got I guess he's not a fan of the Power Rangers, but he prefers I guess Super Sentai, maybe. I don't
Power
know.
Rangers.
Oh hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Super Sentai.
Well, thank you very much. I like cheese doodles and Brett, and I appreciate it. I will be reading super chats in a bit. I appreciate it. Thank you. You can't bring the video back, but you know what? Listen, you can't. This money does not really go. If you give me money, it doesn't really go to fighting pedophiles. Maybe in the sort of like trickle down economic sense, like. You know, fucking 10 degrees removed or something. You know, maybe you could consider it to do that, but you know, maybe it does go toward me. I don't know. Maybe it does go toward me buying a cookie. So thank you. But yes, Super Sentai is based, I guess.
Me, manga.
Try not to get copyrighted here. I don't want to get copyrighted.
Which is better. Welcome back, guys. Another video from me, MongodsJ35.
Good music.
I'd like to hear you.
What's your name, sir?
Welcome back, guys. Another video from me, MongodsJ35.
You know, when he says the name, it's even less. It sounds even less. I understand it even less than when I try to read it. I feel like the Buzz Lightyear face here is going to be my expression this whole video.
I'd like to hear your thoughts and opinions on what version you prefer down in the comment section below, or I'll do a poll that will... No.
Oh yeah, I mean, send it to Keemstar. Right? That does seem like someone, I mean, not someone I necessarily care for, you know, but, does seem like someone who would talk about these sorts of things, sure.
You want an answer, and I'll give it to you. It's Super Sentai! Yeah, I know. It's kind of redundant stating something that's so obvious.
Well, he's having fun. It's a little cringe, but people are allowed to be cringe. You know, we need to stop him. We need to... You know, there's like good cringe and bad cringe. And this is just like the having fun, you know... Just having, you know, he's just expressing himself. That's fine. That's fine. There's no issue with that. I wish more people were like this. You know, there's a content creator called Zero Lenny. He plays like Soulsborne games and stuff. And, you know, one of his big famous series is to play along one of the Souls games or Bloodborne or whatever with the Game Facts guide or no, the IGN guide, rather, from like 10, 15, whatever years ago. And, you know, at a certain point when, like, Elden Ring drops, it's like the guide is no longer, like... The guides used to be like, the real Dark Souls begins here, sweet baby angels, and all this, like, extremely cringe, like, shit. And now it's just like a fucking video. It's just a YouTube video of some guy beating a boss. It's like sterile and fucking sucks. It's like written by an AI and it has just SEO, 15 paragraphs of SEO, you know? It's like, it's not, it's, and that's the way YouTube is. It's like, if we had more videos that were like this, the world would be a fucking better place. Instead, it's all like the fucking Try Guys and the fucking Jubilees and the fucking whatever. Go fuck yourselves, more like. Your gender is get a job!
Way too many Power Rangers fans, and it's time to show them the light. So there are some very noticeable differences between Power Rangers and the Japanese version, Super Sentai. One is for kids.
Did you have a nice flight?
And the other one is still for kids? Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that justifies the fully grown adults who still watch this nonsense. Or having to swallow their pride and do this. But there's so many...
Oh man, you guys remember... By the way, you guys remember Stexon Starfighter and his boy toy Aiden? Aiden, come back! They got in an argument over... What was the baby show? Was it the Wiggles? I think it was the Wiggles. They got into a lover's spat over the Wiggles. And I think they eventually repaired their relationship, but there was recently, and by recently I mean in the last month or two, another similar spat with Stexon Starfighter. I don't know. We might be able to watch it still. I don't know.
Complicated, interconnected details.
That might have to be another live clip soon, like the Blue's Clues video is the the romantic love story of Aiden and Stexon.
Pick up some of the best shows to come out on TV with Super Sentai, and a boring pile of garbage that is Power Rangers. So let's destroy the Power Rangers, shall we?
Oh yeah, let's do it, my epic gamers. No, wait, wrong song, wrong song. I haven't streamed in like 3 days, I'm rusty. There you go. There, let's do it, my epic gamers, my scrows. Alright. Well, you know, the guy's just talking about Sentai and stuff, and that's fun. Good for him. I don't see any reason to necessarily... It's a little epic cringe, but, you know, sometimes we need to be a little bit cringe, so we are free. I'm just like running defense early for when I do my video that's basically this, but it's for Arion lore. So just don't even worry about it. Let me see here. Wonder if that does not bring it up. Okay. That's not exactly shorthand. This is the problem. The problem is, his name is the Sonic Sega Gamer, and not SSG or Sonic Sega Gamer, and it hasn't become colloquialized shorthand for the Sonic Sega Gamer Peppa Pig to just type in SSG Peppa Pig. It's not. So it's not SEO related. The SSG SEO is not. It's FUBAR. It's you have to type in the whole name to find content related to the Sonic Sega Gamer. It's unfortunate. The Sonic Sega Gamer Peppa Pig. Now, I believe we might have watched some of this, but it's I think it's fine. We'll watch it anyway. You know what? Maybe we've seen it before. I think I was like very tired and we jumped around in it and I was kind of looking for certain parts, but yeah, no, we did watch some of this. We watched some of this for sure, but I'm happy to watch more. So he wants to play a Peppa Pig game, and he is not able to play a Peppa Pig game, unfortunately. Tell your friends, everybody. You know what? Oh, Sammy Roberts with 50 pounds. Oh, holy shit. Holy shit. This user. Been lurking on the channel for a while and greatly enjoyed my stay. It's disgusting that YouTube are trying their hardest to silence you because they're uncomfortable with the truth you bring to light. I really miss shame. It's healthy. Indeed. I would agree with that. And I will say, you know, again, I don't want to jump onto the YouTube is protecting pedophiles thing because I'm sure there's reasons. I do want to justify it as you know, is there something I did in the video? I guess I should have just censored every mean word. Is that all? I guess. But like, no, it's running contradictory in my head because I'm like, I have presented proof that it's been false flagged by people. The video was fully monetized, green bar monetized, by the way, for like the first day and a half or something. And then it was yellow, but, you know, YouTube had no problem with it until that group of pedophiles told them to have a problem with it. So it is, like, difficult for me to rationalize it. And when I present the proof to them, and it's like, did they do anything other than just look at the video? Did they look at that tweet, even? They claim that it was, like, looked at by a whole team of fucking people. I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know. The whole team, you know, maybe they looked at the video itself, which even then, no, like, what, journalism's bad? I mean, you know, someone came in my chat and they were like, is this newsworthy? When I was premiering that video, and it was very confusing. It's like, well, I'm not really the news, but you could call it journalism. You know, journalism where I say cunt a lot, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, I guess you're just not, I don't know, maybe I said cunt too many times. I doubt. That's the thing, is my general content is not dissimilar from how most of the vibe of that video was, other than just the showing of things that are on the site, and not like illegal material, just people talking. You know, unless you're, I don't know. It's like a cognito hazard of like, so if I show anything about it, is that illegal material? If I mention the site, is that illegal material? I don't know. I don't want to say YouTube is protecting and is employing pedophiles. I don't want to say that. Like, that's probably not true. That's a very strange conspiracy theory that a not insignificant number of people have jumped up with, which maybe they're just trying to be funny, or like, you know, make it look ugly for YouTube kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe they're just trying to show solidarity, but like, for the record, that does seem like a pretty outlandish conspiracy. It's more likely that they're probably trying to protect optics for, like, Pride Month or something. The timing of this is really conspicuous, I would say. And that, in and of itself, I would say should make them look pretty bad. But, you know, I don't think that they're necessarily trying to protect. It's just that they're doing the thing where they're like, oh, pedophiles are being attacked? That's gonna look really bad for gay people. We gotta do something about that. They're doing that thing, which is always great when you see that happen. So, you know, I mean, that's just what we expect now, I guess. I don't know. We'll see if any movement, if you know, maybe enough. Again, if like Mudahar and Critical talk about it, I'll probably get it back on YouTube. That's the state of, hey, YouTube support. Oh, try to get Mudahar and Critical to talk. Okay, I'll do that. Thank you. Thank you. Like, that's basically, you know, the outcome of that. But thank you very much to Sammy Roberts, and I'm just going to change the title here to Morning SSG with Synthetic Man later. Oh, you know what? We'll transition into Synthetic Man soon enough. I'm willing to commit to a bit of Synthetic Man, because he's been getting into hot water. He's getting canceled. I was already going to talk about him, but apparently he did the opposite thing. He tried to pick a fight with Charlie or something. So, and that did not apparently go very well for him. I don't think people are on his side on that one. Like, no one is. I mean, I don't know how many people were on his side to begin with. But we're going to do Morning SSG plus Synthetic Man, and that's right, Morning SSG and Synthetic Man. There you go. So we're moving along here into this next phase. If we are to leave behind all things of human interest, we are gonna watch Sonic Sega Gamer is mad that he's too old to play Peppa Pig and rants about it.
Shall we play with the toy train? Choo-choo! Next stop, New York!
But New York is very far.
Yep, that's Peppa Pig, alright. It's like, what would you assume that this video would be if you had no context and you just watched the intro of it is just this trailer, and then you just, you know, not hard cut, but like, you know, TV static cut to this man. This, you know what goes through, what just went through my mind is the classic comic book cover featuring the Thing, which is this man, this monster. He even looks like the Thing, doesn't he? He's got the extremely, like, it. Okay, imagine, I'm seeing it right now. I'm totally seeing it right now. Because he's got, like, so he's got the really low hairline, right? And that's, like, the Thing's sort of brow ridge, basically. He's the Thing! He is this man, this monster. That's who he is.
Going to be loads of fun.
Another educational game. What were they thinking?
Next up, New York!
But New York is very far.
Yes, but this is a magic train!
Well, I think you know what to expect from this video now. I think by this point you'd be like, oh, you know, but...
Outright Games, you son of a... Hey, what is going on, everybody? How y'all doing? This is the Sonic Sega Gamer.
I guess we have a little bit of a desync here, that's okay.
And today...
Shoutouts, by the way, to Jester's Gesture. They're in chat, I believe, unless they left. I uploaded this one.
I wanted to make a rant video based on the game that you guys never heard of, but it's also based on a TV show. As you saw during my skit video at the beginning, I can tell for one thing, this studio goes by the name of Outright Games. They're making educational games, and pretty much nobody cares about. Now, I'm gonna let off some steam here because there's a lot of things I want to say why educational games sucks. You know, it's my opinion.
That's his opinion.
Anyways, as you can tell by the title,
he doesn't want to learn anything. This is really funny, though, because this is a grown man who's like, yeah, I don't want to play baby games for stupid babies. I want to play baby games for stupid babies. It's just that, you know, the ones that are made for stupid babies are, you know, their education. It's like, maybe you should be an adult and have adult interests because they don't make, like, educational fucking, like, like first-person shooters or whatever. I guess they might, but it's not that common.
Yeah. Outright Games is making another Peppa Pig game. If you guys don't know, the first game that was developed by Outright Games, they released My Friend Peppa Pig almost like 2 years ago, I think. And now they're making a direct sequel that's coming for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, PC, Steam, and of course, Nintendo Switch. So yeah. And for those of you guys who know who Outright Games is, well, I'll give you a little bit of history. For those of you guys who don't know, Outright Games is actually a British video game publishers, and also developers, I think, focused on licensed games and other stuff. Mostly family-friendly games, but the thing is, they've been making some games in the past that were decent and some that were not decent. In 2017, they released a Ben 10 game, developed by Taurus Games. Steven, you're...
So this is the guy that plays all of those, like, shovelware licensed games. Other than, like, streamers making fun of them, it's this guy. I see. This guy and children. I mean, this is the only adult that's buying, like, I don't know, the Ben 10 game, I guess.
Universe, Save the Light, OK, let's be Heroes, 2 games in 1. Cool. Ice Age, I remember Ice Age. Ice Age, Scrat's Nutty Adventure, and the rest goes on. But now...
Yeah, he is the Vinny and the Joel, that's true.
Years later...
That has a double meaning.
They would start making games that basically I just don't care about. And to be honest, I'm gonna allow some rage and steam here. Once again, I'm gonna make this video just this one time, 18 plus.
He is a little extra speedy, by the way. If he sounds extra speedy, he is a bit sped.
So if you have kids and have any kids, like if parents are actually watching this or any kids that are watching this and they do not want to see me curse this video, then click off this video right now. I don't want to see kids, complaining on my YouTube page saying, "Oh,
This is gonna be a fucking X-rated rant. Peppa Pig ain't got shit on me. I'm gonna fuck him up.
Why is this kid on YouTube cussing? Because when I see a game like this, when I do a rant video about this, I have to allow some steam. And keep in mind, these are my personal opinions, so keep that in mind. But yeah.
Let's try to make sure that we can handle these opinions, chat.
But with that being said, let's just get straight to the point. Also, one more thing. For those guys who are wondering, I'm actually going to bring back my actual intro. Not my actual intro, but one of my old intros that I used to use for my rant videos and so on, and also for topics. I'm still going to use the current intro, but for this case, you guys remember the intro I used when I had the...
Did he call himself a kid? Did he do that? Uh-oh. When was that? Did anybody get the time on that? Oh, jeez.
My personal opinions, so keep that in mind. But yeah. But with that being said, let's just get straight to the point. Also, one more thing. Why is this kid on YouTube cussing? Because
this kid, yeah. This kid on YouTube. Bro, I don't know how old he was here, but he was like 27 at least, right? Probably. I didn't see the date on that game. That would probably give it away, but he was not a kid. He's not a kid. Maybe cosmically young, you know?
But when I see one of my old intros that I used to use for my rant videos and so on, and also for topics, I'm still gonna...
Yeah, this kid with the stubble and the fucking... Right. I mean, the thing is that we do... I mean, spoilers again, as usual. Be careful watching this if you don't want spoilers for the TV show. Don't read the book. If you don't want spoilers for the edited versions that I'm doing, then just be careful. But we did eventually find his channel from 10 years ago, which if you remember, he looks basically exactly the same when he was 18. So I have to assume he more or less did just pop out of the fucking womb looking like this. Like you give birth and this is the face that you see. I have to assume that he's basically... I mean, at what point does the face become this? People's faces shift over time, a little bit. But yeah, he seems to have always looked like this. This might be some kind of condition.
Use the current intro, but for this case, you guys remember the intro I used when I had the music theme song Forces Infinite. So yeah, really quick, this really quick update for my intros. I'm still going to keep my current one for more like positive stuff. However, I'm going to use my older intro as part of my rant, like my intro. This will be my intro rant. So for those guys, and sorry if the intro rant is actually way too long, but I just want to keep it there. And if you want to skip the intro...
He says his face never unsquished from delivery. I mean, and then someone calls him a pug. Maybe that's what it is. It's like you know what happened? He ran into a door when he was like 10. He used to have a normal face. Oh, this is just... Is it okay to be mean? It's okay to be mean. I think it's okay to fuck this guy, frankly. Yeah, I mean, this guy's kind of a piece of shit. I don't want to just be fully like, and you're ugly! Yeah, and you're fucking fat, too, you fucking ugly piece of shit! I mean, frankly, that's just beneath me. I mean, I can make much better jokes than that. However, yeah, he does look like he ran into a door and then fell down some stairs. and then while he was falling down some stairs, he tripped into several different ugly sticks along the way. It's very unfortunate.
I had to go ahead. So yeah, I'm bringing back my old intro just for the rant. But the current intro that...
Yeah, it's okay to fuck this guy. He is an adult. He's a 28-year-old kid. Come on, everybody.
I currently have on my channel, that's going to stay, and it'll be used for topics and other stuff. So yeah, once again, it's time for another rant video.
And he fell on his stairs muffin. Everybody, it's time for another rant video.
Here we go. Cue intro.
Yeah! Yeah! Cool. Epic intro. So let's count how long this intro actually is. I'm curious now.
For another rant video. Here we go. Cue intro.
So it's about 4:49 to... What is this? Almost 2 minutes. This is almost 2 minutes long. That is like about a minute and a half or so ish. That's almost 2 minutes. That's insane. That's insane.
2021, when I made a rant video about my final rant against Nintendo, but it seems now they're proving themselves, so I got that over with right now. Obviously, there was one video that I discussed during my final rant video against Nintendo, and one of those discussion was talking about that game called My Friend Peppa Pig. And if you guys don't know, My Friend Peppa Pig is more like an educational game. And plus, after Nintendo announced the final DLC character for Smash Bros., which I was not proud, but now I'm actually okay with it now. I got over with. I
was hoping it would be Peppa Pig or Bob the Builder, but it was Sora.
One video I watched on Nintendo's official channel and also their second channel called...
It's funny that he's not into Sora. You'd think people like this would all love Kingdom Hearts, but I guess it's not unanimous. Like, Kingdom Hearts is pretty much... I say this now as someone who's beat, like, 3 of those games and enjoyed most of my time with them. Kingdom Hearts is, like, basically the reason why we have Pooh's Adventures and all of this fucking kind of shit. All of these, like, Rant-Sona fucking 16 different Mario characters in one video type of thing. I feel like none of that was gonna happen without Kingdom Hearts. Just the same that as I feel the MCU wouldn't have happened without Kick-Assia. I know it was already happening, but, like, just let me have this.
Play Nintendo, I think. In one of these videos, they showed a My Friend Peppa Pig trailer on the Switch. And it's also for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. And despite the fact that when I heard this game, when I heard that the Peppa Pig video games were coming back, I was like...
The streamer's microphone is so quiet! I can barely hear! Well, I'm looking at the levels here, and I'm, like, slightly louder than Sonic Sega Gamer, so why don't you unwax your fucking ears?
Okay, what the fuck is this? So, the developers...
Actually, okay, I'm just a tiny bit lower than Sonic Sega Gamer. I'm like a quarter of a cunt hair lower than Sonic Sega Gamer.
Behind Outright Games, and yes, that's the name of the company who developed those games, they decided to release My Friend Peppa Pig. Yeah, My Friend Peppa Pig. You guys remember Peppa, right? The character from the TV show?
The pot of
They decided
greed.
to release My Friend Peppa Pig last year for PS4, Xbox One, PC, and Nintendo Switch. And what do I think about the game? I say the game fucking sucks!
It fucking sucks, man! This game's a fucking piece of shit! I hate it! It killed my mom!
It's nothing but educational games. And despite the fact that I had to go and look at that trailer, where it's at Nintendo's channel,
Someone is literally unable to believe his hairline right now. What do you mean by that, though? Like, what do you mean by literally unable to believe his hairline? What does that, like, entail? Does, you know, like it's CGI? Do you think he has implants? Do you think he was, like, going bald and he got, like Keeps for Men, like wavy web surf, and now his hair looks like this, maybe? I don't know.
PlayStation channels or Xbox channels, I see an educational game. Like what? They're bringing an educational game back now for next-gen consoles? Like, seriously. And seriously, this is the one thing I hate about. Like,
yeah, I mean, he's... this is what I love about these users, is the cognitive dissonance, where he does recognize, like, I don't know, it's like, why don't you want to play the educational games? Well, probably because the educational games are too simple for you, right? Because they're probably all really... They don't teach you anything that you don't already probably know, like shapes and fucking... Like, what a bat... Like, bat! Cat! Mouse! Like shit like that. Like, stupid baby shit. Like, I assume. That's what most of these games do, right? Shapes and shit. Numbers. So it's things that he probably already basically knows. So it's like, he can identify... that's maybe... I'm just assuming. That's probably ultimately the reason why... Like, it's... On a baseline, it's... I don't want to play them because they're boring and stupid. But, like, if you were a little kid who that pertained to, you might be okay with playing that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. I guess not. Even as a little kid, I don't think I would want to play Mario Teaches Typing or something. I'm just saying, it feels like he should be able to easily make this connection. The wires are just, like, frayed or something. Something that the connection can't happen. It's unfortunate. He should be able to easily be, oh, that's... I should stop playing Peppa Pig games. That's probably my issue. Maybe I should, like... I don't know, fucking go read Monster and see how that works out for me.
Seriously. And now they're making a direct sequel to My Friend Peppa Pig called Peppa Pig's World Fucking Adventures. And you think for one sec I'm gonna spend
So it's gonna be like basic geography. I mean, to be fair, this guy is stupid and American. There's a chance he doesn't know about other countries, like even that they exist or anything. So maybe he does need this game.
For this stupid waste of time educational game? Fuck no. Because the moment I heard that Outright Games was making the Peppa Pig video games once again, or making the Peppa Pigs again, the games, I felt so disgusted.
Yeah, that does appear to be like a little baby fucking iPad with like, you know, in case little Timmy spills juice on it, one of those kind of things, like the screen protector. Maybe I'm wrong.
And look who's on the cover. Just like the first My Friend Peppa game, look who's on the cover. It's Peppa Pig herself, the protagonist of that show, and now on the video games.
And I mean, I guess we have to blame the parents in this scenario. I always say it, but it's true. Who is to blame for this guy being treated like a child until he's 28 years old? And probably still, you know, he's like 29. Being treated like a child to this day. It's the parents. I mean, they haven't given him... That's his reality. He hasn't really been afforded any other sort of existence, I guess. I don't know. He still sucks. It's still all his fault. But... you know, he's just a symptom. He's a symptom of a much greater issue.
And once again, they're bringing back the customization character. You play as your character, once again, your custom character, just like in the first My Friend Peppa Pig game. And pretty much, the game doesn't give you much freedom, you know? And you have Peppa Pig, you know, pretty much, you know, annoying you, talk about like some random shit stuff, all the way until the end of the game. That's it! There's nothing to do in this game, just like the first game. You know, no side activities, no free roaming. It fucking sucks!
Fucking sucks!
And you know, Peppa Pig Car Monster, whenever...
You know, and I know I've said this before, I think we've looked at other people who fit this description, but there was a guy, I know there was a guy we looked at who fit this description, but years and years ago, AVGN had like a, sort of a... you know, an interview thing or whatever. He talked about like the reason for why he made his character that way, and the whole idea of the AVGN, which was how absurd it is to look at a guy who's nearly 30 years old, who's, you know, screaming about little children games, and really genuinely is like, you know, fucking very upset, very truly and authentically upset to the heart, and that's him. I mean, people have joked about Nintendo shit cube also, obviously, but definitely also that. It's just he's the actual angriest gamer you've ever heard.
I hear her fucking voice. She reminds me of that one character from The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Remember Navi the Fairy? Who doesn't want to shut up to give us good hints?
Hey, listen! Hey, listen! Hey, listen! Hey, listen! Hey, listen!
Yeah.
Cool.
Almost any Zelda game that has a supporting character or your companion character, they always have to fucking annoy you.
Well, he doesn't need a job interview because he's got a job with his parents at a warehouse or something. His parents have a business, I guess, and so he works with them. By the way, his name is Brian. His friend told everybody there's an expose happening. It's all happening. But, yeah, so he has a job. I mean, like, he's already more normie than some people in that regard. You know, he's got I mean, it's probably not like a 9 to 5, you know, 5 days a week kind of thing, but he probably works reasonable. I mean, it is the parents, so, like, they probably just have him sit in a corner playing with blocks and can call it work, but, like, technically, I think he does have a job. I don't know.
Except for that fairy character named Tattle from Majora's Mask and Midna from Twilight Princess. At least those companion characters, yeah, your companion characters, at least they're much more better than fucking Navi. Because Navi has been in Ocarina of Time, and to be honest, if they actually put her in Hyrule Warriors, then to be honest, that game came out a long time ago, but just imagine if Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition got an update, and we see fucking Navi again, all pissed off. And now there's this new fairy in Hyrule Warriors named, what's her name?
I don't know why Zelda is here. I don't know why that's happening now in this video. This is about Peppa Pig. or something, but now he's talking about Navi. I don't know how we got onto Navi, but now we're talking about Zelda and Hyrule Warriors. Was this like years ago? When was this?
Hold on, I have to look it up, because I don't know the fairy's name. But to be honest, she's like much more 10 times annoying than freaking Navi the fairy, as far as I know. And besides, Navi the fairy is one of the most annoying video game characters I've ever seen for once. Like, seriously. Let's see, what's the fairy's name? Oh, okay, of course. Her name is Proxy. Yeah, Proxy, that's her name. And just like Navi, if you play Hyrule Warriors, you can tell she says that same words when she say, hey, listen, hey, listen, hey, listen. Proxy, shut up! You're worse and annoying than Navi!
Well, that's unfortunate for you that you're upset at that, sir.
The fairy! And to be honest, when it comes to Peppa Pig won't even shut her fucking mouth for once. We always have to see her as a supporting character and your companion character for the rest of the whole game. She can't.
I mean, and what's weird, it's this homunculus of he's an anachronistic user in a sense, because he's like complaining about Peppa Pig shit, which is like for babies. Baby. Is complaining about that, but then he's talking in a way that you would say is maybe, at the very least, more like, 12, 13, like, this game fucking sucks, bro, this game sucks. But he's also an adult, so it's like he's several different age groups at once. He's like a little baby brainlet man, but also like a teenager, but also definitely a grown adult. So it's just, he's like a chimera of chronology.
Leave me alone. She'll follow you anywhere, no matter what you do or where you go. She's always gonna be by your side all of the fucking time for the rest of the whole game. And to be honest, this is one of the worst reasons why I don't like outright games. I don't even know who this studio was until now. And keep in mind, though, that I'm not gonna waste like $40 or $60 for an educational fucking game.
Well, I don't know, chat member, because like, cringe, easy content, farming views, telling people my opinion. This is not really getting a lot of views. I mean, not for him. He wasn't exactly like raking it in as a content creator. He had an army of like fucking 11-year-olds that watched him, that he would threaten suicide to, so that they wouldn't stop being his friend. And yeah, if you're not up to date on the Sonic Sega gamer lore, don't worry about it. There's a lot. There's a lot. But I don't know if you want to copy his content strategy. That's all I'm saying.
I don't want to waste time off. Guys like us, gamers like us, we play better games.
Gamers like us, baby.
For me, I'm mostly more into platforming, fighting games, action-adventure games, a little bit of RPG games.
So why do you care that the Peppa Pig game isn't those, though?
And also the hack...
Why do you need to play... It's Peppa Pig, you're an adult.
And Slash games
I know that's obvious, but like... It's just so obvious, though. It's like, shouldn't you just be like, yeah, this is not a thing that I'm into, so I'll stop caring about it. What is it? I must just like the show, I assume. But, man, there's gotta be... The connection needs to be made. Somebody get some fucking super glue. Make that happen. God damn it.
Fire Emblem Warriors, or Hyrule Warriors, or even Persona 5 Strikers, and other stuff. And to be honest, when I see this, when I look at their website, I see this, either on Nintendo's official channel, or Play Nintendo, which is their second channel, I get disgusted. One of the worst third-party titles ever. And to be honest, I'm glad he's gonna finally start telling us the truth at this point in time in the video. I know he said to be honest before, but I got a good feeling about this time. I think he's gonna really start being honest now. I think he was lying up until before. Like, all that was just him, like, that was clickbait opinions. But this is where he's gonna start being honest. A little bit of Dragon Ball Z Rupture. There's like...
What? I like, to be honest, I assumed that from you, actually.
They're like... A little bit of Dragon Ball Z Rupture. There's like 1,000 games out there. This piece of shit garbage game. Like, here, let me give you an example. We're gonna start with the good old classics N64 games. There are better games you can play. Platforms such as Super Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie. Those are one of the best games ever. It's all about platforming, collecting stuff, and so on. And see what it says? It says kids to adults. So it's a shame they don't have the ESRB rating anymore for kids to adults, but...
So I guess every game needs to be Mario 64. I mean, that would get boring pretty quick, even though I like that game and the other one too. What's it called? Is Bango or something? I don't know. No, I've never heard about that one, really. I think I saw somebody play it once. But, yeah, I mean, like, it really, it's, well, there's multiple layers to it. I mean, it seems like he wants gaming to go back to the way it was in the 90s, which I guess is fair. You know, he wants the landscape of video games to be collectathon platformers and fighting games and, like, action RPG. He wants the PlayStation generation again, you know. And, you know, I guess that's fair. I mean, how about that 10 out of 10 Xbox showcase that was, like a 5 out of 10, really, but it was, like, the best thing Xbox has done in 10 years, apparently, so we all have to pretend it's better than that. Yeah, great. Yeah, 2024, baby. So, I mean, like, I get that, but then there also is just, I don't know, there's just, I mean, they made educational games back then, too, dude. Like, I mean, there were, like, educational fucking Bob the Builder games on the PlayStation that sucked ass that came out shortly after Mario 64 did, so, I mean, I don't know why I'm trying to talk logic to him, but it's, like Sonic, this is like me, Sonic Sega Gamer debunked! You know, I know his opinions here, and this is what that Anthony guy with that video about, like, how critics are lying to you. Yeah, that's what this is what he's talking about. Yeah. Like, he was trying to get by with his slick opinions and his he thinks he's so fucking, you know, he thinks he's real slick, but he's not. No, I got him. Yeah. They're exposed. Yeah. I'm gonna debunk his opinions in this 4-hour rant. Please watch.
It'll be nice if they brought that back. And Banjo-Kazooie, Raver 1, that's one of the best platform games ever on the N64. Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie, of course. And not to mention also have Diddy Kong Racing, but that's another good racing game. And once again, it says kids to adults, you know? To be honest, I just want to play more of a family-friendly...
Oh, he's gonna start being honest now, that's good.
...games that have more collectathons, or fighting games and stuff, and that's why Super Mario 64 is one of the best games ever. And not only that, but there are also better action-adventure games to play, but I'll get to that in a...
You know, and it's like... I want to try to find some kind of point that he's making where I'm like, yeah, okay, I guess I see what you're saying. But it's like, I don't know, man. There's a lot of games that exist. You've convinced me of that. The N64 had some, also. I see that. That's true. I don't get your point, man. I don't. I just don't. There
are better platform games here, too.
He's got proof. You know? He does.
I'm gonna show a couple of games like Super Mario Sunshine, Mario Galaxy, Mario Odyssey, Sonic Adventure 2, Battle, another good Sonic game. You know? Or even Pac-Man World 2. That's another good platformer game. I like to play games that have much more better controls, better systems, and so on. And to be honest...
And his posture is worse than mine. Also, he's gonna start being honest now. That's pretty good.
You know, there are better games out there you can play than this shitty, you know, genre.
There are most likely better games. It's like his mind can't comprehend that a bad game exists. He's having like a fucking aneurysm because he's encountered a game that isn't very good. Well, I mean, like... it's a shovelware licensed game. I know he doesn't realize that. I know, but it's just... Someone needs to... He's 28. He should realize that. He's like 29 now. He should realize that.
Educational games. And there's also better action-adventure games. I know why people don't like Star Fox Adventures. That's perfectly fine, but, you know, I still love this game. Although, I don't know why the game says rated T for teen, but it doesn't make any sense. But seriously.
Yeah, we know that he loves this game. He loves fucking Rosalinda. What's her name? Crystal? He loves Crystal. That's his favorite waifu. It's not, but it's... She's up there. It's like one of his favorite waifus, so of course he loves Star Fox Adventures. He's one of the OG waifu people.
But Star Fox Adventures originally was called Dinosaur Play, now it's changed Star Fox Adventures Play.
What?
This is the only game where you get off your R-Ring and start exploring on foot. This game is still decent. In fact, it was one of the last games Rare waited.
I'm glad that you're gonna give us the history of Star Fox Adventures, dude.
Rare were made before they cut ties with Nintendo and stuff. But this is still a damn good game, you know? Star Fox Adventures. It's my opinion. So yeah.
So there you go, children. Instead of playing Peppa Pig World Adventure Education game, play Star Fox Adventures. That's what you should do. I know you, like, love Peppa Pig and don't know what a Star Fox is and don't have a GameCube and wouldn't know how to set up a GameCube, and neither would your parents probably, because no one bought the GameCube, so they'd probably think it was, like, from an alien ship or something. But, yeah, you know, play Star Fox Adventure, that's the idea. Yeah, emulate it, 2-year-old.
Hopefully this game will get a remake one day. If not, forget it, but yeah. And also the Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition. The promotional disc that includes 4 classic games, such as the Legend of Zelda, the Word Zelda game Zelda 2, which I'm not a fan of, and also the 3D Zelda games such as Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. And
guys, there's a lot of games that are better than Peppa Pig, I'm learning that. Did you know that some of the greatest games ever made are better than Peppa Pig the video game? I'm learning that. Street Fighter 5?
The Champion Edition, one of the best fighting games ever.
Street Fighter 5, one of the best fighting games ever. Well, maybe they fixed it. I don't know if that's one of the best fighting games ever. I mean, I'm not in that circle, but I feel like I've heard some bad things about 5, but he loves it. He's a big fan. Loves it. Yeah, I mean, hey, one of the prestige fighting games series, 10 times better than the Peppa Pig Switch education game. Yeah, dude, I also like tacos.
And also Dragon Ball FighterZ! You know? And to be honest, if you want to play some good old classic retro games, let's just play the old school retro games for better qualities. Like the SNES Classic Mini I have here. The SNES Classic Edition. That comes with one bonus title you have to unlock. Star Fox 2! The game that was never released on Super until now it's released as part of the SNES Classic Mini.
That's the angriest that anybody has ever said Star Fox 2 before.
You just have to do like an objective, like try to unlock Star
Nobody's ever had that much emotion for Star Fox 2, actually. It's impressive.
Fox 2 game by clearing the Corneria stage in Star Fox 1, or Star Fox, so yeah. Like I said, there are better games out there to play than this shit.
So yeah.
Education of My Friend Peppa Pig and also Peppa Pig's World Adventure. And really, you put the word adventure in that game, oh boy, where'd you get that idea from? Oh yeah, I know.
Sonic Adventure? Oh my god. Sonic Adventure invented the word adventure. Sonic Inventure invented adventuring. Very cool. So 2 even, not the first one. It's Sonic Adventure, not even the Dreamcast one, but the GameCube version is the one that invented the word adventure. You know, before that it was just a series of random hieroglyphics and people didn't know how to say it, but it was Adventure 2 Battle that, we finally learned how to read it. It's cool, that's good. Like how everybody eventually learned how to say Gaiden.
This is stupid.
Kirby's Adventure.
Like, seriously.
Yeah, Zelda 2, Link's Adventure. I mean, that's a word that is in things. He's identified that. I'm really trying to find, like, an actual point that he makes that's a real point, and it's just hard. There's nothing. It really is just he's mad that, I mean, it's a baby rage moment, I guess. It's not logical. I shouldn't look for that. There's less logic to this than when I look at, like, you know, some guy who's just, like, screaming and gibbering and fucking wearing a diaper or something. By the way, we got a Pamper Chew update. I'll be reading about that. If you saw my Twitter, you know about it. Or if you saw, it's on the Kiwi Farms. People were talking about it on the Discord. I just mentioned it. We'll look at it. We'll look at it after our Sonic Sega Gamer segment. It's nothing good. It's nothing good.
And to be honest, I ain't gonna waste time, you know, buy that game. It's not well worth it. The truth is, whenever I see, or if it's on the channel, like on their official channels like Nintendo or Microsoft or Sony, whenever I see an educational game on their next-gen consoles, I feel really pissed off. You know what? I'm just gonna say this. There are better games you can play that has educational, but it's more like a Rockstar game to me. Let me see, where's that game? And if you want to play a game that's even not finished, there's a game I downloaded on the app called High School Simulator. One of my friends, Darkness Twilight, who played that game, is pretty cool.
Oh, Darkness Twilight played this one.
Shout out to him, by the way.
Shout outs to Darkness Twilight. Can I still give Kirby fan a shout out?
Made by Unity. Yeah, hold on. Let me just turn it on because I don't want to play this. There's freaking High School Simulator in this game. I mean,
oh yeah. Oh, this game. Right. I see. Well, you know, it's good that he showed this because you can clearly see here what makes this better than the Peppa Pig game. I mean, it's pretty that, you know, this is a self-evident truth.
This game, I mean, sure, it has like a few side tweaks you can do, but the game's not even finished, you know? And this game doesn't even have updates, that's the problem. But seriously, you want to play a good game for once? Play High School Simulator! Hold on, I'm trying to load this up.
Yeah, it's Persona 6.
Whoever gets play, like, look at the gameplay footage right here. High School Simulator.
Oh, look at that gameplay footage, everybody.
There's also the 2018 version too, you know? And I have to say, though, it looks really impressive, too.
When was this posted? It doesn't say. You cannot deny Vinni-Joel to forge a connection with the cultural heritage of his people. This broke my mind! Well, I don't know what, so 1913 here. What does it say the date is? What is the date on this game? 2023. So this is last year. This isn't like a few years ago or something. This is pretty recent. This is pretty recent, I would say. Recent enough that he has no excuse to be fucking doing this.
You know?
Like, even if it was like, you know, he's 21. So he's gonna make a rant screaming about Peppa Pig. It's still stupid, but like, man, no, he would have been like maybe 27 at the time, I think, at that point. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure, actually.
So, it looks really impressive, too. You know? Like, look how the loading screen... Well, I can't show the loading screen now, but, yeah. But seriously, look at this. It's pretty cool. But if you want to play a good game that has educational for bonuses, which is an action-adventure game...
Yeah, I really want Vinni-Joel's opinion on this scenario. I mean, we know what Sonic Sega Gamer's up to right now, but have we found out anything about Vinni-Joel's whereabouts at this point in time? I wonder if he specifically chose that name, or if that's just a funny coincidence that that name happens to be the name of two related, very popular game streamers. But he does spell Vinny slightly differently, so I mean, I guess maybe it's probably not intentional, but yeah, no, Vinni-Joel is needed for comment on this scenario. Wherever he's been busy at the Wrestling Federation or something. He's waiting for his next fight against that one guy's action figure. So it's gonna be big. It's gonna be a big thing.
Give me one sec here, because I'm trying to skip this. But yeah, you want to play a good game that has an educational game, but it's actually an action-adventure game made by Rockstar Games? Then go play freaking Bully Anniversary Edition or Scholarship Edition!
Hey kids, instead of playing Peppa Pig, you should play Bully. Did he say because it's educational?
Because I'm trying to skip this. But yeah, you want to play a good game that has an educational game, but it's actually an action-adventure game made by Rockstar Games? Then go play freaking Bully Anniversary!
It's not an educational game, sir. You want to play a good educational... You want to watch a good educational TV show? High School of the Dead. That's the show that... It's going to teach you a lot of things. You know, you really want to play a good video game that teaches you things and makes you a smarter individual. What you want to play is Persona 3 Dancing All Night. That's the one. That's the game that's going to make you... A genius. That's
Anniversary Edition or Scholarship Edition. Yes, you can do classes in the game, but it's one of the best action-adventure games ever. Or is it action-adventure games? I don't remember, but at least Rockstar Games made a better game like this than outright games, Peppa Pig. Like, so you want to play a game that has classes that you can complete to unlock some cool bonuses, like extra health bonuses or basically extra clothes or whatever? Play freaking Bully Anniversary Edition or Scholarship Edition.
What? Scholarship Edition. Right. Okay. I thought that was a different game he was mentioning. Okay, so play Bully. Very, very odd video. I mean, like I don't get how you can... I'm just fascinated by what it must be like to be an individual who is unable to recognize... They know that they're too... on some level, he knows that he's too old for the Peppa Pig game, but not to the extent where he's able to admit that to himself, or make that kind of connection like, officially happen, you know, and have that fucking... I imagine it would be like a Yakuza 3... What are they called? Those, like, inspiration moments or whatever? Where, like, Kiryu sees some guy falling out of a building and then, like, an insane, wacky fucking sequence of events happens and it teaches Kiryu how to suplex a guy or something. I imagine it's like one of those where it, like, zooms in on fucking Vinny Joel's face here and goes, whoa, that's rad! And he has, like, a fucking... Revelations, I think is what they were called, you know? You know, when he eventually realizes that the reason why he doesn't like the Peppa Pig shit game is because it's for babies and he's an adult. It's gonna be seismic waves that pass, that ripple throughout the community, frankly.
Because I play this game most of the time, you know, in my spare time. If I just want to play a mobile app game, I can play. If I want to play a home console game, I can just go back into platform games, you know? There are better games you can play than this shitty Peppa Pig game. And you know what's even worse? You know what's even worse about this? I don't like Peppa Pig's voice! Just listen to this! Listen to this!
Why do we think that he even likes Peppa Pig? I don't know if he said so or not. I think we watched this whole thing and I just haven't heard it, but did he say that he even watches Peppa Pig or, like, likes it at all? Did he just see this in, like, a Nintendo Direct and got mad? Is that maybe what happened? Because, like, if he doesn't like Peppa Pig's voice, I assume it's just the voice of the character. It's probably not a new voice actor. Maybe it is. I might be pause-andying. I like his little face that he makes. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys. The proof is in the pudding. You can see it on the screen right there. Granny creams, hot butter ice cream. Oh, now it's... Oh, it worked for like 2 seconds. You could see a street. That's cool. Is it like Frogger?
Shall we play with the toy train? Choo-choo! Next up!
Jesus. You know, yeah, he should just carry this with him everywhere. It's like a built-in Rugrats theme. It lets people know he's coming. It's like a... It's like if he wore a cowbell. You know, he just has this in his pocket. It's like, uh-oh. You know, maybe make it the Jaws theme instead so people know that what they have to deal with. You know?
New York!
But New York is very far.
Yes, but this is a magic train!
Next stop, the moon!
This reminds me of the 4chan post that shows up sometimes in my slideshow. It's just like... What is this character? He's literally just a mango. This character fucking sucks. This mango sucks. He's just a fruit. He's not even a character. He also isn't even in any video games. This is so stupid. It's like... Look at this stupid kids show. It's for babies. It's not even for me. I wouldn't even watch this. It's not even... I don't even like the character. I hate this. This is so dumb. It's also not even something I would play. I hate it. What are you... Why are you so mad then? Why do you... I thought at least he might have been like a fan of Peppa Pig who was like... Felt in some way because of, you know, the fucking burden of capitalism around his neck, obviously, as an autistic male in society in America. You know, he is the corporate drone of Disney and other corporations. But, you know, I assume that because... It has Peppa Pig's name on it, he had to buy it, and he was, like, upset with it, and, you know, whatever, something like that. No, you know, I thought at least it was like, oh, I'm gonna have to buy this, but I want a good Peppa Pig game instead. No, he doesn't even seem to like Peppa Pig. I don't know where the emotion is coming from. This is why he's such a weird guy. It's because there's random hatred and rage just boiling under the surface. Waiting to just spring out at you at any moment. Oh, for the slightest thing, like Peppa Pig educational game. He'll fucking kill a fella. I mean, he don't give a shit.
Oh my gosh. It's embarrassing! Shut the fuck up! And once again, Outright Games, all in collaboration with Hasbro and Pandaioh Studios, they made this stupid education game. And guess what? It's coming out on March 17, 2023!
Sorry, I'm sorry. I should be,
Games. along collaboration with Hasbro and Pandaioh Studios, they made this stupid education game. And guess what? It's coming out on March 17, 2023!
He's like passing out from anger. He's getting lightheaded from anger. He's like losing fucking like consciousness. He's like forgetting to breathe because he's so angry at the Peppa Pig game. Not even anything that happened, just that it exists.
I'm sorry, guys. I apologize for my whole anger, and my whole rage video for the part of the video, but I had to let this out because I could not take this anymore. Really.
Someone has a good theory that he loves Peppa Pig, but he wants an open world platformer so he can have a game to play that wouldn't make him look like a man-child. Well, he doesn't love Peppa Pig. I think part of that's true. But he doesn't love Peppa Pig, or else, I mean, I think that's just the way Peppa Pig usually sounds, at least to me. I don't know. Sounds like he's just annoyed that it exists and he doesn't like Peppa Pig to begin with. I mean, unless he's just faking that part, I guess, but I don't have any reason to assume that. I don't know. I feel like he just has no reason to even care at all about this in any fashion. It's like there are other 3D open world games that you could, open world. There are a lot, there's other open platformer fucking banjo style games, collectathons. There's lots of that. That still exists. So I don't know. I just don't know why, other than baby rage, that he's so upset. This is completely demented.
I'll just say this in conclusion. Outright Games and Pandaioh Studios has done it once again. Not only did they made the Peppa Pig games, but they were also responsible for another game which I don't want to discuss here.
This game was too traumatic for him, everybody. It was PTSD. He had PTSD over the video game.
If I have to talk about it, because I have to, so...
You guys, I clicked on a video recently, and I won't dignify it by directing your hatred toward it for being a stupid fucking video, but I clicked on a video, and it was one of those times where I got assaulted by someone else having terrible opinions. It's like you find out that somebody, like, came in your food or something, like, 10 hours later. Like, I didn't realize at the time that I was listening to the opinions of a retard. It was somebody who was talking about a thing, and halfway through the video, he made a point to I guess someone in one of the things that he was discussing had made a joke about PTSD, a child having PTSD, and this guy took offense to that because of I guess child PTSD is just it's problematic to make a joke about that. Like, it wasn't even like a joke, it was just like, I have PTSD, that was the joke. And that's enough for the guy to have been, like, offended by that. You know what? I'm offended by you being offended by that. I am deeply offended by that. I was not happy with that. I felt like I was assaulted by that person being a retard. Like, it's like you drive, like you get an Uber somewhere and then you find out after the fact that the Uber guy was blind. Like, I guess, I'm happy that you got me there, I guess, but, like, damn. But it happened midway through, so it's more like I dove out of the car while I was still driving. The fun thing about that is that if he's blind, there's a chance he wouldn't even know that happened. Anyways.
Yeah. They also made this game, too. Yeah.
Oh, so this is his PTSD game. So he doesn't like My Little Pony? Maybe he doesn't like maybe he's like Chris Chan, he doesn't like Gen 5. He would like this if it was Friendship is Magic. But it's like New Pony. So he hates it. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. My Little Pony, A Maritime Bay Adventure. My gosh. If I have to make another rant video about this and let off my whole steam and anger, so be it. The thing is, I'm not a fan of the LP series. And despite the reason why I don't talk about it on my channel is because it's just too embarrassing to talk about it. So yeah.
Yeah. It's embarrassing to talk about that, but this video was fine to make. You made this video, but alright. Right, I see.
There was a live stream video I watched from a good YouTuber buddy of mine, M64Roast, and one of his friends, his subscribers, during...
Alright, all I'm gonna say is it was a video about MST3K. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. And don't be mean to anybody. It's just, it was a very, very stupid... I was on board with it, and then he hit me with that, and I'm like, oh, you're compromised. You're just compromised. I mean, it's just not acceptable. It's just not acceptable. It's like learning that the person you're listening to is a Scientologist. Like, oh, it's disgusting that I've been listening to your opinions. You think that saying child PTSD is like an offensive thing that you can't say. Like, Jesus Christ. Ew.
His live stream, they were mentioning, his friends was mentioning something about how this girl likes My Little Pony and stuff and whatnot. And it's okay, if you like LP, that's fine. But really, why talking about it on your gaming channels? Does it look like I talk about bronies and stuff? No. I'm sorry I had to spill this out, but Outright Games made this game too. And to be honest, this is one of the worst ways to say. Here's the thing though, Nintendo did a collaboration with some old third-party studios back then. They released some My Little Pony games for the game. They released some LP games for the Game Boy Advance and the DS. And ever since then, there has been an LP game for them since then. Until now. After the mobile app games, they decided to bring the LP games back for home consoles as well.
I didn't realize he was a brony. Is that new lore for us at least? I mean, people have known about this video, but is that new lore for the channel that Sonic Sega Brian is a brony? I had no idea. That makes sense. He doesn't let that. It's funny that he has some shame. Can we think about that for a second? How much that says about bronies, that he has admitted now that he's a brony, but he keeps that part of himself hidden. This guy makes videos of himself choking children in VR chat, and yet he's ashamed of being a brony. Think about that.
Oh, so yeah, the game's been released since last year.
He said he's not a fan? He said he's not a fan. It's too embarrassing. All right, I'm wrong. In that case, think about this. My Little Pony is too embarrassing for this man who chokes children in VR chat. I'm just saying.
For PS4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. I know people are going to ask me...
That's not better.
I'm not a brony fan. Fuck no!
Fuck no! Okay, he's not. No, he's not.
Why the hell do I talk about it in my videos? I don't talk about it.
Right, okay.
And plus, if you guys not seen my old video I did in 2020, my old gameplay video, I did a gameplay video of that.
So bronies, that's a step too far for this guy. That's what we've learned today. Liking My Little Pony is just one step beyond choking little children in VR chat.
Pink Tacto gameplay video from that website. I don't remember what it was called, but it was just for that one video. That does not make me a brony fan. No, it's not gonna happen. So once again, I want to apologize for saying this out, but Outright Games should have not made that game the first time. First, my friend Peppa Pig, now this. I'm serious.
Peppa Pig is not my friend!
Yes. To one of M64 Bro's subscribers who was on his live stream, that one live stream a few weeks ago or a month ago, if you like LP, fine. But why discussing about it on this live stream? Mm-hmm. I don't do that. Especially in my live streams, too. And that's okay. You want to talk about it, fine. But I will never, ever talk about this on my gaming channel. Us boys, we like to play games that are much more better.
Us boys prefer games that are more better, you filthy women. Well, I mean, I did stream that game, that summer game thing the other day, and like half of it was just like farm sim for women. I mean, this is what happens when you let women play games. You get Peppa Pig and Stardew Valley. That's your options. So, I mean, maybe he's right.
Games like Zelda. Right. Games like
Us Boys.
Star Fox or Pac-Man. We like to play these kind of games.
Yeah, us boys prefer Sonic and Pac-Man.
We don't play games that's childish.
We don't play the games that's childish, lady. Fuck you, feminists.
So
Average Grums retweeter.
Today, this game right here. At the end of the day, this game right here, that's coming out on March 17, 2023. Peppa Pig World Adventures. This game is going to suck just like the first one. So in conclusion, fuck this game. I will never, ever get this game, and never will. I'm not paying $40 or $60.
This is going to be, just a heads up, this is probably going to be the next video like this that I make, is just me randomly ranting about a game that's like nothing that would ever be of any consequence to, like, it'll be some random Steam trash, and I'll just be, like, unreasonably incensed that someone decided to make it and release it, and that it exists at the same time that one could instead be playing Half-Life 2 or something. So I've just scripted the video for you. It'll be coming in the next year or so. I mean, okay, I guess we'll finish the video. It's just kind of on loop at this point, but we're so close to the end, we might as well let him finish. He's got a couple minutes left. He's so close. We've edged him for this long.
For this fucking game! And for you guys who are watching my videos, do not buy this game. It's not worth it. It's just gonna waste your time. You're just gonna waste all day playing that game. You know? Fuck that shit. And a message to Peppa Pig, go fuck yourself, you still fat-ass piece of shit, pig. You're 10 times more annoying than freaking Navi.
And you're 11,000 times worse than Peter Griffin. Don't even get me started on Hitler.
So yeah, in conclusion, Peppa Pig World Adventure is going to suck.
It says in conclusion like 12 times.
And I will never, ever buy their games from now. So yeah, there you go. That was my whole rant video. I'm really sorry I had to let my whole steam and anger out, but I had to. Because, you know, I just don't like it when outright games have to make these educational games. For once, for next-gen console, like, come on. There are better educational games you can play, like Baldi's Basics. And even though I don't want to mention, Sega made an educational game too, called Sonic School. Yeah, Sonic School. Remember that worst educational game that came out by Sega a long time ago back in the 90s? There was one for Sonic.
Yeah, it was bad.
And many people did not like that.
Many people did not like that. You better choose your next game carefully.
I'd rather play that shitty game than this Peppa Pig game. So yeah, conclusion, Outright Game Studios has done it once again.
By the way, I guess to the person in chat who's like trying to, I don't know, like expose me on the news or whatever, there's somebody in chat who keeps like, I don't know, they're talking about like, how would Deadwing Dork like it if I played him on the national news? Maybe you're from that website or something. Yeah, take me laughing at a retard to the national news and see how that works for you.
I'm not going to get that game, and neither should you. But if you guys want to get the game, I'm not going to stop you, but remind you.
That's right, quote me. I said that this guy is worse than Hitler. That's an official Deadwing Dork quote. I just said it.
At this game...
You can also quote me when I say Deadwing Dork hates women and minorities. There you go.
It's going to waste your whole entire life and your entire time. You want to play good games? Play freaking Sonic Adventure 2! Or, in this case, play Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, Street Fighter, or play...
There's a bunch of video games you could, you know, play, you have to burn the rope. You know, there's a lot of games you could play. Spelunky. That's, hey.
Pac-Man World Repack for once.
Sure.
These games are like 10 times better.
You know what? Play Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door Remaster for the Nintendo Switch. Play, Amp 3 for the Xbox 360. Play, I don't know, like the Tomb Raider HD thing that just came out. That's pretty good. Star Wars. You gotta play Star Wars. There's probably some good KOTOR, you know. So play those. Play Simpsons Hit and Run.
Simpsons Road Rage.
Okay, so you got a whole list of games you can play, and then get back to me about the Peppa Pig. You're good.
They're fucking educational games. So yeah. Anyways, guys, that was the whole rant video.
Anyways, guys, in conclusion, we got another 4 minutes in this video or something.
I'm gonna remind you guys that I will never, ever going to buy that game. It's a waste of time and a waste of money. If you guys want to get it, fine. I'm not gonna stop you, but I will never get this game. So yeah. In conclusion, Peppa Pig's World Adventure is going to suck. And I'm not gonna pay $50 or $60. I don't know what's the price, but I never
love the forehead dent. It's like, I don't know, I feel like his hair, like, it's some sort of life form that's encroaching closer to his face, and he used to have like a forehead here, but it's not happening anymore.
Pay that? I'm not gonna pay for that game and never gonna get it. Because that game sucks.
Never gonna buy that game!
Piece of shit game. So yeah. In conclusion, this game's going to suck. But what do you guys think of this game? You think this game's going to suck by the time it comes out? You think Peppa Pig's World Adventure is going to be great?
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of the video too. I have to keep that in mind. Is just make half of the video be So, in conclusion, fuck this game, and I hope that the creators are killed in a some sort of a mass genocide event where they're all lined up and shot in the back of the head. And yeah. So, anyways, in conclusion, thanks for watching.
I guess not. Now, I have nothing against the British voice actors. They're okay. It's just, I don't like this game. Once again,
you just said you don't like the voice of the Peppa Pig character, though, so you... At the very least, the actors are part of it.
Just like my friend Peppa Pig, what's the name of the title? You're gonna play the same shitty game, and Peppa Pig's gonna beat her to annoy your little ass for as long as she could. So yeah. Anyways, that's pretty much it, guys.
Anyways, in conclusion...
And if you like this video, or if you disagree with me, then drop a comment in the comment section, subscribe, and yeah, give the video a like, or, well, there's no dislike bar because it's not working right now, but give the video a like, leave a comment.
Says you. It works for me just fine.
Comments and subscribe. I am the Sonic Sega Gamer.
You know, people are, like, brain dead these days. No offense to whoever this applies to, but I remember I've had a few people be like,
how do you have likes enabled and dislikes on your YouTube? It's like...
I don't know, use Google. Look up a YouTube dislike button and just see immediately you'll get results that tell you what you need to know. You know, it's like, do I need to walk you through every step of like how I have a dislike button? It's I guess the dislike bar rather. So that's this video. In conclusion, that's this video. What was the one Raven Skeleton wants me to look at? You've been like kind of micro spamming it, not to a point where it's too annoying, don't worry, just enough that I keep it in mind. In fact, not enough, because I had to scroll halfway through the chat. Can we watch this video after this one? Tells you to stop watching Sonic porn plus more. Oh, okay. Sonic Prawn? Right. From 11 days ago, even. Wow. I mean, I don't think it's actually new, but I think it's a new clip from Jester's Gesture here. Thank you.
Haven't no ideas yet, but...
Uh-oh, it's little kids. It's Sonic Sega Gamer and little kids. Good show, everybody, by the way. 800 people here for 9:30 in the morning. I was about to say 9:30 in the morning. Good. Very good.
Thinking about, like, we should just go on to the bad news, right? Good news and bad news?
Yeah. But before we get to the bad news about the drama thing, let me just go back to my Dark Sonic form.
Let me return to my Dark Autism Sonic form.
Alright, there we go. Perfect.
So the bad news was actually pretty bad, cause you know why? I'm not gonna say the word, but whilst the Sonic Sega Gamer just saw video games are having a crush on other games. You know why?
Yeah.
No,
basically,
I don't know why, because I don't know what you're talking about.
I can explain because I don't want Winter Gamer's channel to get demonetized, but hear me out.
You have to really, like, piece together the things these people say sometimes, because it's like a combination of, like, not willing to be demonetized, having weird behavioral and, like, language patterns. Some of them are children. So it's almost like a different, it's very strange dialect of userism, where you have to kind of, someone got, like, kicked out of their Discord. Oh, I see. Oh, I understand now.
Some people on a disgusting website decide to upload inappropriate pictures of Sonic, and also there's also one for Mario characters, also female characters, having the you-know-what. Sorry, I can't say the S word because I don't want his channel to get demonetized. And for what I can tell, yeah. Whoever uploaded those inappropriate pictures, you should be ashamed of yourself. Now, I can't scream in this video or yell because, I don't want to, like,
yeah, because
start going berserk and stuff. I'm gonna let... Yeah, I actually have a cold, so yeah, but that's not important. I'll get better soon, but that's not important. The important thing is that I'm gonna let Winter Gamer do all the talking, but like I said, to the people who...
So Winter Gamer, I guess, is the little kid who's standing next to Sonic Sega Gamer here, is that right? I see. And, like, all I'm saying, here's the thing, right? And I was a little bit... Like, there's a distinction that needs to be made where people get confused, and I get tripped up on it too, and I think I did the last time when we were watching Media Ninja talking about Sonic Sega Gamer and how he's grooming the kids. He's not talking about anything, he's not, like, sexually like, explicit with them, but he's just talking to minors in a way that's like, he wants them to be his friend and yada yada, and there's a distinction between, like, grooming someone for, you know, like they're a child and then you're, you know, grooming them into a certain type of adult for you to, like, be predatory towards or something, versus, like, someone who's just being, like, a, you know, a sex pest on the internet, or elsewhere. You know, if he was being sexual, that would be a whole different thing. When people say he's grooming, though, I think it could be applied broadly in the sense of he's in this community where he's got these children. This kid's obviously, like, what, 12 at most, probably. It sounds like his voice hasn't dropped yet. He's a young kid, and they're talking about, like, Sonic porn and all of this, and I mean, like, you know, I'm no prude. I was on the internet. Well, I mean, I guess I'm a bit of a prude in, you know, the way today is, but I was on the internet. You know, I was on the internet, back in an era where we had Sonic porn and everything, and I would see those things and whatnot, and I was young, and maybe I shouldn't have, so it's like, the kids may be gonna be exposed to that sort of thing. That's not so much the issue. It's more this adult being involved in all of it and being like, you know, like, I don't know. That's the fly in the ointment, is it's a little bit awkward to have this adult man talking in vicinity of this child about Sonic porn. And the only reason he's not being more explicit is because he doesn't want his, you know, 12-year-old friend who makes no YouTube income whatsoever and probably legally can't, he doesn't want him to get demonetized. So he doesn't go into any, I guess, here but for the grace of YouTube every now and then, I guess.
Please, who upload these inappropriate pictures, whoever you guys are, you guys are disgusting. You're simps. Well, not simps, but also perverts, too. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I would say this, but I have a friend of mine that was actually pretty funny that is actually on YouTube Shorts and just said, "Catch your ass sipping. Now delete it, you must."
And there's also a picture of a female version of Sonic, known as Sonica, having, you know, with, I ain't gonna say it. You guys know what I'm talking about. I can't say it here because it's just too much disgusting parts to talk about.
You know, you guys know what I'm talking about. If you don't, ask me about it privately off of YouTube and I'll tell you all about it. This is what I'm talking about. This is why it's an issue. Because people are like, oh, it's whatever, it's just VR chat. What's he really gonna do to these kids? It's like, that's not really the point. It's that he's, you know, mentally, who do you really want the person that you get the birds and bees talk from to be the Sonic Sega gamer in the Mario Castle VR chat world from, like, as a, I don't know. That sounds bad. That's just dystopia.
But yeah. I really don't like those images.
Yeah, take a guess.
Continue.
Yeah. Take a guess what they're doing.
Take a guess.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that, but yeah. Anyways.
I guess it's possible all these kids are independently aware of these things. Sure, I guess maybe their parents could have sat them down and spoken to them about the birds and the bees, but it's entirely equally as possible that it's literally how I said it, like, oh, what are we talking about? Oh, let me explain it to you. And it's like, you know, a 28-year-old man telling it to these, you know, it's just, it's optically very bad for the left.
Remember, folks, it's rated R. If it's not rated R, then it's PG-13. PG-13 to rated R. That's how it goes.
Yeah, pretty much. So, to Winter Gamers subscribers who are watching this, if you are watching this, please understand what we're trying to tell you. Please do not go to those inappropriate websites and look at those papers, because it's going to give you nightmare fuel, and you don't want that. So this is for your own good. I'm asking you, Winter Gamer subscribers. I'm asking you, my loyal subscribers. Do not go to those inappropriate websites. It's disgusting, and it's going to make you have nightmare fuel.
Yeah, like he's having a bad dream, you know.
I mean, it's amazing. You have these people, like, they're terrified of seeing a Sonic nipple, but if you got no problem with choking kids on VR chat. It's like, you know, maybe you should look at porn. Maybe Sonic Sega Gamer should look at porn instead of being like a weird A weirdo. Just a weirdo. I jumped back by mistake. God damn it.
Catch your ass sipping.
Catch
Now
your ass
delete.
simping. If I'm correct, I think that means that he like made a comment on one of these sexy posts, and he was called a simp for it or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, take a guess. Take a guess.
Continue.
Yeah. Take a guess what they're doing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that, but
Yeah.
Do not
Don't.
go to those inappropriate websites and
Definitely do not go to these websites. Websites like, and they just start playing the like da 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 da, just a fucking scrolling list of all of the websites. You just have Pornhub and one is X videos, but it's just x.com instead because they're X is trying to be a video platform. X, the video platform. It's great. I'm looking forward to. I'm shoving guitar videos into my Twitter. That's where you get those. So hot, sexy bass guitar action only on X videos.
look at those pair because it's gonna give you nightmare fuel, and you don't want that. So this is for your own good. I'm asking you, Winter Gamer subscribers. I'm asking you, my loyal subscribers. Do not go to those inappropriate websites.
Please do not look at porn. Please just, tell little children to go suck a dick and kill themselves, in VR chat.
It's disgusting, and it's gonna make you have nightmare fuel.
Yeah, like he's having a bad dream,
I see one rouge ass cheek, and it's a bad dream. It's like, my head's all out of sorts. I don't know what's real anymore.
Yeah, which I don't want to talk about. So yeah. But anyways, let's get to the next subject. Of course, the whole drama with the whole gimme coffee thing. I'll let Winter Gamer
Who? What?
speak about it. Winter
New
Gamer?
drama?
So you may know that the Ace Jaggers' video, the disturbing truth about Gimme Coffee. Oh, there was trying to do a little bit fun roleplay until
Websites like your Sonic porn eats my asshole, sonicsex.biz, 420 sonicfuckit.com. Yeah, just a whole list of real websites. Yeah.
Tell Gimme Coffee has to say how about you just go.
What the fuck, child? Please don't speak. Get off the internet. I really wish we could ban children from the internet. People argue against that, but it's like, if you do think about it, why do we need so much censorship on the internet? It's always the argument is the children. Why do the fucking children need the internet? Why is that good for them? They're cheating on their tests and they're fucking learning horrible things. They're getting groomed. They're getting the gender agenda. They're downloading genders as we speak. Why are we allowing the kids? People argue, it's like, no, we need to make the internet safer for children. No, we need them off of here. The safest place for them to be is not near Sonic Sega Gamer. Get them the fuck out. I'm done with this. I used to be a child on the internet. You know what? I'd probably be a much more well-adjusted person if I was not a child on the internet. I can tell you that.
Roleplay. No,
yeah, Internet Junior. What is it that Kamal calls it? He calls it, dummy internet? That's what we need. You get, it's just like America Online. It's like a walled garden that's just like a micro-internet for retards and children. And then everybody, if you lose your real internet privileges, you get sentenced to dummy internet. That would be great. Hassan? Dummy internet. Perfect.
Tell Gimme Coffee has to say how about you just go kill yourself in front of SJC. I'm not even joking. SJC.
Oh, he's not even. There's no cap, everyone. Not even a little bit of cap here. SJC.
And he said hard R.
Yeah, Ace Jagger told me about this a few days ago. Gimme Coffee's going after one of Ace Jagger's friends.
Gay Coffee? I think it's Gimme Coffee is the name. This is some more Ace Jagger inter-user drama, so we have to assume Gimme Coffee is also, 6.
Friends, and, Ace Jagger told me that Gimme Coffee's going after one of his friends, and when I heard about it, I was like, oh my gosh, are you fucking kidding me? Seriously. First of all, I got something to say, Gimme Coffee. First of all, you're a bully here. And second of all, you really pissed me, Winter Gamer, my friend here, Abraham, aka Beltra off, and also Ace Jagger. And even though me and Ace Jagger are good friends again.
Wait, okay, so his friend Abraham.
My friend here, Abraham, aka Beltra off.
Beltra off. I think that's the friend who died, isn't it? He had a friend who supposedly died of COVID. Or, sorry,
you could call it a decease. He's tried to say disease, but he said in the exact phrase was, "You could call it a decease." I think that's the phrasing. I think he misspelled it as decease, and not disease. But supposedly he died of a decease. But then it was later revealed that Abraham was in fact not dead of a decease, and he was just fine.
And also Ace Jagger. Now, even though me and Ace Jagger are good friends again, since he told me the truth, I forgive him. Ace Jagger, I want to apologize for me and Winter for making that video against you. I don't think it was you who blamed us for the stealing outros thing. I think it has something with either Gimme Coffee or another troll who told you what to do. So
is Abraham in the cut corner? He doesn't get to speak here. That's
I apologize to you, Ace Jagger. We're still good friends with you, and we forgive you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're sorry.
And I'm sorry too. Yeah, but anyways, we're cool now. But right now, the most important thing, what you told us, Gimme Coffee. Gimme Coffee's telling Ace Jagger.
I like every time SSG does the little like Lex Luthor laugh. Solve my maze, Superman. Ace Jagger's never gonna save his friends.
If Ace Jagger's friends, he's gonna kill himself. First of all, are you fucking stupid? Second of all, you don't tell someone in their personal life to go kill themselves.
Well, you have done that, so I mean, yeah, I agree. You shouldn't.
So,
like seriously,
say this from the latest YouTuber. I know the exact lead that you want to do. So, Ace Jagger has to invite you, and then just decided to try say, how about you go kill yourself while that you thought that they're doing something wrong that they have to do. So I'm gonna say this.
You know, I couldn't have said it better myself. Darkness Sonic Cringe Master XXL. I couldn't have said it better myself.
In front.
Whatever your name is.
And remember this. This is actually rated R. So yeah. Go fucking kill yourself.
Well, on that note, thank you very much to Aurelius for the $50.
This user.
Thank you very much. I feel like YouTube live streams should have you verify your age or something before you can watch them, he says. Then we wouldn't have to jump through hoops trying to come up with ways around super chat censorship because, God forbid, I type a no-no word. Well, I mean, the better option would be for me to call my stream age restricted without it kneecapping it and crippling it and fucking shooting it in the fucking both of the legs. Yeah, it would be great if we could actually have videos be age restricted and not have it just essentially be yes, I want my video to be worthless. I would like my video to be seen by no people, please. Thank you. That would be great if we could do that. If that's not the way that it worked, I would set all of my shit to be age restricted, and it would be a great time for everybody. But because of the way YouTube works, they've decided that age restriction means, I get it when it's your video is restricted. It's a kid's video, so no comments, whatever. Sure, that's fine. Yeah, but when it's I don't know, just let me call my video for adults and not have it. It's terrible. It's people have to, and it's having an effect on society. I mean, don't ever act like it isn't. When all this unaliving fucking corn, all these stupid fucking these stupid words that the Zoomers have to say now because of, TikTok and Google. And now these are words that they say, unaliving and offlining in Minecraft and all this horrendous gay shit. It's just God. It's very frustrating. And I think that people are really overzealous about censoring themselves. That's the worst part. Is that YouTube has engendered a system where everybody feels like they have to, omit every fucking curse word they ever say. No, bitch!
I kept most. I'm still Green Dolan fully monetized on the Brian Mullins the Fox video, and I kept all of the mean words in. I'm pretty sure. I didn't I don't think I censored anything. I think we were fully open talking about child predators and fucking all the stuff he was talking about in that video, all his insane opinions. You should go watch that video. It's a good video. And I'm still fine. YouTube doesn't give a shit. People they won the war. They won the war. Now people do the work for them. They censor themselves, like I did yesterday. And you know what I got for it? Instant yellow Dolan. Instant fucking demonetized. Even when I try to censor myself. Don't censor? Perfectly fine. Censor? Demonetized. So yeah, you get a lot of channels that are overzealous with it, and you get them clipping shit out, and it's like, you can, as a YouTuber, I know you can just say this word. You can. They aren't gonna get you. Or if they do, they probably were gonna get you anyway. So it's like a fucking 50-50 shot. You might as well just say the things, you know? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Aurelius. I would generally agree and would add some addendums to that, but thank you.
Literally,
Yeah,
go
and
kill
also
yourself.
I'm gonna send a message to Getting Coffee, because I'm gonna this straight right in front of the camera, and I apologize if there's gonna be a lot of likes in this video, but just hear me out. I mean,
like, we don't need to spread the narrative that YouTube loves groomers or loves whatever, but we can at the very least honestly say that YouTube is it's not as catchy. We need to figure out a way to make it more catchy, I guess, but YouTube is suppressing, like, exposure of pedophiles, something like that. YouTube doesn't want pedophiles to be exposed, then that's too much of a generalization too, but I mean, there's a lot of other examples of that happening too, so I mean, it's, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to go full Mama Max, but like, what are the takeaways when you show them the evidence that it's a false flagging thing and they still keep your video down? It's like, well, seems like you have all the info you should have, and you've, still, and they saw me too when I was like, the other thing too about that, I made a tweet, I was like, it's been a day or two, I think it was the next day after I like tweeted at them, and I was like, it's been like a whole day, next morning, where's the video? And they were like, oh, and what I said specifically, I was like, and after I showed them all the proof of, the video and what happened, it got false flagged and everything, I showed this proof. They were just like, oh yeah, it might take a few days, smiley face. And it's like, you had to have seen that. You responded to the tweet where I showed the proof. You had to have seen the fucking proof. I don't know. You do have to walk away from it with some fucking questions. I mean, it's starting to be a pattern. There is a pattern here. So, I don't know. That is unfortunate. But speaking of child molesters, I mean, why did I say that? That's not related in any way to Sonic Sega Gamer. That's just cruel. That's just cruel. That's just I don't need to be that cruel.
This is straight right in front of the camera, and I apologize if there's gonna be a lot of likes in this video, but just hear me out. I need to use this avatar just this one time.
Oh yeah, the bass line in the Steam Garden song is very good. It's great. I enjoy playing it. I mean, that song in general is pretty kick-ass. Mario songs don't typically groove that hard. There's a few. I really like the, the Bowser fight theme from, it's like the final boss theme from 3D World. That one's the like, the fucking like big band one. That's pretty good. That was pretty good. They don't usually like have that kind of vibe though. So yeah, no, that's a good one. If you're one of those people that's been wanting me to do more guitar streams, check out my Twitter. Again, the Twitter is what you think it is, and I'm doing some postings over there. I got a few videos up. I did a whole Beatles song this morning, and all I'll say is it is the best Beatles song.
Coffee. For you.
I say guitar because it is bass. I'm calling it guitar, but it is bass, which is better. But don't expect it's not guitar solos, it's bass solos. It's better.
You ever mess with Ace Jagger's friends one more time? See this trick avatar I'm wearing? Well,
Goku.
If you mess with Ace Jagger's friends one more time, then guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go Super Saiyan on your ass!
Oh my
Here's
god.
my power.
He's gonna go. His power.
Yeah, don't make me turn myself
So, so the way they communicate with one another is by, this is like a call-out video type of thing, but they're just, like, switching the avatars on the fly to do, like, Dragon Ball moves. This is so good. I love it.
Here's my power.
So that's his power.
Yeah. Yeah, don't make me defend myself. Don't make me. Yes.
Nani?
Hear me.
Oh my god, the hair.
Transform him.
Why does his avatar look like him, though? Because, I mean, like, look, it's like a weird, like, man with a giant fucking, like, ball head, and, you know, I don't know, I guess it doesn't look quite like him, but it's... What is this fucking character, though? It's like this goblin... Rippled goblin... Cyan. Super Saiyan. And he looks like an SCP or some shit.
To tell everyone to go kill themselves. You're talking
Kill themselves!
Of a 5-year-old. Yeah, 5-year-old.
5-year-old? Who's the 5-year-old?
Actually getting pissed off of you. So you pissed me, Curry Fan, Sonic TH, and Ace Jagger. You heard this once? You pissed me, Ace Jagger, the Sonic Sega Gamer, her, and Kirby Fan. Oh yeah, I forgot about Boyfriend Kidding. Boyfriend Gaming. You piss him off 2 times!
Boy, it's, I think this might be the kid that we heard at one point in one of these videos who
just needs to fucking blow his nose. I thought that was Kirby Fan. There was a kid who was in one of his Sonic Sega Gamers StreamYard rant things, and he was just like dripping from the fucking nose the entire time he spoke. It was impossible. He was like the most nasally fucking human being. I think this might be the same kid. I'm not sure. Maybe there's multiple. They really are snot-nosed little brats that he's hanging around.
Now if you have a 3rd strike, guess what? I'm waiting for you to get your channel to get your account get deleted. I'm actually waiting for you to get deleted.
Winter Gamer. You were actually inside the mirror. I forgot to tell you that.
Yeah. So yeah.
Sorry, there's a little bit of bloopers here. So, yeah.
So, final warning. Keep
my wife's name.
Yourself. Keep your words out of his mouth.
Out your damn mouth!
Out of you.
Oh.
This is a much more threatening response to Chris Rock.
Final warning. Keep ourselves. Keep your words out of his mouth. Out of you. Guys, you're saying to a literal 5-year-old.
Mm-hmm. Which one's the 5-year-old?
Oh, one more thing.
Which one of them is 5? It's not him, and it's not the kid talking. He's not 5. Is it the other one that's silent? Is it the Dark Aurelius Montana? What is his name? The other guy, Augustine? What? I forget his name. The one who died. The one who supposedly died of, you could call it a decease. Sorry. Is he 5? Maybe that's why he's not talking. He's like goo goo gagaing with the mic off.
So one more hater I want to call out. Now, I already did this video with Curry Fan, but I'm gonna say it right here, right now. I have one more. There's one person I want to call out, and that is
Team Boy 2K7.
Idiot brat.
Motherfucker!
Kid named Pilo. Well, yeah, Team Boy 2K7. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll talk about him in a sec. I also want to tell it's _Polymation.
Yeah.
It's Polymation. I'm gonna say it straight to your fucking face. You're a little brat, and you almost made my life living hell, even on VR.
It's _Polymation. I'm gonna say it to your face. You are a child who I don't enjoy hanging around, and frankly, your company is annoying to me, and it makes me wonder why I'm hanging around you. I feel like I probably should have better things to do with my time, but I can't imagine what they might be. Anyways, your mother is also ugly.
You know why? Because last year, when you threatened me in front of Tails.DF, shout out to him, by the way, shout out to Tails.DF, you made it personal, okay? It's telling me that, if I don't make the right choices, you're gonna remove me from, you're gonna remove me from Frellis?
Have we ever learned what the right choices are?
He keeps saying this, that he was given some sort of ultimatum by these people. And that he needs to make the right choices. Or he's gonna be kicked from the friend group. What were the right choices? He never elaborates. He refuses. No one ever does. To my knowledge, no one ever shows up and is like, yeah, they just told him to stop posting his dick. No, it's never like, no, we don't know.
First of all, that's called blackmailing, and second of all,
Blackmailing.
you are nothing but fucking brats. Because I told Winter Gamer...
Yeah, he's being blackmailed by a 5-year-old. Welcome to the stream.
And Creepy,
I mean, I don't think that's exactly what's happening, but that more or less conveys what's going on, you know.
Thing about you, stupid little brat. And like I said, VR Boy Records already told me the truth about you. I apologize to them, but I won't forget what they did to me. So, yeah, for what you did to VR Boy and Sanctor Records, you're gonna pay for this. And Polymation, I swear, if you ever threaten me again on VR chat, I ain't gonna go alone this whole hell no. I'm gonna have backup. I'm gonna have Abraham to have my back. Winter Gamer, Curry fan.
Abraham. I don't know why that was so hard for me to remember.
And any other users I can think of will have my back. Yeah, man, right?
What did he say?
Gamer, Curry fan, Teagle the account, and any other users I can think of will have my back. Yeah, man, right? We're gonna come after your sorry ass for what you did to me. You almost broke my spirit. Ain't gonna work on me, buddy. Ain't gonna work on me. Polymation, you're dead. Oh, by the way, Winter got something to say to you for what you did to me last year, Polymation.
Oh, hell no!
I'm a...
Oh no, I think they broke his mind. I think they broke his mind and his spirit.
Yeah.
You wanna get nuts? Let's get nuts!
That's my, yeah, mad laugh. Yeah. I wanna see you friend me and invite me. I'm literally gonna kill you. Just remember this, rated R.
Yeah, I agree, Dave the Retro Guy. He and Weinstein should be locked up in a cell for the rest of their life.
Gonna fucking record this video that I'm actually recording right now. I'm about to be pissed off. You pissed off me, Kirby fan.
You lost his insanity. It's unfortunate. It happens.
Ever fucking dare her to call out.
If you ever do that again,
that you actually did. That's 2 strikes. If you have one more strike, you're about to be called out!
Would Spax3 be considered a user? From what, you know, when you put it that, when you throw his name in for the Goblet of Fire, it does have to be considered, doesn't it? I mean, yeah, Spax3 is kind of a user. He is sort of a proto-user. He's one of the first, I would say. Would Ulili Leah count as a user? I mean, Chris Chan probably does, but I wonder if Ulili Leah counts as a user. I don't know. Yeah.
And that's not all, Polymation. I used to be called Sonic Gamer Fan. I was also another
What do
user.
you mean you think this might be fake? What part of this do you think is fake, chat member? Do you think he's voice changing into these 12-year-olds or something? There's a lot of moving parts in this fucking thing. I don't know if it's just fake. That's a lot. That's... Like, it's a lot easier to... It's an Occam's razor. It's a lot easier to assume, with all the knowledge that I have of it, that this is just an unfortunate situation with a bunch of fucking... as opposed to some kind of insane Machiavellian fucking... I don't know if this is like an ARG or something. I don't think so.
Name I used to have on VRChat, but I changed it to Sonic TH. I'm gonna say straight to your fucking face, Polymation. You do this again to me, if I ever saw you on VRChat again, I will confront you, and I will break your spirit. How's that for a bitch-ass brat like you?
Oh!
He's gonna break your spirit. It's Polymation. It's _Polymation, sorry. He's gonna break your fucking spirit, you fucking... bad person.
Oh! Yeah, eat shit!
Fuck you!
Fuck you!
Yes. Now for this...
And don't ever say... And one more thing. And, Polymation...
Yeah, do you think he's faking the one head? Like... How do you fake looking like, like the Untermensch? I don't know.
If you ever decided to take a hostage like what you did in Peach's Castle last year, it ain't gonna happen, buddy. Keep her out of this, and you don't ever put your hand...
Did he he took someone hostage? I mean, I guess when the person says fake, maybe they mean this drama is fake. I mean, but that doesn't change, like, what we're looking at, though, that it's still an adult doing this with children and, like, RPing or whatever. It's still weird. I mean, maybe this is, like, not real. It's, like, performative, fake wrestling sort of drama, where it's like, oh, I kidnapped your Dynamite Gal, oh, you're done for. Like, because we've heard him talk about how he's on his heroes and villains arc, and he let it get out of hand or something. But, like, I don't know if he recognizes the boundaries of fiction, and I don't know if the kids do either, necessarily. So, I mean, like, I get that that's a possibility. In fact, it's probable that this is in some way performative. But it still is a 20... You can't fake him being a 28-year-old, like, weird, sussy user that's performing this with children. I mean, that's still pretty strange.
If you ever decided to keep Tico hostage like what you did in Peach's Castle last year, it ain't gonna happen, buddy. Keep her honest, and you don't ever put your hand on a lay like that. Tico is just trying to be nice to everybody. They understand people's feelings, so don't you ever put your hands on her again. Granted, she wasn't hurt. She was okay. You do that again, Polymation, I'm gonna make your life a living hell, and I'm gonna make you. No. We're gonna make you our bitch.
Slap a bitch.
So my words. This is your only warning. Don't fuck with me again, or everybody else. Now you may continue.
I'm they're gonna slap a bitch at you.
Well, he just like, don't fuck with me again! Please clap. Very good.
Oh. I want you to friend request me, and I dare you to send a request invite me. I dare you.
I dare you.
I literally fucking dare you.
I double extreme dare you, motherfucker.
Yeah, you pissed off Abraham. Yeah, you pissed him off. So that's why he's had that.
Now, of course, Abraham cannot speak on the mic. He's trying to fix this mic, and I know he has something to say to you, Polymation, but, you know, let's face it. You mess with me again, you're gonna mess with all of us. Try and mess with me, everything, Winter Gamer, Abraham, also mess with VR Boy and Records again, see what happens.
Yeah, telling presumably a little kid that you're gonna make them your bitch. All I'm saying is tell the cops that it was just make-believe, we were just playing pretend, I swear. Like, I don't know if that will necessarily... I don't know if that helps, you know? It's still creepy and weird. And so that's Sonic Sega Gamer's take on that scenario. Alright, awesome. Right, well, that's a little... Damn. Fucking hell. That's a little catch up with the boy. And, welcome to the stream, everybody. I think now we've passed 10 o'clock. And, I think at this point in time, it's time to make this officially a Synthetic Man stream. You can, once again, let people know, hey guys, Synthetic Man is on Deadwing Dork TV, because I'm like a TV channel, you know? It's like, wow, they started airing reruns of Synthetic Man on Deadwing Dork? I mean, I've already watched his stuff, but, you know, I want to support the Deadwing Dork TV channel, so I'll watch it again. If you're not familiar, he's an individual, Synthetic Man is, an individual who, for a while, Synthetic Man has been making, you know, sort of culture war video essay reviews and stuff like that, calling various things woke, saying that they are humiliation rituals for, I guess, white people or men or something. You know, I mostly thought that his reviews were some kind of rage bait, you know, just looking for attention, looking for views, and I didn't really want to pay too much attention to it, until, yeah, recently there was one where, I mean, I think it became more clear that it's like, it's one of those situations where it's like, if he's just rage baiting, it's still kind of sad, it's still kind of embarrassing. It was the Fallout TV show review, a show that everybody was liking, generally. I think it's been, you know, outside of some lore stuff with the Fallout games, it's been very well received. And, you know, it doesn't have a lot of... one of the things that it does very well, in fact, is the diversity. It's got a fairly diverse cast, and it's handled extremely. It's not shoved in your face. It's not Batwoman. It's not Ghostbusters, whatever. It's none of that, you know. And so people were a little surprised to see Synthetic Man shitting on it and calling it woke and saying, there is a trans actor, therefore woke. And it's like,
I remember seeing, notorious right-wing bigot Chud Logic who hates and beats women. I saw him talking about that, and, he's further right than me, I would say, considerably, but, he was still just like, bro, what the hell do these people, what do you want? What does this guy want from this show? It's just the actor is just black. What's your problem? You're just racist. I don't understand this. So it really, on all sides, it comes across as very bizarre, when very early on in the Fallout review, he starts bringing up interracial divorce statistics, which I guess is relevant because Walton Goggins' character is married to a black lady, and also there's another, he literally uses the word race mixing in the video, which is, and he seems to say it without any kind of irony or anything, so I mean, it's a very interesting video. Most people have not been on the side of that guy, and so that's been on the back burner for a bit. I've wanted to watch that as a Fallout show fan, as a fan of the games. Sorry to Bane and Tristan, because I'm realizing now that I was going to have them on the stream. We'll have to watch some more stuff from Synthetic Man at some point. But evidently, he's gotten into some kind of fucking issue with Moist Critical just recently, in the last day or two. I guess Critical might have called him a loser for one of his many loser takes. And, I guess he's either not into being called a loser for his opinions, or he's, trying to become like a lolcow for more attention. It seems like the guy wants attention. That was my first instinct, was guy wants attention. I mean, like, maybe that's still part of it, but, I mean, as we know here, it's like one of the slogans on this channel. It's like, just because they're doing it for attention, ironic shitposting is still shitposting. Just because he's maybe he is trying to just be a retard on the internet. Maybe he himself is the public humiliation ritual, maybe. But, I guess we'll start with the Fallout review. That was, sort of the big one. People have talked about it. You've probably seen people talk about it at this point. Where did he remove the original? Did he remove the... Hang on. God damn it. Because it's all people responding to him now. That's the problem. Did he remove the fucking... I'm playing into the issue. Oh, no, it's still here. It's just not popping up in the results. Yeah, so there's a video here about the FF7 Rebirth game where it's Tifa with her tits out in the bikini scene with like a, I guess, unattractive middle-aged black lady NPC standing next to her in the picture. And I guess the video is like about how some parts of it are good, some parts of it are bad. So it just kind of comes across like, yeah, there were good parts, like when Tifa had her tits out, but then there were bad parts, like all the black people. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure that's not what he intended for this to look like. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I mean, maybe it is. I mean, this is what we can probably expect. But this is the original video that sort of got the ball rolling for Synthetic Man, the extended, again, public humiliation of Synthetic Man was this video. Everyone kind of hated it. Did everyone hate it? Somewhat positive. Surprising number of people have been on par with on board with this video. I mean, I guess the racists have to watch someone, and that's fine. But this would be that would be the response there. I would say more negative than than not. For YouTube, this is pretty bad. Like, I mean, the thing is it's just under 50-50, but for YouTube, like a 90% like ratio, it will be like someone's most controversial video. So, like, what is this, like a 56, maybe? Or like a 46? Yeah, that's bad. That is pretty bad. I mean, but I guess, It's got some response. Some people are vibing with it. Maybe it's got some points in it. Maybe it's got some good points.
The much-anticipated Fallout TV adaptation has finally released. And who am I kidding? We all knew this would be bad. Is anyone surprised? I mean, a single person. I made a video just reacting to the first trailer and knew this would be an absolute butchering. And why is that? Well, not just because it's Amazon, and we all know from Rings of Power and various other shows they made that they really don't care about the source material of any series.
I mean, and you get a lot of these... This is the sort of, like, I want to see, like, an iceberg of, like, or I don't know what it would be, like a galaxy brain meme, something like that, of film criticism, because, like, the very tip of it would be, Netflix made this movie! Yeah, dude, I'm sure Jeffrey Bezos himself, John Jeffrey Bezos Jingleheimer Schmidt was there every step of the way, approving every decision. He was the one they looked to ask what color the ghoul's blood was. It was him. He just looked at them and he went, green? And that was him. I'm sure. Amazon made this, smiley face. That's not really how it works, genius, but, you know, sure. Amazon made this.
Or in various other shows they made, that they really don't care about the source material of any series, franchise, no matter how beloved. I mean, if they didn't care about Lord of the Rings, they sure as hell were not going to care about Fallout. But not just that, we know Bethesda doesn't care about Fallout, at least the lore, the canon.
Well, that's the more surprising part of it, is that Bethesda hasn't ever made anything worth a shit from Fallout outside of, like, publishing New Vegas. So that is the surprising fact there, is that they were, I guess, part... I mean, I have to assume they're the one... I'm operating under the assumption that they're the reason why anything bad is in the show. I'm gonna assume that it was Pete Hines and fucking... What's his name? Emil? And it was Todd Howard, and they were all the ones. They were all in there going, yeah, blow up Shady Sands! Yeah, it's gonna set up the next game! And they were just gonna make they were gonna make a 10 out of 10 Fallout show, and now it's like an 8 out of 10 because of them. That's my headcanon. It's probably not true. That's what I'm choosing to believe.
Anything that they weren't directly involved with, and honestly, in some cases, even some of their
Someone says, I liked Fallout 3, fight me. Listen, I'm not gonna fight you. That would be very poor form to beat up a retard.
Their games, they don't care about continuity in the least bit. Now, for the sake of maintaining relevancy, I'm only going to review the first episode in this video, and I'll review the whole season next week. Every single episode dropped at the same time, so on the one hand, that's totally a good thing, because this will be gone and forgotten in no time flat. Because I don't think anyone who's a real fan of Fallout is going to...
Well, unfortunately, that is kind of true, because they did that stupid fucking thing that the One Piece show did, where it just dropped all the episodes at once. So everybody talked about it for a news cycle, and then moved on. When are they gonna... Like, I am amazed that that was a thing for as long as it was, because it really should not be a thing anymore, because it's like, wow... The internet moves a little bit too fucking fast to talk about Daredevil Season 3 for longer than, like, a day or two, man. Like, you gotta space these episodes out a little bit. That's what Doctor Who has continued to do, and, you know, the dialogue, the discourse over gay makeout sessions on camera has been lively for weeks. It's been great.
Consider this canon, especially because of all of the retcons, inconsistencies. It's obvious the showrunners didn't give a single shit about the Fallout.
Listen, I've played enough. I've played so much of Fallout 3 that I have been... I remember I made a point of going to every single marked location on the map when I was playing it on the PS3 in, like, 2010. And I have earned my right to say, fuck that shit.
Universe, yet Todd Howard said this is canon. I fucking hate Todd Howard at this point. I don't care if he's not directly involved with any of Bethesda's projects and he's basically just a glorified salesman, the face of the company. Doesn't matter. He's still taking the fucking blame. So before I start spoiling
I remember watching Papa Gut watch this video, like, back when it was newer, and just being... Because he's, I guess, not into, you know, Bethesda. He doesn't know the lore. I don't mean the Fallout lore. I mean Todd Howard lore and everything. So it's like... Yeah, it's a little bit, you know, I remember him just being like, why the fuck, this is so childish, why would you blame Todd Howard if he's not involved? Yeah, there's reasons.
there's reasons, like the fact that these games have been using the same engine for like 25 years, or you know, like the fact that he keeps hiring his fucking friends who have like no. I remember that was one of the big complaints with Fallout and Oblivion, was that he had like the guy that did the animations, like the main animation guy, was just like Todd Howard's fucking friend who was like not really very good, and that's why all of the animations in those games look like a hot fucking pile of shit. And it's because Todd Howard's just like hiring people for nepotism or whatever. I don't know if that's fully true necessarily, but all I'm saying, yeah, there's a reason why people fucking hate Todd Howard. I can give him this one.
Thing in the intro, we might as well just get.
It's a bittersweet hatred. We kind of love him too. I mean, we do love him. I love Todd Howard, but also fuck that guy. He sucks. You know,
the
it's
breakdown.
one of those. It's one of
so
those.
episode 1 begins.
It's like all of the autistic people with Super Mario Logan. It's like that.
In 2077, right before the bombs drop, we see Walton Goggins playing one of the main characters, the Ghoul. Yes, they literally call him the Ghoul when there are thousands.
You're literally agreeing with him. Why is he getting shit? Well, I'm agreeing with like 2 points. He's also just a retard, though. He's complaining that Amazon made this, quote unquote, which is like, no. They just put the show on there. Rings of Power is really not fucking relevant to this show's production whatsoever. This is also the beginning of the video, and I'm pause-andying it really hard, so frankly,
Perhaps you shouldn't cast stones from your glass house, sir.
Tins of ghouls at
he's now complaining. Here's another part that's stupid.
And right before the bombs drop, we see Walton Goggins playing one of the main characters, the Ghoul. Yes, they literally call him the Ghoul when there are thousands of ghouls at minimum in the Fallout universe.
This guy has never watched a movie before, now I'm convinced, because it's just that standard, like, Western naming kind of, you know, thing where they just
The Man,
you know, and it's capital T, capital M. Like, that's his name, is the Ghoul. Yeah, there's other fucking ghouls. Yeah. He is the Ghoul, though. He is the main Ghoul. That's the point of why he's called that, is because he is the fucking big dick daddy dom fuck Ghoul. He's the main Ghoul. He fucks all of your mothers. You know? And some people are just like, I've seen other people like, why is it called the Ghoul? There's other ghouls. You're fucking stupid. This is why people talk about media literacy. It's like, if you just never, like, watch a Clint Eastwood movie, maybe you'll fucking figure it out.
He is the Ghoul. But as of right now, he is Cooper Howard, a Marine veteran who is famous for something. I don't think they explained it in this scene, but
nobody but me has pointed out that his last name is Howard, by the way. Fuck you, Todd.
They imply he played some kind of cowboy character. I don't know if it's for commercials or military propaganda. And now he just does birthday parties.
I think they do say what he did. It's worth noting, as he said, he's only reviewing the first episode, but as he later, I'll just spoil it. He's doing this whole fucking thing where a lot of his video is just him like, well, why are they doing this? That's stupid. And it's because he didn't watch the whole show, which they all dropped at once. So there's really no excuse for him to not have done that before making this video, frankly. I mean, there's just no reason to make this video. If either don't watch it and don't talk about it, or watch it and then talk about it, but he didn't do that. A lot of these channels seem to not want to actually watch the thing that they are condemning. It reminds me of like in 2015 or whatever, when the SJWs would block people just because they happened to be associated with like Gamergate or something. It's like, you're not even gonna listen to, they might have a point that you agree with. You're not gonna listen to that? No? You're not even gonna watch the Doctor Who show. You're just gonna say it's woke because a tweet told you so. All right, that's cool. That's called thinking for yourself.
For alimony payments.
But he did watch this first episode, I guess. He didn't watch the whole thing, but at least he saw one episode of it.
And I find this even more funny because his kid is mixed race.
Chat, be careful. There is a black.
Gee, Deadwing, why are you being mean to Synthetic Man? You're agreeing with him. Well, this video doesn't take long to get stupid. That's the thing.
Or some.
It starts out pretty dumb. It's a little agreeable in one part or another. And then it starts to get pretty dumb.
I don't think they explain it in this scene, but they imply he played some kind of cowboy character. I don't know if it's for commercials or military propaganda. And now he just does birthday parties for alimony payments. And I find this even more funny because his kid...
The fall of the West. This is the thing, too. It's this, like, schizophrenic media shit where you look at anything, and it has to conform to your worldview. It's just like with fucking In Praise of Shadows, where he's like... You know, everybody that he looks at is some kind of fucking Nazi or whatever. Everybody, it has to conform to your preconceived idea that exists in your head. So everything has to be secret encoded messages. Oh, it's alimony payments, mixed race, the fall of the West. Some shit like that. Like, man, sometimes the curtains are fucking blue, dude. I don't know.
Is mixed race. So his black wife divorced him, and now he plays fucking birthday parties. How black-pilling is that? And at the risk of getting a shit ton...
Yeah, apparently his God of War Ragnarok video is also cancer. Like, yeah, even V people are not... Well, speaking as former V people... Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what this guy's going off about.
Dislikes from normies, just like my review of the first episode of The Last of Us. I find this even more funny because if you know anything about...
Let's keep the ironic racism to a minimum, everybody.
Let's keep the real racism to a maximum.
Marriage statistics, you would know that white male...
What's that?
I find this even more funny because if you know anything about marriage statistics, you would know that white male, black female actually has the...
You know, chat... The video's about Fallout. That's the thing, is like, whatever point you think he's making here, it's like a sir, this is a Wendy's moment. You know? I mean, it's... Somebody joked that this guy is like the conservative in Praise of Shadows, and I didn't really see it, because it's not the same context, he's not doing a call-out video, but I kind of see overlap, because it is like... We clicked on the video for a Fallout review, and you're giving us interracial divorce rates. What the fuck is this? I feel like I was debated. What's going on?
Lowest divorce rates. So in a way, you could almost say this is anti-propaganda, but I still think it's promoting race mixing as
You know, that might be the case, sir, I suppose.
Basically, every show on television does. Mixing. You know, for as woke as video games are these days...
Well, I don't know that he would say that he isn't racist, necessarily, if you asked him. Maybe he hasn't denied that. I mean, like, that would be like a just say you're racist thing, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna do... It might be one of those race realists. Like, this is the unfortunate thing, is that some of the lefties are right when they talk about how, like... How we define racism is somewhat inaccurate, and we think of racism as, like, a cop, you know, beating up a black guy or something, but no, racism can be a whole systemic thing, racism can be a lot of things, and so you get people that are race realists that are, like, trying to redefine it, and you get people that are, you know, critical race theorists that are trying to redefine it, and it's all just a very contentious issue that nobody's really doing a great job with at this point. And I think a lot of people would benefit if they would be open to just saying that they are racists, you know? Like, just, yeah, it's fine. I mean, I don't think you can be banned from YouTube just for being a racist. Like, it's the actions of a racist that will get you banned, right? Same with the fucking pronouns guy. It's like, you probably aren't going to get banned just for being a transphobe, and if you do... Well, then it's a whole free speech thing, right? Like, I'm not allowed to have an opinion kind of deal. The guy should just be openly racist. This clearly is, so it's like, just say it, you know? It's the same thing. It's anybody who thinks you're a anybody who already thinks you're a racist is not going to be surprised, and they're not going to be, like, any more turned off of you if you fucking just admit it. And all the people who are on your side are probably not going to be like, wait, you're a racist? Oh... I thought we were talking about anti-race mixing for the right reasons, but I guess I just threw in with a bad crowd. My bad.
TV and movies.
No, I think everybody's on the fucking level here, man.
Every show on television does. You know, for as woke as video games are these days, TV and movies blow the gaming industry out of the water.
That's just so not true, too. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. I mean, like, what? You get the odd fucking bigot sandwiches line, but... I guess he must just be like a Grums retweeter. He must be one of those people who thinks that women shouldn't have jaws.
Although that being said, have you seen the fucking face on Joanna Dark? It's like they're trying to make these people angry. I mean, she looks very masculine, let's just say. And I mean, there's a lot of women who do look that way. It's fine. It's not inherently a problem, but it's just like, man, the optics of this are gonna destroy the left. You gotta be careful, guys.
Basically, every streaming show I've tried to watch with my mother has had some form of propaganda in it, and usually multiple types, whether it's race-related, gender-related.
There's not a lot of games that really do this. It's a lot more common in movies and TV. I mean, that definitely does you get infinite fucking Charlie's Angels reboots and shit that are, you know, girl power and all of that. Not quite so common in gaming, and a lot of the time when it is done in games, it's like a little better. Maybe this was just trying to, like, I think this was just probably trying to leech onto the Sweet Baby thing, most likely. As if Sweet Baby is the reason why the Fallout TV show is bad or something.
LGBT related, it's usually all of the above. But anyway, getting back to Fallout, the rich guy who's hosting the birthday party calls Walton Goggins a communist because he won't stick his thumb up.
Actually, the black guy said it.
In reference to the...
Thanks for keeping track of their races. I'm glad this guy's keeping a running tally of all the different races.
Supposes...
Just careful you don't cross those numbers. You don't want to get them mixed.
Safe distance from a nuclear bomb, implying that Walton Goggins opposes the war with China. Nothing really comes of this. This whole scene is obviously supposed to give you an idea what the retro future culture of 2077 looks like, but if a modern Marxist rewrote history and added diversity everywhere. Now, it's not like in the original...
A modern Marxist, as if... What is that, like, so what does that mean? A rewrote history?
Opposes the war with China. Nothing really comes of this. This whole scene is obviously supposed to give you an idea what the retro future culture of 2077 looks like, but if a modern Marxist rewrote history and added diversity everywhere.
It's like, but that's the future. That's in this scenario, that's what the future is. It's not like they went back... It's not like they teleported back to the 50s and they're trying to pretend the world was a whole bunch more diverse than it actually was. Like, you know, like I don't know, well, I mean, the world was diverse. That's a poor choice of words, but I don't know if that's exactly what they're doing here. This is just the future. The future happens to have black people in it, and he's upset about that.
Now, it's not like in the original Fallout games, all the characters were white, but there's something uncanny about this whole thing. We'll put it at that. I'm not going to make a huge deal over it. So anyway...
It's uncanny that there's black people. I just don't know what you mean. Because I know what he means. Like, I've described this. Where it's like you see some TV shows and you go like, oh... Like, even, I mentioned Doctor Who was one where, like, you see some of the last 10 years of Doctor Who, let's say, or 15, and some of the time the Doctor would arrive and it would be like a college admissions pamphlet. It would be like, it's like the fucking Noah's Ark. They got one of each race and fucking gender and, like, age and it's, like, obvious what they're doing, right? But that's not really... This is just a party with some people at it. I don't know what he means here, necessarily. It really kind of does come off as just, I'm upset that I guess that there's blacks on the screen. That's what he's upset about.
Shortly after the first nuke drops on LA, the rich guy punches his...
Okay, I'm banning Mr. Why is streamers so quiet. That's a very cute meme. I appreciate it. I like the way you were here earlier doing that funny meme, and now you're back doing the funny meme. That's great. Keep doing that funny meme.
Black friend not letting him in their fallout shelter, and Walton Goggins...
Why does it matter that the friend is black?
Rides off on a horse with his daughter on the back, as if you could fucking outrun a nuke. They literally just told us in the previous scene the safe distance is the size of a thumb. I think that explosion might be a little bit bigger than that.
This show's so stupid. They can't outrun the nuke. I'm smarter than the TV show. They aren't gonna outrun the nuke. That's stupid.
That's you. That's how you sound. I just drew you as the soy jack, bitch.
I know they did this to have a really dramatic scene, but it just comes across incredibly idiotic, especially since 3 more nukes drop.
Yeah, why don't he just parry the nuke? What the hell?
One which is within a mile of the house. Whatever. So anyway, moving on, we fast forward to the present, and I want to point out, this takes place...
Yeah, no, he had expected them to, I guess... I mean, I don't know, it feels like very natural human response to try to run even if there's no point. Like... You know, you got your daughter there, you're gonna probably do your best to run, right? Like, if you think there's even a bit of a chance. But this guy, I mean, that probably didn't enter into his mind. And maybe that's a stylistic choice they picked to show the desperation of the situation. Like, wow, this is really happening. Even though we've just explained how futile this is, I'm still going to run to try to protect my daughter.
No, it's stupid, bro. They're not gonna outrun the bomb, bro. They're fucking dumb.
After all of the games.
Wise words from Synthetic Man.
And more importantly, 15 years after Fallout New Vegas.
No, you could have just called the police on the bomb. Like, what's going on here?
I want to remember that.
This is so unrealistic.
Considering this takes place on the West Coast. So now we meet our true protagonist, Lucy, a resident of Vault 33, which I guess was another...
Of course, she's a woman.
...control vault. Either that or it's some kind of multi-vault experiment. As they fail to adequately explain in the show, Vault 31, 32, and 33 are all directly connected to each other. And so Lucy is applying for an arranged marriage with one of the other vaults. They show off all of her various skills. And of course, she just so happens to be good at basically everything. Definitely not a Mary Sue, guys. And
I mean, she's really not, though, because he didn't watch the show. I guess he didn't get out of the vault with her, where it's revealed that she's just a bumbling fucking dumbass who doesn't know her ass from her fucking tea kettle. She's, like, put all of her stats into things that aren't charisma or survival, basically. And that's, sort of the, you know, the result there. She's got a lot of agility and athletics, and she can shoot guns, maybe, but she can't, you know, really function other than that, sort of. It's sort of like this is based on a series where people have, you know, strengths and weaknesses. Or also you could argue it's sort of like you should watch the whole show before you complain about it. It's not like the whole it would be different if the show came out episode by episode and it's like, this is your reaction. Okay, whatever. This is the information presented to you in the first episode. But the whole show's there. You're gonna make a video, just make the fucking video be about the whole show. Why are you saying she has no weaknesses? Half of the fucking series is her trying to overcome the fact that she's a retard. What are you on about?
Of course she gets approved. We find out her father is the overseer, her younger brother is this tiny, huge-nosed, cowardly,
yeah, she's like 10 luck, that's her thing. So keep close watch on this here.
Overseer, her younger brother is this tiny, huge-nosed, cowardly, incompetent beta male.
You know, he's huge-nosed, he's cowardly, he's sneaky. You know, it's, what are you getting at?
And also that Lucy fooled around with her cousin.
Messing around with your cousin, it's all well and good for kids, but...
Yeah, I will say they did hammer this home a bit too much. It's like, they make the one joke. It's fine, it's vaults. There's gonna be some weird incest shit, maybe, fine, I can accept that. They make this joke like 3 or 4 times. It's enough with the incest joke. It's like they thought we wouldn't get it.
It's not a sustainable long-term sexual practice, you know?
Who, despite being a tall...
Is this Deus Ex music? I think this is like the UNATCO theme or something, isn't it?
All kind of more Chad-looking dude, is also a complete coward, worthless pussy. Get used to hearing that. And so the members of Vault 33 meet up with the members of Vault 32, and we find...
Remember, they're trying to emasculate the men or whatever, guys. The men are weak. They're feminizing the West.
Out her soon-to-be husband is actually a white guy and not ugly. Shocking. But don't worry, they ruined that pretty shortly. At the wedding, Lucy asks her new husband Monty what his sperm count is.
Well, he likes Dragon Ball because it's not woke. It's got only white people. That's the characters that are in Dragon Ball. It's white people. And aliens, I guess. But, you know, that's fine. They're not black, at least. So she's asking him his sperm count because that's probably important for the, you know, continued existence of survival and yada yada yada, all that. Why has he got a problem with that?
At the wedding, Lucy asks her new husband Monty what his sperm count is. You know, I think I'm actually starting to like this girl. And even more based, as soon as they get back to her room, Monty strips naked and they just straight up have sex. So I guess
this is the way he likes his women, I guess. Yeah.
Thing came out of this show.
He doesn't want to have to really work for it or do anything to have to like it's funny. I mean, it's just a little joke there, but it's just funny. Like, guy walks in, immediately wins woman, and that's the one thing he's praised about the show so far. It's like, finally something I can get behind. What happened to all the stuff that wasn't realistic before? I guess that's fine, though. I see.
But of course, everything goes to shit, as the Big Schnoz little brother soon discovers.
Big Schnoz little brother.
One of the members of Vault 32 is dead.
Oy vey, what is he getting at here?
Rotting. And it turns out raiders somehow got into Vault 32, killed everyone, and Lucy gets...
You know the little brother character was in fucking the Hannah Montana show, too? He was... When I initially saw him, I thought he had to be a dick ass. That was the exact wording I used, was, oh, look at this guy, his face, he's gonna be a dick ass, but... Surprisingly good character, not a dick ass. I like that character.
Stabbed, but she manages to save herself in the most cliche.
Was he a dick ass in the Hannah Montana show?
Hollywood way possible by smashing a glass on his head and then like slicing his face. She heals herself with a stim pack and then heads into the armory and grabs a fucking...
I like these reviews that just like basically just explain the whole plot of the episode. It's like, this isn't really a review as much as just a... you know, an overview with some editorializing. I guess it counts as a review. I feel like a review would be... I don't know if he would even call this a review, necessarily. Not necessarily. I don't know what you would call this. It's kind of lazy regurgitation of, like, for other people who also don't want to watch the show and form an opinion about it. Which, it makes sense with some things. Like, I admit, I didn't watch the Rings of Power show because everything I saw from it looked fucking stupid, but I don't know, most of the stuff from the Fallout show looks pretty good, so it's pretty odd to me that people wouldn't want to at least watch the first episode. You'll probably enjoy it more than this weirdo did, and probably want to keep watching. It's like, I do get it. You don't need to watch Velma to know you don't want to watch Velma, but, I mean, in this scenario... It's like the whole show is there, and it generally looks pretty good. It's getting good reviews. You might as well just watch it, frankly. But he didn't, and so I guess for the people that watch him, that the idealized, like the platonic ideal of the person that would watch this video would be someone who goes, thank God, now I don't have to watch this show myself, because Synthetic Man watched it for me and told me all of the plot points. And misrepresented a lot of it, and crammed in interracial marriage statistics, I guess. You know, talk about an educational experience.
Trank gun. I guess all the real guns were already gone. And she witnesses a bunch of her friends get horrifically murdered, men just getting the absolute shit beat out of them. The only competent males at all are the raiders. But her pregnant best friend, after getting stabbed in the eye with a full...
This is what you're like... It's the same behavior as the, like, turbo wokes from 10 years ago, or even now, but especially for... I keep pausing on all the frames of gore. This is good. Well, kind of gore. 10 years ago... Yeah, every game had to be, like, in some way supporting the patriarchy. We had to dismantle the patriarchy of Mario rescuing Peach. That was no longer allowed. And it's like, sometimes it's just Pac-Man and Ms. Pac-Man. Sometimes we don't need the 10-hour video essay about how Ms. Pac-Man is, like, subservient to whatever. Like, we don't need that. Sometimes it's not that deep. And it's the same thing here of, like, I don't know, man. There's not a competent male, quote unquote, in the first like 5 minutes, and he's like he's shitting his pants. I just settle down. Not everything is an attack on you and your fucking existence. What is wrong with you?
Gets a hold of an SMG and starts mowing down raiders. Wow! My god, it's Wolfenstein 2 all over again. This is the cringiest shit ever, seeing pregnant women be badass. I fucking hate this propaganda. It is so transparent. Whatever, moving on. Lucy's husband turns out to still be...
I mean, it wasn't like badass necessarily. I guess it was. It was just she got a gun and shot people. I mean... She was, like, stabbed. Other people got stabbed and stuff too. I don't know. I like that character. She was like a weird, manipulative, crazy bitch or something. You know, she was kind of funny every time she was on screen. I don't know. I don't really. Again, it's like some sort of political slight against him to see like a pregnant woman shooting a gun or something. I guess I don't know. It didn't really clock on the radar. I guess it's kind of like that scene from Wolfenstein 2, but that was significantly more embarrassing, and they were trying to like fetishize her. They literally had lines about her being like horny that she was pregnant, and then then the scene was like her naked with her fucking tits out, pregnant, shooting a bunch of Nazis or something, and it was supposed to be like, get owned, MAGA hat chuds, or something. It was like, that was a little bit different than this random, like, one-shot throwaway moment in the beginning of the first episode of the Fallout show. I don't know. Pretty different to me.
Alive and almost kills her, but her dad manages to save her, being the only competent male in the show. And Lucy gets
competent male!
See how brutal he is, which I'm pretty sure is implying that
he's the only competent male in the show. Which is funny that he says that, because this is the episode where we have no real, no real time with the ghoul.
Guys, why is he called the ghoul? Newsflash, Bethesda, there's like a bunch of ghouls. It's like a Drew Gooden joke or something. It's just like, why would they say that? There is a bunch of ghouls. I am very smart. Yeah, you're very wise. But, yeah, the ghoul is a fairly competent male, I would say. Maximus winds up being a very competent male toward the end of it. But, of course, he did not watch the whole show. So he's whining about just the intro scene. This is why people talk about reactionaries. It's like, occasionally you get one, and it's this, and it's literally just like, they see one frame happening, and they go, there's a black! Oh my god! Oh my god!
It's been to the surface before, but all of the survivors managed to get captured anyway. We see that the Latina overseer is the real villain of the show. Yeah,
guys, she's Latina. Did you know she's not white?
This middle-aged brown woman.
She's brown.
Is supposed to be this mega badass.
Yeah,
evil.
see, if she was white, she would be able to be a badass, but she's brown, so this is just unrealistic.
Raider we're supposed to be intimidated by. Modern media is
I would not be intimidated by her because she's brown.
Such a joke. We're not even halfway through the episode, and I already don't want to watch anymore, but fuck it, let's just get through this. Evil Raider Chick gives the Overseer an ultimatum. Either choose his daughter Lucy, or choose the rest of the residents of the vault. Obviously, he chooses his daughter, but instead of killing all the others, the Raiders just kidnap the dad, and then just let the others run away as a bomb timer goes off. Oh.
Yeah, that was fucking stupid, actually. I don't know why they did that. I mean, that was a very unknown thing that they put into the script. It's like, you could have just not had those characters there. Why they had to run away? What the point of... It's like fake tension. I don't know about that.
And Raider Bitch reveals that she knows Lucy's mom. Wow, what a mystery. I'm so intrigued. What the fuck was the point of this?
Most people were intrigued by that
scene. Alright, now we get to meet our final main character, Maximus. And it's another pussy-ass black guy. You know, it's one thing that every single TV show, movie, and now video game has a diverse cast, but do you have to have every black man be a fucking pussy?
Synthetic Man only wants the chattest, alphaest, biggest, dickest black man that he can find. He doesn't want pussy, beta, bitch black men. He wants big, strong, alpha black men that can put him in his place. That's what we've learned from this video.
Modern media, you know, as harsh as I was on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, at least Barret is a cool character, okay? You can sell me on a diverse character. If they're cool, if they just act like a person, but they happen to have a different color of skin, you know, I know this is very stereotypical shit that basically everyone said by now, but it's true. It doesn't...
Yeah, but I don't know if I really... I don't know what would have to be different for someone like Barret for him to not be upset. I mean... It's like, I guess it doesn't matter because that whole game was woke, according to him. So, I mean, he's just upset about everything, I guess, is the image he wants to portray here, is that he's just very mad about a lot of things for no reason. Or not even mad, but just like, I don't know, like very aware. He's woke. What he is he's woke. He's counter woke. He's very aware of the political realities of interracial divorce statistics. I mean, this is very... It's like when you watch... this is so unhinged. It's like when you watch a video that's supposed to be about a TV show and it starts talking about how white men are evil, you know? Or how I fucking hate Trump or something like that, you know? It's like, I clicked on the video to know about the Fallout show. I didn't necessarily click on it to learn about interracial divorce statistics. What the fuck?
No matter how many times
or any of this like whining about but competent man, just what's wrong with the show? Everything that's wrong with it is identity politics. That's what's wrong with it.
It's accurate. And yeah, so he gets hazed by all the other Brotherhood of Steel initiates, and he gets saved by a trans man. I'm not joking, dude. There's probably gonna be some coping and seething, but no, that is not a tomboy, that is not a masculine female. No, that is a woman who identifies as a man. You know it to be true.
Well, I mean... I guess, again, to a certain... It's like speaking a different language, because it is just like, for most people that watch this, it's like listening to someone, like, speak a language you don't understand. It's question marks. What the fuck what do you mean? Okay, so there's a person who's maybe is trans, okay. And? Is that like do they have a trans awakening for 5 episodes in the middle of the fucking Fallout show? Or, like, are they just there? Oh, they're just there? Oh, okay. But if you speak the language that he speaks, which is, I guess, like racism or whatever, bigotry, I guess, you see that and you're just, I know. I mean, what the joke is, like, they put a woman in the game, it's woke now, but that is... I mean, legitimately, it is just they hired a trans person. It's woke. There is a black man, and it's woke. Well, no, it's a weak pussy bitch black man. He's not a big dick alpha male 17-inch BBC black man, which is the way synthetic man likes his black man. Those are the good ones. No, it's, I mean, yeah, if you speak the right language, I guess you pick up on all the, I guess, dog whistles or whatever you'd call it, but for like 90% of people, you watch this, it's just like, I guess not 90%. I mean, you gotta assume this is buffeted by his audience, but yeah, some people were vibing with this message, I guess, this general, there's like 14,000 people, maybe it's botted, or maybe there's like some, mass upvoting going on to show support. But, it seems like a good number of people are supporting this sort of thing, which is, it just does seem to just be woke. It's just woke whining, but in reverse. I mean, people talk about reverse racism or whatever. This is reverse wokeism. This is just SJW frothing at the mouth from 10 years ago, but it's it's looking the other direction now. So, I mean, it's insane, silly nonsense that people probably shouldn't be taking that seriously.
And she's more of a man than Maximus is. This is fucking embarrassing. Whatever. Anyway, moving on. I have to get through this, guys. I can't take it anymore. Everything I love has been destroyed. Let's just fast forward through the rest of this episode. Okay, so another...
Yeah, apparently Synthetic Man loves Fuda and dated a black girl in high school. That's what I've learned from chat, by the way. This video where he complains about trans people and black interracial marriages or whatever. Yeah, he dated a black girl and he loves Fuda. That's what chat has informed me. I don't know how true that is, but... interesting!
Another Pridwin shows up. Maybe it's the same Pridwin from Fallout 4. I don't know. They don't confirm or deny in this episode. We see some Brotherhood Knights in T60 power armor show up, and I don't know, it looks okay. I know some people are like, it looks like shitty cosplay. I think the costumes look okay. It's when there's CGI that it looks bad. In the next scene, Maximus and the girl boy sneak away and look at some power armor.
Like, and this is the problem, is that if you did directly ask this guy if he's transphobic, he would deny it probably until the fucking cows come home, but... I mean, it's just like, you can just say it. Just say it. Just admit it. I don't know. Like, if you, like... Maybe he would, and it's like respect to you if you are openly willing to admit that instead of doing this fucking like, oh no, I'm just trying to push your buttons, man. Like, just say what you are. It's fine. You can be like those people on that website. Just be proud. It's fine. Just be proud of it. Everybody is gonna be super on board with your beliefs. And just be openly proud of the type of person you are, and everybody will support you. It's great,
And Maximus is a flashback to when he was saved by the Brotherhood of Steel. Then we see the Initiate's
He
place.
calls trans people disgusting mutants in another video. I see. Well, maybe he would openly admit it then. I mean, I suppose. But, yeah, I'm of the controversial opinion. It's like, it's distasteful, but, I mean, that's not exactly hate speech or anything. Well, maybe that's pretty bad, but I don't know, this sort of girl-boy thing, it's disrespectful, distasteful, but, I don't know, it's not like, I'm not out here like, get rid of his channel! No. This is just maybe, he's kind of a retard. I mean, but he's allowed to be a retard, I guess. I mean, at this point in time. Maybe he said other worse things. If he's actually calling for, like, death on people or something, then that'd be pretty bad, but... Yeah, I mean, this is just, keep the video up so everybody can do what I'm doing and laugh at it.
Some brick ball? Look, I know they're trying to be cute about, like, oh, post-apocalypse, they don't understand how sports work, but really throwing bricks into a fucking square hoop? And we learn some of the initiates.
Maybe they don't have fucking balls. Maybe they don't have the ability to... But yeah, the Fallout TV show doesn't have balls. There you go. That should have been... There was an easy joke there you could have made. You could put it in your... there you go. You take it for free. Put it in your... Change your title. It'd be great. Maybe they don't have, like, people that are willing to make fucking rubber basketballs and footballs and shit in the post-apocalypse. Because, like, all their resources have to go towards, like, important things. So they got just debris lying around and whatever. Brick ball. It's fine. That works. Sure. That's a weird thing to even complain about, really. It's, I mean, I guess it's a little weird. I guess it's a slightly strange thing. His criticisms are so bizarre. It's nothing like, this shot goes on too long. The composition is bad. He hasn't mentioned how they overuse fucking licensed music in the show. Like, there was one part where they are playing a licensed song, and then it, like, fades out, and then basically immediately another licensed song begins. Within a few seconds of it ending or something. He doesn't mention that, nothing that's, like, a real, like, critique that isn't just, it's woke! I mean, you at least watch the first episode, don't you really... I guess he's trying, some of it, I mean, like, Brick Ball, I guess he's trying... But the things, it's like watching somebody like that Lights Camera Jackson guy that YMS looked at. It's like you have identified the types of things that some reviewers might complain about. But like not exactly correctly. Like, I don't know, the brick ball thing. It's like you're trying to be a film critic and complain about things. But it's not really it's not quite it. It's like an alien trying to wear a human skin suit.
Have been chosen to be squires, and of course Maximus doesn't get chosen, but the girl boy does. And so the next morning, as G.I. Jane puts on her boots, a trap placed inside her boot shreds her leg. And to no surprise, Maximus is blamed for this and taken away to be interrogated. Back at Vault 33, Lucy tries to get the council to send out a search party for her dad, but the fat black soy jack on the council is too chicken shit, as is the rest of them, and so Lucy teams up with Big Schnoz and Sweet Home Alabama to leave the vault themselves. Of course, her brother, being a massive pussy, won't go with her. Her cousin actually wants to, but she knows he's incredibly incompetent and also a coward, so she tranks him and leaves.
A bunch of people who have been raised in the, like... It's, again, if you watched beyond the first episode, he'd see that the rest of the show goes into the fact that they're, like, vault people are like a bunch of fucking cushy 1%ers, basically, that are like forced, I mean, literally and figuratively, because there's more to that, I mean, with the plot at the end, but vault people are essentially, they've got the cushy, easy life in their vault and don't have to deal with how hard it is in the wasteland. So of course they're all a bunch of fucking pussy, pansy, bitch cowards. People had a problem with the Council of Soy Jacks that runs the vault, too. I loved the Soy Jack Council. They were great. That was great. Of course, because it's like a community run by Reddit. It's brilliant. It's a great moment. It's like, this is what happens when you let people be too safe, I guess.
Leaves the vault by herself. Now, this is where the show jumps the shark. We find out that Vault 33 is located next to Venice Beach, in the heart of the Boneyard. Now, if you know anything about Fallout lore, you would know that the NCR dominated this territory, brought civilization back.
You start to get into, like, lore complaints, which is more reasonable. Again, things about the lore and, like, Bethesda. Sure, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why they had to change so much of the lore. Because it's one of those things where it doesn't appear like it's really done in service of anything. It just kind of seems like they fucked with it just cuz. It's not, I mean, at least at this point, it doesn't seem like it's really leading to anything. It's just kind of like, well, you know, I mean, I guess it's leading to stuff. There's New Vegas happening, but it's not exactly the way people want it to happen. I don't know, it just kind of feels like they're trying to do it for the sake of being, shaking things up a little bit, you know, pushing people's buttons. So, yeah, lore changes, sure. It's not like they're necessary for the plot of the series to happen. They could have structured the series around the actual lore of the games a little better. But they did just make, like, huge sweeping changes to shit, and it's like, well, I don't know that that was necessary, really. You know, at least within the story that we got, I feel like we could have had the same story without them doing that, you know? So, I mean, more or less the same story. A few details would probably be different, but more or less it would be about the same story, and, yeah, so that's maybe this is a fair complaint, sure, but this is getting into the weeds a little bit if you haven't played the game.
To it. There is no way in hell that Vault 33 was not contacted over the course of 100 years. And of course, to address the elephant in the room, LA itself is a massive wasteland, like a featureless desert. What happened to the NCR? Well, at the time of me recording this, I was spoiled of future episodes. And apparently Shady...
Or you could have just watched it. At the time of you recording this, the entire show was available to watch, so you could have just watched it.
Sands got nuked 4 years before the events of Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, that's how you know the showrunners didn't do the research, and yet this show's
didn't do the research. This is the true Dunning-Kruger effect in action. He really thinks he's, like, caught them. This is a frequent theme in his analysis, is that he seems to think like, oh, got you! Caught you in 4K! Bet you didn't think I'd notice! Dude, they had Mr. House making quips to Big Empty Guy. I think they know the games pretty well. Like, whatever they did, it's not that they didn't do their research. They might have not given a shit, maybe, but they sure did their research. They got an actor who looks and sounds like Mr. House and acts like him and has dialogue that's like him, and, you know, they've done their research. The research was done. You could complain about the way the ghouls are represented, maybe. There's some weird choices made there. I get that they didn't want everybody to sound like a dark elf from Morrowind. You know, every ghoul in the whole show just, hey, smooth skin! You didn't want that, maybe, but, like, you know, there's also the weird ghoul juice that they have to, like, inject. I don't know. They made some weird changes that feel unnecessary, but the main one is the Shady Sands thing. But it's like, it's not that they didn't do their research. Like, you think you're just so smart, like, oh, they didn't do their research. They didn't look at New Vegas. They didn't know that game came out. Like, I think they probably knew about that game, dude. It's not that they didn't do that. You can complain about it. You can. That's not why, though. It's like they didn't do their I'm so much smarter than them. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe you would have made better decisions and made the whole cast white, I guess. But, like, you... It's not that they didn't do their research.
Canon, it's totally canon, guys, that the capital of the NCR got nuked before New Vegas. Yet it was never mentioned, and it's more than established that the NCR dominated California and brought civilization back. Fuck this show. Fuck Todd Howard. Fuck Amazon. Bethesda is so beyond dead to me.
I mean, like, I don't like the weird lore changes, but it's so autistic to, like, complain this much about. I don't know, the story... Is the story not important? Do you not care about stories? Is it all just lore pages on Wikipedia for you fucking people? Like, can't you just enjoy the fact that it's a story that's told pretty well? Like, I guess if you don't like the story, that's also fine. I mean, if it's for real reasons. But, like, you know, I don't know. Whatever, there's some fucking changes. It's stupid, sure. Ultimately, the show's pretty good, though. I'm not really fucking crying about it. I don't know. Like, I'm not over here writing up a whole fucking entry on the Wikipedia about how they fucked up the lore! Ah! Like, watch the fuck... Do you have emotions in your heart? Do you feel things when you look at a television show or watch a story or anything? Or is it all just is it like the Bible to you? Is Fallout like historical fact? This is like, or at least, at the very least, I guess it's like the Silmarillion or something. It's like the Fallout canon is just, you cannot change it. How dare you? I get it. The changes are a little dumb at this point in time. They might seem less dumb when we know more about what they're doing with them, you know? So it's also, that's an element too. But I mean, at this point, sure, you can say it's stupid. But is it really enough to ruin the whole fucking show? I think you're quite extremely silly if that's a huge deal breaker for you.
Insane. Everyone who likes Fallout 4
insane.
gets exactly what they fucking deserve with this show. What blows my mind is there's people who actually thought...
That's really overstating Fallout 4's quality there, dude. I mean, you know, this is the problem, is like, I can agree Fallout 4 is a terrible, like, when it's like, oh, they changed the story and it's Fallout 4, they changed the lore and the result is Fallout 4, like, yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe people can be mad because they made Fallout 4. I guess that's fair, right? Like, there's complaints. You know, maybe they probably changed some lore shit for Fallout 4. You can play. I'm much more on board for complaining about shit like that, because like the end result is Fallout 4. The end result of the TV show is a pretty good TV show. It's like an 8 out of 10 fucking, you know, the modern television series of consisting of 8 episodes, which isn't really television. It's like an online prestige streaming event, whatever. But whatever you fucking call it, it's like an 8 out of 10 show. You know, probably would have been better without the lore changes, though. Let's be real.
Starfield
and without all the black people
was going to be good. And even though the NCR capital was nuked, that doesn't explain how the
I think it is before New Vegas, isn't it? It is before. Because that was the argument, was that it doesn't make sense for them to be... Like, the nuking happens before New Vegas, because the argument was always that it doesn't make sense for them to be so prominent in New Vegas, in the Mojave, if their capital got nuked. It's possible that it stopped being their capital, or, like, other people have posited, like, oh, maybe there was, like, a virus, there was a drought, Shady Sands Fall wasn't necessarily a nuke. Well, I mean, it eventually got nuked, I guess, but it might have, you know, fallen over time. Something could have happened. I don't know. We really don't know yet. I mean, at this point, it's all very up in the air. Another thing, you know, it's funny how often, like, the wokeness has... They're so blinded by the anti-wokeness that they don't even see when they get a dub delivered right to them. I mean, if you'd watch the show, he'd find out, spoilers for the Fallout show... Spoilers, we're kind of already into it. Spoilers. But if you get to the end of it, you find out that one of the main villains, and probably someone who will return in some fashion in Season 2, one of the main bad guys is actually Walton Goggins' interracial divorce statistic wife. So, you know, like, can't these people just be happy that there's a bad guy who's black and just be like, yay! As a racist, I agree with...
As a racist, I am surprised by this.
You know, you'd think that they'd be able to have... It's like the Doctor Who people. You guys got a drag queen as a villain. Can't you just be like, yay! I don't like drag queens, so I'm happy with this, you know? No, it's just, it's bad. Oh, it's gotta be woke. It's like, no, you got... It's glass half empty is the problem. These people are not able to just look at the situation and you know, and make lemonade from it. That's what I'm saying.
Turn into a giant desert wasteland. But it's as simple as the showrunners didn't care. This is not made for—
Yeah, as a racist, I thought it would think you would be intrigued by such a thing, you know? You would think that such a thing would be fine
for the fans. This is made for normies who have heard of Fallout. It's made for women who won't even watch the show. And most importantly, it's made as a humiliation ritual. They will destroy everything you love, and you will do nothing about it. At best, you'll vote with your wallet and hope things get better. Yeah, that's worked out so great for us in the last decade. But whatever, I'm not gonna Fed post, because I will legitimately get—
Fed posting now. Right. Well, I mean, like, it is made for normies. It's fucking ridiculous to imagine that the show would be made for... Well, I went into it and I was very cynical, and you can see there's, like, I was, like, live talking about it when I was watching it in the movie chat on the Discord server, where I went in and I was like, why do they need to show us a fucking nuke in the first 5 minutes? God damn it, Todd Howard. Every single fucking thing that Todd Howard makes in the Fallout universe has to have a fucking actual nuke go off, because we're so dumb we'll forget what the series is. Like, Fallout 4, you gotta see the nuke. Fallout 3, you get to blow up fucking Megaton. Fallout fucking 76 is like a whole mechanic. And the TV show, I was really ready to be against that, and then it's like, well, it is a TV show. Grandmas don't know about what Fallout is, so I guess it makes sense as a TV show. Yeah, you're gonna try to get in the normies who don't know what the fuck it is. You have to keep that in mind and know that that's gonna happen, and then be okay with that. And also, Fallout's pretty damn normie to begin with. I think most people are kind of on, you know, they're on board with Fallout. I think people have heard of it at this point. You know, it's not exactly niche. He's talking about women that don't even play Fallout. I think Fallout's actually a pretty popular one with women. Actually, as one of those ones that women do tend to like. It's like The Sims. It's like a farming game, but instead of farming, you know, crops, you're blowing up raiders' heads for experience. You know. Yeah, it has to be a normie show. They all have to be. It's what television is. It's not a YouTube video. Like, this is how brain rotted people are now, where they talk about normies, and it's like, yeah, because imagine this guy living in the 70s or something, where it's just like fucking 10 TV stations, and you go to work the next day and everyone's talking about, like, MASH, and it's like, you fucking normies watching MASH! Like, yeah, it's popular. People are gonna talk about these things. You know, these are, yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't really know what he's getting at. TV is kind of a thing that everybody's gonna watch. But sure. Oh wait, we still have a bunch more to go. This video's got like, it's got several minutes left. I see.
And
it's like next 5 minutes left in this fucking thing.
We get back to Maximus, and he cries like a little baby bitch as the scribe interrogates him, accusing him of something he didn't do, and he makes almost no effort to defend himself. Eventually, he works up the courage to speak and just says he would gladly give his life for the Brotherhood, and the scribe rewards him by promoting him to squire, taking the she-man's place. Then we get a scene where
it's just like immature. It's this, like, I mean, it is like the rage bait, like pushing. Am I pushing you back? You mad? It's not. I mean, I'm not personally offended. You know, like, I don't really care when I can't pretend I personally give that much of a shit when I see people being like mean to another group. It's like, yeah, sucks for you. I wouldn't say that. I guess. I mean, if it's like a friend, you know, and they're being, you know, targeted with that sort of thing, that's different. But if it's just like a general, like, no, it doesn't really make me mad. It's just like distasteful. You look like a fucking retard. You're just taking every opportunity to be like, she-man, like, yeah, good job, dude. You're it's stunning and brave of you. It's just it's a 2015 woke video. This is the same shit. It's like, wow, congratulations for saying racism is bad. Amazing. Wow. Fucking stunning and brave. I can't believe you're willing to say that. Wow, she-man. So brave. Like, Please grow up.
She-Man doesn't blame him because
It's
she
just
knows he
cringe.
would never do it because, again, he's a little bitch boy who would never do anything wrong. What a great protagonist. And at his anointment ceremony, he gets a brand burned on the back of his neck by Power Armor, which is kind of cool, I guess. And now we get another massive retcon. Apparently, the Enclave is still around. Yup, even though we see the...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think we've seen the worst of it in this video. There's more to it. He says that he didn't watch the show and everything. There is this part here that's the most replayed part of the episode. I will jump to this here. He's talking about Pete Hines. He's bringing up a fucking tweet from literally 9 years ago from Tweet Hines over here. He's bringing up a Pete from Tweet Hines over here, and I don't like this guy. He's a stupid idiot. I don't care for him and the PR Bethesda team. Irrelevant to the discussion of the TV show. I'm sure that this was not a. I'm sure that they didn't have this tweet on a plaque in the wall on the fucking wall at Jeff Bezos's office, where they were doing all of the the writing of the TV show. I'm sure that that's not what happened. So
Annuity. You're right. Why should I care about anything that happens in the story? I should just consume your product, you piece of shit. But now
there is a full season review, and it continues to be dumb. I mean, at least he does eventually watch the whole show, but it is just kind of continues to be dumb. I'm good on more Fallout, though. You can watch it on your own time. There's other stuff on his channel that I'd like to watch, namely people are talking about a Zelda video, and also there's some more recent stuff. There's the infamous Spider-Man 2 video that's kind of like the big one that got him circulating in a lot of circles. Spider-Man 2 video is one I wouldn't mind seeing, because that's another one that's like partially. I like the chat member earlier that's like full on playing with trains. Just like, you're agreeing with him! Why are you shitting on him? It's like, yeah, because it's interesting to see a video where I do agree with part of it, but you're such a retard that I can't agree with all of it. That's the point. It's like maybe you got a point. Spider-Man 2 is kind of fucking stupid and overly woke at times, The deaf girl who calls you on the phone and you have to listen to text-to-speech happening because, they wanted to be super diverse. It's like, yeah, we get it. We get what you're doing. And I mean, you can look at that complaint and be like, oh my god, Deadwing's mad that deaf people exist. No, it's just that it's really obviously shoehorned into a place where it doesn't fit. There's another part in the Spider-Man game where Spider-Man has to track down a dog for a lady or something, and she's blind, and she's blind, and it's perfectly fine. She's just a lady in the neighborhood, and it's integrated fine, but they make it so that it's one of Miles's best friends is this girl that talks in text-to-speech, and when she's on screen in person, it's just long, very awkward periods where she's just sign languaging. And I'm sorry, deaf homies, I get it. I'm sort of adjacent to you guys in the sense that I have one hand. So I mean that's basically like being deaf, right? I mean basically. But man, there's got to be a better way to incorporate deaf people into a game without it being incredibly forced and cringe. And so, yeah, there's reasons to maybe agree with that video. I think we will get to that. But what is the... Let's see here. Well, the new problem is Assassin's Creed Shadows.
How many years?
The people are not enjoying this video, and I need to know where... Synthetic Man... What exactly did Charlie... say? He tried to expose Penguin Zero. It destroyed his channel. Synthetic Man tried to cancel Charlie. Where does he attack him? Is it this clip?
Explore the map before I went here.
So this is the clip, I guess, of him live streaming, and I guess he responds to Charlie about the Fallout TV show review. I guess Charlie talked about it. To some extent. He's playing Zelda. I don't know if that's what you meant by, like, Zelda video, but he's playing Zelda, and Charlie's involved. Is this the video where, like, the drama starts? He said Charlie is a sellout. Well, I mean, that might be true. Leviathans are coming for Charlie again. Yeah, apparently. This is not the Zelda video. Is this the Charlie cancel video? Or did he have, like, a manifesto? Did he have, like a 4-hour video essay where he calls him a Nazi or something? Does that exist? It's barely even drama. Well, I'll be the judge of that. He did a whole review on Tears of the Kingdom. That's good. He was watching the podcast. Well, I mean, I'll just watch this.
Critical called me out.
Have taught me that
Are you fucking kidding me? Critical called me out? Oh my god. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Are you serious? Oh my god. This is the biggest fucking shill campaign ever of all time. Like, Amazon's gotta be paying these fucks. I mean, there's almost no point. I'm just gonna release my next video, see what happens.
I wish Amazon was paying me. I think they offered me an Audible sponsorship like 5 years ago, and I just never got back to them or anything, so no, Amazon's not paying me. I probably would accept it if they did, though. I mean,
it's uploaded. I still gotta put up a thumbnail.
I mean, like, that's the thing, is if Amazon wanted to pay me to promote the Fallout TV show, I would do it, because I like the Fallout TV show. If they wanted to pay me to promote the Wheel of Time TV show, that would be a very different story. Or even Rings of Power, or most things. But if it was something specifically that I liked, then yeah, I mean, yeah. I wish, in that scenario, sure, I wish I was getting paid to just talk about a thing I like. That would be great.
But it'll release tomorrow. It'll be up tomorrow. Maybe
he seems very much like he really does want... I don't know. I mean, it kind of seems like he wants the attention, right? And so, like, when somebody informs him that Charlie called him out, I guess, you know, he tries to do this sort of play it off, like, are you kidding me? No way! Are you sure you didn't want this a little bit? I mean, it seems like that's kind of the goal, isn't it?
I'm just wrong, though? It's my opinion, retard. Do you know what an opinion is, Zoomy? I mean, I know Zoomers are like, I have to take what the group thinks or I'll get bullied. I'll be made fun of on the internet.
But you're being made fun of on the internet because your opinion's stupid and wrong, and it's formulated by an idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about. These people don't... They really haven't... They haven't gotten around to understanding that, like... There's a difference between, like, people trying to go after your family and your job and everything because you said a swear. You know, that's canceling. There's a difference between that and people calling you retarded and gay because they don't like your opinion. That's just free speech. That's the way it should be. You know? That's the way it should be. I don't know. Like, why are you... You're, like, yelling at this... It's called free speech, retard! It's my opinion! You're not handling their opinion. How many streams do we need to look at users that can't handle opinions?
What, wrong about what? I think the show's dog shit? That's not... I'm just an opinion. What the fuck do you want?
We will, 1, be rewarded for going off the beaten path, and 2, not be punished for not going off the beaten path.
This is a pretty good soundtrack selection for this video. I can appreciate that.
Easier to not stress about missing anything. Obviously, some exceptions.
Just watching some video, I guess. Alright.
Apply and maybe don't set you up for success. For the record, I still think Tears of the Kingdom is fantastic. I'm just incredible at ruining things for myself. But games these days are doing their best to keep me.
Yeah, fantastic copy-paste job. Ubisoft tier sequel, but let's keep pretending that it's the greatest sequel of all time or whatever fucking stupid shit. I mean, goddamn, people are just... What the hell happened? People just... They can't be honest, man. They just gotta shill. Again, because it's cowardice. Like that comment in the live chat.
I mean, like, but the thing... I hate to do all the whataboutism or whatever, but I mean, it is sort of like... If you're talking... I mean, speaking of Zelda sequels, I don't think this is the video. I don't know where the video is, where he actually... You know, where, like, Charlie talks about him. I don't know where that happened. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to come back to that.
How many years?
You know what? We'll come back to the Charlie synthetic man drama. Maybe I'll do that with Tristan and Bane. For now, let's just watch him talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm too confused. I don't know where it all starts and what's going on there. Apparently he's being cooked by the Charlie fandom or whatever. I don't know. But people are not happy with this Assassin's Creed opinion also. So, cool.
How many years have people been asking for an Assassin's Creed game set in Japan? It's got to be at least 10. And so finally, when the franchise is at its weakest, and Ubisoft in general is probably going to go bankrupt in the next 5 years and likely be bought up by Microsoft, they finally pull out their ace in the hole, an Assassin's Creed game set in Japan, just like we all wanted. And of course, it stars a black man in feudal Japan.
Okay, there's an argument I could see being made by, like, Japanese people or something, that it's like, why do we finally get a game and it's a black guy instead of a Japanese guy? But I think isn't there a Japanese woman that you play as? I guess that's woke. It's a woman, but the thing is, there's a very long-standing history of white guy samurai. I mean, there's the whole Shogun TV show and book. The show just came out recently, and the TV movie in the 80s or whatever, but that's kind of one of them. He's like pirate action meets, what is it? It's like English pirate action white guy meets, Japanese shogunate. That sort of thing. I mean, there's Neo is another one with John Whiteman, the Japanese samurai. That's a whole Beverly Hills Ninja. There's a whole genre. But it does seem to, I guess, just be an issue because it's a black guy. The thing is, there's also a genre of, like, Afro samurai, too. So, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem that weird to me. I mean, it just seems like a style, an interesting choice, if anything. It's like, the obvious thing would be you play as a Japanese guy or something, but instead it's something a little different. I don't know, it's interesting.
Now, this is where all the people who are trying to change the definition of woke come out and say, Yasuke was a real samurai from feudal Japan, and you're just a racist for not wanting to play as him. Well,
people are, apparently misinformed also about this Yasuke thing. Supposedly the idea is that there is a narrative being pushed that he was more important or significant than he was. He was a real person in history. This is still a historical figure that you're playing as. This isn't some kind of complete random shit. It's still a standard thing for Assassin's Creed, which actually makes it an even better choice, really. But it's, the idea is that, like, they're woke-washing history, and they're trying to make history more diverse, and so they're taking this real guy and making stuff up about him, or embellishing certain things to push a narrative that he was a samurai or something, and I mean, like, I don't really care, I guess. I guess if that's all happening, then maybe don't do that, right? I mean, just tell history like it was. But I mean, if there's like rumors about the guy being a samurai, it's like we're talking about the series that has the Illuminati shit and like Templars and all of this, and I don't think it has the Illuminati, but it basically has that. It more or less has all of that shit. And so, and like aliens and 2012 conspiracy, I think we can just be okay with, this character. I don't know if this is a problem to me. Is like the embellishment of history for the purposes of being more exciting or whatever. That's kind of just what this series does. You could argue you shouldn't do that in real life with real history. I don't know, tell the real facts of Yasuke. I don't know what his real story is. I'm sure the truth is somewhere in the fucking middle of whatever stuff is being said, but yeah, I mean, for the purposes of Assassin's Creed, I don't really give a shit. It's just Assassin's Creed.
Of all, Yasuke wasn't a samurai. He was a servant, effectively a pet of Oda Nobunaga. But whatever, it's not like Assassin's Creed
So what? I mean,
was ever that historically
yeah, exactly. So what's the problem?
accurate. That's not the point. It was
that's not the point. It's the point is that he's black.
Never the point.
Right.
The point.
That's never the point. It's never whatever it sounds like the point is. It's usually just that he's black.
It's a game set in Japan. And instead of playing as a Japanese man saving his country from the evil Japanese Templars, but no, we play as the one notable black man from historical Japan. And you know exactly why. Oh, and of course I can't forget.
Why? Are Japanese men also, like, racist now? Well, probably, actually. Probably a lot of them, in truth, but, you know, not all, it's just, you know, listen, Japan happens to be a fairly racist country. I think that's, I think that's less so now, but historically, is what I'm saying. But, that's, you know, I just mean, like, would it be less, I think it's equally woke if it's a Japanese guy. I don't get this narrative. This doesn't make any sense. I mean, is it just, it's like, because, oh god, it really is reverse counter SJW logic, because I remember the fucking thing from 10 years ago, and, I think it was Internet Aristocrat at the time, Medicare, who brought it to my attention, when he was talking about, like, Gamergate, and he was talking about, the whole leaderless movement of, fucking Occupy Wall Street, and how that all crumbled into dust. And, one of the things about Occupy Wall Street was this progressive stack model, where it's like, if you're a white, able-bodied man who's straight and whatever, if you're like donut operator, you speak last. You're last on the fucking, you're lucky if you get to speak, cracker. But the more disabled you go, the more, like, oppressed you are, and the more victim points you get, and so the more your voice matters. And this has become, in the years since, a very common, like, that just sounds like the way the world works, frankly. That doesn't even sound like a whole concept. That's just reality. But, it generated this discussion of, like, well, okay, so is a black guy, like, more victim points than a Japanese guy? And that's the literal discussion we're having 10 years later, but in reverse. And it's this crazy, like, right-wing screaming retard being like, oh, you know why they went black instead of Japanese? No, I don't. I literally don't. I don't. I just don't. I can guess, but I don't.
Forget to mention there's also a playable female protagonist who thankfully is Japanese, but unfortunately has a wide face and a man jaw. Of course, we couldn't have a woman with feminine features because that would be
wide face and man jaw. I mean, she just looks like this is getting to be very absurd. I mean, again, it's so annoying because it's not like this isn't kind of happening. Look at Joanna Dark from Perfect Dark reveal yesterday and tell me that they aren't making some of the women look a little bit more, you know, like her jaw looks very, very square. It's like they did it on purpose. But, like, this is just a chick. What are you talking about, you crazy retard? What is wrong with you?
It's a wide face.
People it's like the pronouns guy. Yeah, it's annoying when they shove shit like that into games, but is anybody ever going to listen to you when this is what you sound like? No, probably not. Just like no one listens to racism anymore because, you know, a bunch of idiots on Twitter fucking ran all the buzzwords into the ground. All of the buzzwords that mean real things don't mean anything anymore because of people like this.
In a man jaw. Of course, we couldn't have a woman with feminine features because that
why doesn't this Japanese woman look like an anime girl? That's not realistic.
Transphobic. You think I'm joking? I'm not. Now look, I'm not going to act like I'm super shocked because now several Assassin's Creed games have had female protagonists.
She's an attractive woman. This guy is a weirdo. I don't know. Doesn't he like Fuda? Like, what is his deal? It's fine to like Fuda, but, like, why are you complaining about this perfectly attractive-looking Japanese woman character in this video game? What do you... It really does start to feel like projection. It's like, wait, so you like Fuda, and you think every woman you look at is actually a dude. I don't know, man.
Protagonists. But I really think it's the icing on the cake in this whole shit show. But no, that's not woke, apparently. Woke only means contrived forced diversity. You do realize that is a completely subjective and useless definition.
I mean, I guess you could argue that it is, like, contrived diversity to make a black guy be the protagonist of your samurai game, but it's also, I mean, frankly, it's more, I mean, I'm just gonna be real, it's more interesting this way. Like, there's a bunch of games that are already Japanese guy samurai game. Made by Japanese people, like Way of the Samurai or the new one that's called Rise of the Ronin, I think it's called. It might already be out. I'm not sure. Apparently it's not great, but it looked pretty good. I kind of want to play it. And then there's games by Japanese people about white guy samurais or Afro samurais. There's American. Now there's a Western-made game about a black guy samurai, as opposed to white guy samurai or just another Japanese guy samurai story. I mean, what you really want to go with is Mexican guy samurai. That's what they missed. They missed the opportunity for Mexican samurai. That's the next movie. You know? Like the next big samurai movie, they can make it like, oh, ese! What are we doing here in this pagoda? You know, I get to piss off multiple... I get to, like, overgeneralize multiple races at once. This is great. I'm going to eat some chicken balls and sweet and sour pork. Oh, por favor.
Right. Since I was asked a bunch of times by
Dios
tourists
mío.
to this channel to define woke, it's very simple. It's whatever
Samurai Ramirez. Yes, exactly.
G or bridge is pushing, aka progressive leftist politics. That's what woke is. Woke is not some arbitrary idea of what you're not okay with. There's this little thing called the Overton window. You have
I
slowly
think he's using more Deus Ex music. That's based. I'll give him points for that.
been conditioned
If it's not that, it's something else like it, you know? Good choice.
to accept more and more. I'm not gonna use the term again that every centrist grifter fucking got triggered by. I'll just say miscegenation. Feel free to Google that. Apparently that doesn't count as woke, even if that's very obviously part of their agenda. There's a reason why it's in every goddamn commercial on TV. It's in every TV show. It's in every fucking...
Oh, race mixing. Oh. He's scared of saying race mixing. This is what's so funny, is you have self-canceled. You're, like, self-censoring. You're, like, terrified. You just say race mixing again. It was a little bit funny, you know, to hear it, but, like, just say your words, man. Don't make it more fucking complicated. We all know what you mean, right? So just say it. You're gonna be like it's such bitch behavior. It's pathetic.
Movie. But no, that's not woke, according to fucking retards.
Kids, the guy is black and he's white, so he's talking about, like, oh, it's race mixing and promoting race mixing.
But that's not even being woke.
So yes, if any of you were expecting...
That's not even being woke. So, Oompaville, notorious, very far-right gun YouTuber Oompaville. Even he doesn't think that's woke, so I mean, like, I hear he, like, steps on children or something, so, like, I don't know, dude, you might need to reevaluate.
Expecting a response video to the numerous replies to my Fallout reviews, or Moist Critical's little tidbit in his podcast. No, it would be completely pointless, and as entertaining as that video would be, it certainly would get this channel in trouble, to say the least. And look, I know I'm rambling about something completely unrelated to this Assassin's Creed trailer, but I do want to point out...
Person in chat asking, as a white man, do you care about becoming a minority in your own country? Well, as a white man... I'm from Canada, and I hate to do the thing, but it really isn't my own country, is it? I mean, frankly, it's like John Redcorn's country or some fucking shit, isn't it? It's not really mine to begin with. You know, it would be a different thing if it was, if I was back in the native Fildidi Scotland or whatever the fuck, but you know, as a Canada man, no, as a matter of fact, when I moved to Toronto, I was very happy to no longer be surrounded almost exclusively by fat old white people. That was the experience where I used to live, and now it's like, you know, it's nice to go outside and hear like 7 different languages when you go to the, you know, on a normal trip to the supermarket. It's just, it's interesting. It's more interesting.
Before we move on, that there seems to be this narrative that I was the only guy who didn't like the Fallout show, when It's a Gundam's video on it has 250,000 views. So I wonder...
Well, he's also retarded. What's your point?
If Critical will have something to say about that. Somehow I doubt it. Why?
Well, was he, like, openly, weirdly racist and bigoted in the video? I don't know.
It was my channel specifically targeted. Probably
because you're being a freak.
Probably because I'm the only remotely popular chud gamer on the internet at this point. And unfortunately,
no, because you're the one that's a freak.
A review of the other 7 episodes got hit with an age restriction from mass reporting. Yes, there was a couple seconds of exposed titty in the video, but I don't think...
Well, that's unfortunate. You know, disavow and all that. Although you probably should have just made your fucking one Fallout video be the one where you watch the whole show. So, like, that is stupid. Shouldn't have broken it into 2 parts then, I guess, retard.
I think that's why I got age restricted. Call me a schizo, but
Chud
even
gamer.
after censoring it in YouTube's editor, my appeal got rejected. So obviously something fishy was going on there. Regardless, my point of this little side tangent is just that...
Yeah, is he unironically using the term chud? That's like when they call themselves bread tubers. No, we call you that. You don't call yourself that. I mean, I don't really call anybody chuds outside of Chud Logic, I guess. But that's like a derogatory pejorative. That's not a. Don't reclaim that slur. Let that slur be. Just let that slur be, you know?
Even though the trailer appears to have a massive amount of dislikes, it's almost 50-50 according to the dislike extension, which I do want to point out that the dislike extension is not entirely accurate. It actually usually underreports dislikes, so it's probably even more than this. But I do want to say it's...
I didn't know that. I had no idea.
It's very clear to me, at least with the debate going on around a lot of...
Shoutouts to Synthetic Man for using the dislike extension. I was just talking about it earlier. I still see people, it's like this should be a common thing everybody uses in their browser. If they're like a YouTube person, if they're on YouTube, if they watch videos, if they make them. I am amazed when I see tons of fucking commentary channels. I'm like, you don't? Really? You don't have the dislikes? Really? It's valuable information. It's worth noting. It's like things don't exist in a bubble. It's good to know. There's a whole reason why everybody got upset about it. I see somebody else repping the dislike return. Yes, return the dislikes. Fuck you, YouTube.
Adaptation.
You gotta give them credit where you see it. Shoutouts to this weird racist.
Or race swapping, or interracial couples, or...
Don't even get me started on the race mixing.
Replacement characters like Miles Morales, that people don't seem to understand where the line is with woke. Again, for normies who don't really give a flying fuck about
Nobody knows where the line is. I just watched a video from... Shoe on Head talking about how the fucking Barbie movie may possibly have been an anti-woke masterpiece. Everybody thinks everything is woke and anti-woke. Reminder that the Mario movie was both woke and anti-woke at the same time, depending on who you asked. Because it's all subjective, and people generalize it in a way as thing I don't like, but that's not really true. I mean, it is... a subjective view of politics, and I mean, it comes down to how much of a bigot someone actually is, I guess. When you see someone and it is just like, yeah, I'm mad that there's a trans person. It's a little different than like, I'm mad that there's a whole girl boss segment with Peach strutting around wearing pants and taking no shit and not being held in any cage by no man. You know, that's a little different than... You know, but then some people saw the Mario movie and they were like, it's not woke because there wasn't a 15-minute diversity lesson in the middle of the movie. You know, so therefore not woke, doesn't conform to Hollywood mainstream woke agenda. That's why the Hollywood critics didn't like it. You know, it's just kind of become... Woke is cope, really. I mean, not all the time, but a lot of the time the way it's used, it's like bad faith or good faith. It's just kind of... a subjective thing that people throw around usually because someone who politically is on the other side of the culture war said something stupid and they can't really actually articulate why, so they just say it's woke because of character limits or because of brain cell limits. They just call it woke, or they, you know, yeah, it's just kind of a... You know, it's a fun little catch-all, I guess. I don't know.
Culture war, and don't even understand that they're slowly being conditioned to accept worse and worse things I actually can't even say in a video, or this channel will probably get deleted. Again, I think you guys already know what I'm talking about, and by the time they realize, it will definitely be too late.
So, I mean, this is like the type of thing that, like, people talk about, though, when you see this video. It's, you know, I've said this a lot, you know, about left-wing people this year with, like, Noah Samson or whatever. Like, you are the exact type of video, like, insane piece of shit. Your video is, like, what people on the right are gonna turn to and be like, this is a funny, stupid, retarded leftist. And similarly, this is, like, every person that talks about right-wing content pipeline, you'll become a Nazi if you click on one YouTube video. It's people like this, or maybe some other people in this sphere too. You know, randomly going into creationism in their on their like nerd review channel or whatever. You know, stuff like that. Yeah, you know, you get a bit of that where it's like, wow, yeah, I mean, I guess if you click on this video about Assassin's Creed and you buy into this, then eventually you are going to have to, you're going to have to look it up, right? He's not able to say what he's talking about, so you're going to be forced into the pipeline of doing your own research, quote unquote. And like, where, you know, I don't know, it's just interesting. It's like, you hear a lot about this, like, supposed pipeline, and it definitely works both ways, and not enough is ever spoken about how the left does it ironically, by being so annoying and shitty and just dishonest and fucking, you know, just a lot of lefties look really pathetic and, you know, like losers a lot of the time. And, you know, looking at that optically, it's like, wow, yeah, I wouldn't want to be involved in that if you're, like, undecided, if you don't know what to think, if you're young, whatever. It's like, wow, yeah, not sure I want to be like Noah Samson, you know, and, I don't know, it's just, yeah, it's, this though is sort of that kind of video where it's like you click on an Assassin's Creed video and now you're being, I mean, it's direct, he's directly being like, I can't say this stuff, do your own research, go watch the Alex Jones video.
Give a flying fuck about the culture war, and don't even understand that they're slowly being conditioned to accept worse and worse things.
They're going to replace us all!
I actually can't even say in a video, or this channel will probably get deleted. Again, I think you guys...
This is just insane, though. I mean, then the people that try to defend this, it's like, I understand you feel like you have a principled complaint about the white man being genocided or whatever. Really, I'm making a joke about it, but I do. I don't want to say that you're wrong for thinking that or whatever. It's just that it's very cringe to be like this in a video about Assassin's Creed, though. Again, it's like the people 10 years ago that were like, you know, trying to babbling about fucking diversity and everything, and it's like, you know, maybe you got a point. Obviously, you know, insane culture war, white genocide rhetoric is exactly equal to, well, some of it was pretty insane and radical back then. Let's call a spade here. I mean, there were people that were like, kill male babies at birth. I mean, there was a very small selection of humanity, but there certainly were some, and so, I mean, yeah, you know, 10 years ago, it's like, I get that you think you have a kernel of a right idea here about racism is bad, but when you click on a video and it's supposed to be about Donkey Kong, and instead it's talking about how, you know, something, you guys just make the rest of that joke in your heads. You just make the rest of that one in your heads. Yeah, you know, it's like, it's just insane. It's schizophrenic. You want a video about the thing, but it's this like, everything is deeper, it's a deeper meaning, look deeper, break the conditioning, they're trying to replace you, I just want to learn about the video game, dude.
You guys already know what I'm talking about, and by the time they realize it will definitely be too late. I really think people have just become too...
By the time women wake up, the patriarchy will already have won. It's the same shit.
Stupid. I mean, honestly, if you just take...
Sometimes it's just a fucking video game. Settle down.
Away the woke element of the Fallout show, that show is just straight up retarded. The plot doesn't make any sense. There's a reason why even Mauler didn't like the show, okay? And yet normies ate that shit up, which is why you have people like
Well, maybe Mauler needed to make another 48,000 part series that's each part is longer than each episode of the Fallout show. Maybe he just needed more content. I don't know.
Defending it, because all they do is parrot the most popular opinion. And
Is he still done, like, even the Force Awakens series? Has he finished any of those? I don't know. It feels like I think YouTube's gonna close down before any of those series are... before that's all wrapped up.
The Fallout show is not woke, but this Assassin's Creed game is woke. I'm really starting to think that normies unironically think woke means thing with left-wing propaganda that I don't like. If they do like the thing, they will ignore all left-wing propaganda in it. Perfect example, Baldur's Gate 3, right?
Well, if they like the thing, it's possible that they like it because it's good, and so maybe the fact that it's good makes the woke propaganda, you know, just a part of the thing that's not a problem. I mean, again, it's like this, it's just insane, this everything's propaganda. You sound like an SJW, dude. I mean, you just sound like one of these people that's like, there's a police officer, it's propaganda! Like, this is just, we can't live in a society with a person like this. And I don't mean that in the sense of, like, he can't be allowed to exist in society like Wendigoon. But I just mean, like, this guy, nothing is agreeable for him. It's like, you can't, everything will be offensive, you know? Somehow. It's offense, he's just an SJW. It's just, I'm offended that you don't agree with my political opinions. I'm right, and you're all stupid idiots for disagreeing with me. You're uneducated.
So the word is...
Which, I mean, to be fair, I'm usually right about things. So, I mean, like, when I say that, it's true.
...become effectively meaningless. I feel like for every tiny victory that quote-unquote our team, and I'm using that very loosely, okay? Our team doesn't exactly agree on a lot of shit, as I've learned over the past few years. But even the tiny victories we have made effectively are meaningless because the brainwashing is way too fucking strong. So no, I don't think this is any kind of victory that the average person hates this Assassin's Creed game, because they have no real principles. They do not stand for anything. Maybe if this released in 5 more years, they wouldn't give a flying fuck that Yasuke's black. Now, if you're wondering why this video isn't really talking about gameplay or thoughts on, like, the concept of the game, that's...
If you're wondering why you clicked on this video about an Assassin's Creed game and it's just me screaming about how the West has fallen and they're going to replace all of the whites. Yeah, I guess I had that thought came to mind. Yeah,
because it's just a CG trailer. There's not much to actually talk about. So might as well just talk politics. It's unfortunate that my game...
There's nothing to talk about, so I might as well just talk about something else, I guess. Cool clickbait, I guess.
Gaming channel, and it has always primarily been a gaming channel, not a politics channel. I unfortunately have to talk about politics in almost every single modern game review, because ESG, bridge, DEI, whatever is being shoved into every major video game. And I know I'm just preaching to the choir, explaining the same things over and over again.
I really hate these people. I wish they could all get rounded up in some sort of camps. I don't know. I'll concentrate really hard and think about some kind of a final solution to that problem. But yeah, these people that are all gung-ho anti-DEI, I mean, I did that whole Sweet Baby stream, and I might still repackage that as a clip for people. Or I guess just maybe re-upload the whole stream, I don't know. But I did that whole stream, and if you were there, you know I was not exactly coming down in favor of that fucking company. I do not care for what they're doing or what they represent or other companies like them existing. And I think if people want to make their shit diverse, they can fucking do it on their own. Instead of being forcibly suggested to do it by means of peace and love and extreme violence, you know. And yet, that being said, this has really very quickly become a new cancer buzzword that these people won't fucking... They found a new thing that can be their boogeyman, and they just need to latch onto it. So every black person is because bridge DEI or whatever, and everything ever that they don't like is going to be, it's no longer going to be woke, it's going to be bridge DEI. Just prepare for it. That's the new term. It's just like how the maps are yaps now. And the other kin are Therians now. They've always been Therians. I say it's now, but no, it's always been that way. Technically, they're different. I don't respect that difference, though. It's the same thing.
And to explain where ESG funding comes from, whether it's BlackRock or Vanguard, and I'm not even actually allowed to talk about why they're funding these things in games, why they're pushing it, and I already know my fans know exactly why. So what's the point of saying it for tourists?
So this is literally a racist dog whistle. That's what is... Like, again, it's... When... You know, I keep saying with the website filled with trans groomer pedophiles, I can't make that not be what the site is. I can't make this video not be what every leftist fucking extra credits video is screaming about. You know, you click on one video and you didn't ask for this, you didn't choose this. This is racist right-wing dog whistling. You're supposed to click on this for your Assassin's Creed news fix, and then you're just being, like, deprogrammed into, like, you all know what I really mean! Like, damn. I mean, again, I guess you should still... It's free speech and all that, but, like, people need to recognize that when someone like me or whoever critical is, like, calling this guy a retard, that's not canceled. You're just a retard. We think you're a retard. People think you're a retard. That's not... You have to stop talking because you're... No, please make more content. I love this. This is great. Please do. I mean, whatever harm, whatever drop in the bucket harm that it causes where eventually at some point maybe somebody becomes like a hardcore racist, maybe this video might lead to another Christchurch, but like that's probably not going to happen, and probably more videos from this guy are going to be pretty funny. So, like, let's just hope for the best. Let's hope for the best.
At the risk of banning my channel, there isn't one. And truth be told, am I all that outraged about this? Honestly, no. I mean, I do enjoy getting mad for these videos. It's actually pretty cathartic to yell into a microphone, believe it or not. And I actually saw the leak about this game's concept like a year ago.
Yeah, I'm sure it's very cathartic for you to scream and rage about black people.
Oh, and even as far as Clown World has gone, I was slightly suspicious of it, but let's just say when there was a second leak less than a week ago...
Clown World is clicking on a video about Assassin's Creed and getting a 10-minute diversity essay. I mean, again, it's like people, these types of sides-cucked motherfuckers, they hate it when you decouple their rhetoric. When you stop it from being... When you take it away from whatever their stupid thing is that they're, like, the details of what they're arguing about. It's like... Yeah, I mean... You know...
As Clown World has gone...
Clown World, yeah, you fucking clickbaited me into thinking that this was an Assassin's Creed video, dude. You know, that's Clown World. When you deep cut, when you take it away from, oh, but it's relevant because they made the game political by, no, you just gave me a video that's 10 minutes of not anything really about Assassin's Creed. It's mostly him whining about, like, critical and, like, people being mean to him or whatever. It's like insane piece of shit. It's just... I feel jebaited by this fucking video, man. This is great.
I was slightly suspicious of it, but let's just say when there was a second leak less than a week ago, I wasn't all that surprised. And Assassin's Creed has been effectively dead to me since, like, probably Black Flag, so I really have no personal investment in the IP anymore. And look, I truly thought Assassin's Creed Mirage was just okay. It wasn't terrible. Yes, it did have some woke stuff in it, definitely, but gameplay-wise, it was a step in the right direction. But it definitely wasn't enough to get me interested in Assassin's Creed again.
It's, you know, because I remember there was a ratings site that was like, I think it was called Worth It or Woke was the name of the site. And I think that's what it was called. And it did have like an actual official ratings metric where it was like, you know, story, acting, wokeness. Like that was one of the main things. And I just don't know. I mean, like that's such a subjective thing too. I mean, anyone who watches it is going to feel differently. Politics is a spectrum, like autism. People seem to really... They've gotten so incredibly intensely sides-cucked that even the concept of, like, slight nuance in political opinion is a foreign... It's like an alien fucking invader. It's like hate speech. You tell someone you have a... You know... You tell someone you're a leftist who has problems with the left. You're like, what? No, this doesn't compute. I don't know, man. I mean, like this guy's saying a lot of stuff about Clown World and everything, and it's like these are all buzzwords that I would use too. You know, I don't know.
Mirage was just okay. It wasn't terrible.
I mean, like he's rating the games by
Yes, it did have some woke stuff in it.
By wokeness, it's like, but someone else could play the game and have a complete different... This is what I keep saying, too, like with, you know, the Doctor Who, the drag queen villain in the one episode. It's entirely reasonable for people to look at that and go, they've got a drag queen as a villain. The message is clear. Drag queens are bad. That's entirely possible for someone to come away from that episode with that takeaway. But for some reason, their takeaway almost unanimously is that it's it's woke diversity. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It probably is, you know. I mean, Russell T Davies is gay and whatever. There's a theme in the season, but I mean, you could easily look at it in a different way. And most of the time, most of the time when stuff gets complained about as being woke, it's like it's very subjective. It could easily be looked at in a different light. People with slightly different opinions might not find it woke. I mean, even people that agree with you might be like, this isn't woke, this is handled well. You know, they might not... It's so subjective, and anybody that's trying to actually, like, review stuff as a critic, and wokeness is one of their things, it's like... I mean, it's like, how much did I like it? It's very childish. It's just... It's like, it's like the, you know... It's like rating a movie 10 out of 10 or 0. Like, it's just kind of random hyperbole, I guess. I don't know.
Definitely, but gameplay-wise, it was a step in the right direction. But it definitely wasn't enough to get me interested in Assassin's Creed again. I don't think anything could. And this trailer just justifies that thought completely. I mean, truly, if you buy this game,
well, woke would factor into bad. The person in chat is trying to be like, is it bad? And I guess your idea is, like, just tell me if the show is bad. But the thing is, to this guy, woke means bad. It's just that, like, he doesn't also have a lot else to complain about. When you see, I mean, at least the Fallout show, the review that we saw of that, you know, he was talking about that, and he would complain about these things like, I mean, what was the really minor... Brick ball? They were playing basketball, but instead of bricks, or instead of ball, they had bricks. Throwing bricks through a hoop, and that was the big complaint. Brick ball. And I'm like, it's like you're struggling to find something that isn't wokeness or nebulous, like, that's stupid, that's not realistic, like that kind of thing. He's like, he's a very bad critic, is what I'm saying. It's like he's trying to tell you if the thing is good or bad. It's just that his version of good or bad really... He's so mind-poisoned that it does seem to just come down to, is it woke or not? I mean, like... And he had a whole ironic part earlier where he said something... Maybe I can find the clip here. I think it was... It was right around... It was right around here, I think.
A video, or this channel will probably get hate of the fall or didn't like the show, okay? And yet normies ate that shit up, which is why you have people like Critical defending it, because all they do is parrot the most popular opinion. And so the Fallout show is not woke, but this Assassin's Creed game is woke. I'm really starting to think that normies unironically think woke means thing with left-wing propaganda that I don't like. If they do like the thing, they will...
And so, yeah, it's this thing where he tries to act as if, like... I don't know. It's very subjective, though. He's acting like other people are... like he's the arbiter of it in some fashion. No, I mean, not really. I mean, arbiter. Is that the right word? Oh, he's the judge of this in some fashion. He's acting like he has some position to judge what's officially woke or something, and, like, how that officially ties in, and, like... that's one whole element, but another element is just like, yeah, he's been mind poisoned so much by this wokeness thing that, I mean, like, he's just, yeah, anything he's talking about, oh, thing I like that's woke, that blah 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 blah. If it is something that he likes, then it's not woke, and if it's something that he dislikes, then it's woke, and it's kind of a chicken and egg thing, you know, but it is that simple. I mean, it usually is that simple, at least. So that's basically this video. He's got a little bit more there. I think we mostly watched it, though. He did have a video here where he was surprised that Stellar Blade is good. However, you know, you could argue that's like him changing his opinion, him being wrong, you know, something like that. Except it's not really that, though, because, like, I mean, well, it's just, straight men stay winning is the video, so, like, I don't know if it's a lot deeper than just she's sexy, is the idea. Well, you know, maybe he thought it would be bad because of the, you know, Mark Curran thing or something, but, as it turns out, woman sexy, so game good. So... Don't act like he never changes his opinions, guys. He's open to criticism. He's open to different perspectives. So, we got the hour and 20-minute Spider-Man 2 video that pissed a lot of people off. We got an hour-long Zelda video that pissed a lot of people off. I guess I will start with, shit. Do I go with the game that I kinda liked, but mostly found boring? Or do I go with the game that I kinda liked, but mostly found boring? Well...
Maybe MJ was right. Why would the city need me?
So this is the famous...
How does it feel?
This is the oh, don't you use the Red Letter Media clip, you fuck. You should be barred. It's like whenever somebody... it's like when somebody I don't like who is other team uses Red Letter Media GIF. When Booga uses Red Letter Media scene. Don't do that. You're Ooga, I know, but they Booga. They Booga and they use it and it's bad, but you Ooga and you use it and it also bad. Don't use! Don't use!
To have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames.
Feels great.
Another year, another Sony cinematic slop game that everyone's gonna pretend is a masterpiece. At the time of recording...
Yeah, it's a cinematic slop game, that's fair. I do think I'll probably agree with him a little bit on this one, so this is an exciting video. I'll speed it up a little bit more.
This has a 91 on Metacritic. Now, if you still trust Metacritic scores, you're probably an idiot, but still, the point stands.
It's literally just like, wow, there's money on the screen. Number 9, 10 out of 10! I don't know, man. It was this. The problem for me with the Spider-Man game, I'll say right now, I mean, I talked about the wokeness. Yeah, there's a bit of that in the game. It's a little annoying. And the main problem for me was that going from, and I know it's a different genre, I know I shouldn't be even comparing them, but it was unfortunate for Spider-Man that when it came out was when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3. And so Baldur's Gate 3 is a very interesting and deep game where you can do all sorts of fucking shit, and there's all sorts of shit going on in the plot, and multiple paths through every quest that affect later quests and the ending and yada yada yada. And Spider-Man, you press the button a bunch and enemies pass out. They don't die. They get webbed. You press the button sometimes and then you watch a cutscene, and that's Spider-Man, and that's the whole game. And it's like, I know it's a Spider-Man game. I don't know how you'd make it more complicated than that, really. Maybe more complex swinging. They did make the swinging a little harder to do. I think they made it more complicated. I think they made it like a little more realistic or something, but man, it was just boring to put it next to the fucking Baldur's. It's like, man, this is not engaging me in the slightest. None of my neurons are firing.
That this game is obviously getting the Sony hand job from all the critics for pushing for social change. Even if you do agree with the politics, it is far too similar to the last game gameplay-wise. It really makes very few, if any, improvements. It has some of the worst pacing I've ever seen in a video game. Despite having significantly fewer cutscenes than God of War Ragnarok, it's actually worse because it interrupts the gameplay every 10 minutes. And even when you are playing it, you're either solving a brain-dead puzzle or...
Why did you buy the game? I mean, I know that, like, don't like it, don't buy it, but it's like, this is what they do. I mean, it's the cinematic Insomniac game. They're all like this. I feel bad that I bought it. You know, I paid for it, and I was like, oh, I really did just buy a fucking $100 Canadian movie. That's what I did. This is just like a movie, and it will be on PS Plus in, like, 4 months, you know? I was wrong. It's still not on PS Plus, but within the year, I'm sure it will be. Yeah, I mean, that's what you expect from these video games. Like, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's fair to critique that, but it's like the Peppa Pig video all over again. I don't know what the fuck you went in thinking you were gonna get.
Or playing some other mini-game.
It's fair to say that about me. It's my fault that I got the game. I knew what it was gonna be. I was just, Spider-Man! I liked the last one! And then I play it, and I'm like, why did I like the last one? I don't know. I guess it was pretty good. Was it?
Or you get a walking simulator mission, or you're playing as a spider bot. Basically anything except swinging through the city and fighting bad guys. So it makes absolutely no sense how this game is up there with all the greatest games ever made. Now, reviewing this game is going to be difficult because I am so utterly frustrated and tired with all of the political virtue signaling that is in modern video games, and this is one of the worst cases I've ever...
Yeah, we got BIPOC artists. This game really... Anyone that acts like this isn't a thing in this game is fucking stupid. It's literally, we got a black Spider-Man now. We made a game with a black Spider-Man, so fuck you. We BIPOC artists will be heard. It's like, God. It really is like almost every mission with Miles too. They really legitimately did just make him the diversity character. Like almost every mission with him is like, help me propose to my boyfriend. I am also gay. He is gay too with me. We are gay. Please help me propose to my boyfriend who I am gay with. Yeah, I see what you're doing, Insomniac. It's really subtle. It's so great that you've made it so subtle and natural in this world. It comes across so normal and not at all forced or weird. Yeah.
Ever seen, by the way. If
Totally.
you tuned into the streams, you know exactly why already. So it's going to be hard to actually try to give this a fair review because this game really, really pissed me off. I mean, I don't think I've been this mad at a video game, well, at least in Starfield, which really released not that long ago, but you might have thought that I was reaching on some of my points with God of War Ragnarok's story, and I'll admit I was barely paying attention half the time because that game is so unbelievably boring. But Insomniac Spider-Man 2...
Why does he keep buying these fucking games that are just cinema slop? Like, I don't buy most of those. I didn't buy God of War Ragnarok because I played enough of the first one, which is to say, like, about an hour. And I was like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with this. Thank you. I don't need more of this in my life. I don't need to play more. I don't need to play more 30 seconds of gameplay, watch cutscene. If I want that, I'll play Metal Gear. Thank you.
Is not just almost as equally boring as God of War, but also twice as woke, undeniably
yeah,
so.
He hasn't been this mad since last week when he was mad.
It'll be interesting to see
the last video he made that he was mad at.
The usual suspects try to pretend that this isn't clear political propaganda.
I'm looking forward to the part in the video where I wonder if he brings this up. So one of the things I found funny in this game, because they did try to make it more woke. I mean, obviously. They did that, and that's just kind of an unavoidable thing. They got, like, I think they were one of the ones with Sweet Baby too, right? Spider-Man 2, so, like, yeah, I mean, this is, when people hold up Alan Wake, I don't know, I haven't played that one, but, like, it sounds like it did whatever it did a lot better than Spider-Man did. But there is a part in this where they tried to make it woke, and so, as a result, I think in the first game, you only ever really fight guys. But as a result of making the game woke, you do just wind up with some missions where Spider-Man's just fucking pounding on bitches. Right in the face, just like Media Ninja. Just like he does. Did that one time and went to jail for. So yeah, that's the thing. And, you know, it's like the consequences of the ironic reverse consequences of being woke is that you've now created a game where men can just go and beat up on women. So I guess good job with that. I guess, you know, there's a good reason to you know, who's to say there's nothing in here for the chuds? Come on.
Shoved down our throat. Now, because this review is going to come out over a week after the game's release, anybody who decided they wanted to purchase the game has already made that choice. So at this point, I'm just giving my thoughts because clearly a lot of you want to hear...
Well, I mean, I remember also the Spider-Man 3 movie game. I remember playing a little bit of that before I got fucking pissed off because it was terrible. I played a little bit of that, and there was a mission that was specifically Spider-Man having to... I think it was like a riot at a fashion show, and he had to beat up a gang of women. Specifically a female gang of all women. And so you're just fucking clobbering women into other women, beat one bitch with another bitch, fucking swing her head into her... It's madness. It's madness. And I was just like, frankly, as a sex offender, I was quite surprised by that.
My thoughts on this game. And man, I'm finding it difficult to really drudge up the anger that is required for a game like this. I'm honestly more...
Yeah, that's equality, apparently. I mean, it is. There's a double-edged sword to the equality thing. It's like inevitably you're going to have to let the chuds hit women. That's just the way it's going to have to be. and it's not, you know, we're gonna have to accept that, I guess.
Depressed than anything.
I mean, hey, you get a whole boss fight in this game where you get to hit women. So isn't that that's everybody's favorite part of this game, is the fight with I mean, this probably been spoiled already in chat, you know, whatever. The fight with MJ is yeah, I'm sure the misogynists, I'm sure they all loved the battle with MJ.
Times in the past, but Insomniac used to be one of my favorite video game developers. They've quite literally made my favorite game of all time, Spyro the Dragon.
Oh yeah, no, it is a required part of the game loop that you have to fight a woman in Spider-Man 2. Which is good diversity. I mean, I'm joking around, but yeah, you shouldn't have to just exclusively hit men. Women can do crimes, obviously. Spider-Man realistically probably should be also hitting women if they deserve it and, you know, have robbed banks and shit. Yeah, I would say, if they're, like, shooting guns at him, yeah, probably fair game. But it's funny that, like, you know, that you can call it, he can call it woke, but once again, I'm just looking at it as a glass half empty problem for him, really.
Bro, those of you who've been on this channel,
there's definitely a way that you could turn this whole thing on its head, and, you know, always look on the bright side of life. That's the message of the stream.
While know that I really enjoy the Ratchet & Clank games, which was also made by Insomniac. The first 4 games in that series all have their place amongst my favorite games of all time. They're really fun, actually kind of funny games, too. The humor is aged surprisingly well, and they're just
yeah, it is unfortunate. I mean, again, I do have to, like, you know, kind of side with him here a little bit. Mostly this video has been reasonably agreeable so far. Yeah, it's a shame when you look back on how old Insomniac was and now all of their games. It's all of them, too. Like, Sucker Punch made Rocket Robot on Wheels, and now they make, like, Ghost of Tsushima, which is fine. That game's pretty good. But it's still kind of one of these. It's like, man, can't we just have... It doesn't even need to be a mascot platformer, but can't we just have a game that's just a game? Do they all need to be the next cinematic fucking thing that's gonna change everything? Can't we just get another Astrobot adventure, like that game that's coming out called Astrobot Adventure or whatever? Yeah, the Astrobot VR game and the one that comes with the PS5, they're making a full one. It looks really good. It's gonna be like Mario Galaxy, but for that little guy. And that one's looking really good. That's what I'm talking about. It's just fun. I mean, that is mascot platformer. I mean, I do want more of those, but you know, more like that, where it's fine with just being a fun game. It doesn't need to be this like fucking HBO drama as a video game. Every game needs that now. That's the real woke mind virus.
Good time all around. But fast forward 20 years...
Based Conserva-Chad playing Ratchet and Clank for the PS2.
And Insomniac is nothing like the company that made those games. It's happened to pretty much every video game studio that was big in the late 90s and early 2000s. None of them have maintained the same level of quality, which I guess shouldn't be...
Don't even fucking get me started on... God, what are they? Naughty Dog? Yeah. Crash Bandicoot, and now they make bigot sandwiches for a living. Good for them.
Surprising, but Insomniac at least used to understand.
Now they make 15 re-releases of Last of Us every year. Great company.
Made a game fun.
Best company in gaming.
This game is not fun 80% of the time. So fuck it, let's just talk about the gameplay. Now, unlike most of my other videos, I'm actually not going to talk about gameplay all that much because it's very similar to the last game. Chances are, if you're interested in this, you've already played the game that released back in 2018, and even a few of you played that Miles Morales.
Yeah, so he likes some things, it's just that the things he likes... Well, someone's getting their car stolen or something. He likes some things, it's just that it's funny again how much this type of thing overlaps with users. I mean, I always say that, but like, is this very different really from Sonic Sega Gamer? He's like whining at this point, you know, I mean, like, it seems like basically the same type of fucking just user, like, I don't like this game because it's very basic opinion basher drama, you know?
Chances are, if you're interested in this, you've already played the game that released back in 2018, and even a few of you played that Miles Morales game, though not nearly as many, judging by sales numbers. So you basically already played this already. So just sticking to the gameplay and not talking about the story or anything, I think it's perfectly competent, but as I've said multiple times, especially on the streams, I have never been a huge fan of Arkham-style combat.
Here's the problem, too. You know, this is just turning into my review of this fucking game now. Because he's, like, kind of incompetent at doing it, really. I mean, maybe he'll say what I'm thinking. The video's pretty long. We are in the combat section, but the real problem is the first game's too easy. The second game is also too easy. But then, you know, you make the you put the I put the game on hard mode, so it just made every boss a miserable slog that took 25 fucking minutes. You just sit there for half an hour while MJ yells at you and calls you a bad boyfriend. It's a great experience. It's awesome. And then if you put it on normal mode, it's too easy. So, I mean, the combat is, like, mechanically too simple, but, you know, if you put it on hard, it's now, like, the statistics and numerals of it just become kind of annoying. I don't know. There's, like, no happy medium, really. It's not a great combat loop, really.
I do like those games, and I also like Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, but I'm not particularly good at that combat system. I just have kind of slow reflexes in general, and unfortunately I played about half of this game while I was tired, so this gameplay isn't particularly great. So I'm going...
Oh, is his problem that the game was too hard? Oh.
Going to try to not hold that against the game.
I mean, I did get very annoyed by the bosses, but again, it's because, like, you know, you die in, like, 2 hits, and they would take a half an hour to fight, and it's just spamming them with attacks forever. And some of them will be like, neener, you can't hit me for like half of their fucking screen time, so... Yeah, don't play this fucking game on hard mode. Just don't. I beat the other one on hard. Don't play the second one on hard. It's not worth it. Just have it, just fall asleep and play it on easy, or, I mean, normal. Freudian slip. Play it on normal, aka easy, and fall asleep. It'll be fine. It's better than frustrating yourself unnecessarily with bosses that take too long. But I guess his problem is a skill issue. He found it too hard, I guess.
While I was tired, so this gameplay isn't particularly great. So I'm going to try to not hold that against the game, though I did have a lot of frustration with some of the boss fights specifically. So what's different this time around? Well, now we have a block/parry button, which really is probably the greatest source of my complaints with this game, because the muscle memory is so beaten into me from playing all these Arkham-style games to press one button to dodge attacks. But most of the time, it wasn't a problem.
It's kind of fucking pointless. They just throw it in for the sake of we need something new in the sequel, but then, you know, it's like, it's not really, yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to skip past the parts where I agree with him. We gotta go to woke side quests and propaganda. We gotta get to the woke propaganda. I'm willing to admit, I mean, we're jumping around. I'm willing to admit maybe this video is less bad than people say it is. People were expecting this one to be pretty bad. I was expecting it to be bad. It might continue to be bad. But so far, I mean, the game, it does have some really annoying woke shit. It does. And I can't really defend too much else in it. I kind of like the story overall. I like what they did with Harry and Venom and all of that. I thought that was pretty cool. It was a unique, original thing that was handled pretty well. Set up good in the last game, you know. Didn't mind that. Had no problem with that. Don't really agree with his pacing issue. But all this to say, you know, I'm willing to say maybe this video's not totally disagreeable, at least. I don't know how good it is, necessarily, but yeah, I mean, I don't think this game's that great. It seems like a bit of an easy target for this kind of criticism, though. Let's see if I can at least agree with him on the woke side quests, because, yeah, I mean, there's some stuff. Like, maybe we'll all be indoctrinated to the Church of Synthetic Man.
Man, too. Okay, that's pretty much everything that I even vaguely liked about the game. We're only going downhill from here. I pretty much have nothing else to say positively about this game. Yeah. I honestly don't even know where to begin.
Yeah, this is just, it's like the Sonic Sega Gamer. Again, it's like when I said that before, you know, I kind of trailed off, but it is this kind of, there's an overlap with the conservative gamer and also the, like, user, where it is like, I want to go back to the era when things were better, quote unquote. And yeah, I mean, PS2 games, by and large, I think I would also want to go back to that era, but it's just interesting where it's like, this video ultimately boils down to, why would you play Spider-Man when Sonic Adventure 2 exists? You know, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for the Nintendo Shit Cube. Sorry. This is just the Peppa Pig video, but for Spider-Man, and it's like better put together, and it's, you know, whatever, but it's more or less the same thing. It's, you know, don't play this because you could go play a better game like Mario 64.
Yes, we can stick with the sandbox for now, and we'll cover the story later. There's a lot of story-based side quests in this game that are tagged with the superhero app that this fat Asian kid named Genki made for you. I never played the Miles Morales game for obvious...
It doesn't matter that he's Asian. This is what I mean, where it's like they have to mention it, you know? It's like if you... I don't know what it even adds to your point or anything. This is what I'm saying. It's not like it's offensive to me. I mean, I know it's like, oh, I mentioned it. I'm triggered. No, I'm not personally affected by you making fun of the fat Asian kid. I don't care. And I've said probably worse things than that. An hour ago I put on a racist Mexican hola ese gringo voice. And that was just uncalled for, frankly. So, like, I mean, you know, it's not like I'm offended, it's just, it is distasteful every time anybody that's not white shows up. It's this fucking Latino! Like, what is your point? Is there a point to it? There's never a point to it. I guess the point is that they aren't white, so therefore woke. I mean, that sounds like an overgeneralization, but I think that is basically the dog whistle he's getting at there. He's Asian, so it's woke. She's black, so it's woke. I mean, to be fair, she's deaf, so it's woke. But, like, that's different.
His reasons. So I had no idea who the fuck this kid is, and I really don't care if he's been...
Yeah, also, I guess being in New York is just too diverse for this guy. I mean, yeah, New York is gonna have a lot of people that aren't, like, white. I don't know where this guy's from. There's probably a lot of fucking people in New York. If you were to go to a random college and talk to some people, you know, it would probably be a pretty fucking melting pot mixed bag, you know? I don't know.
Featured in the comics, he's a lame character. I don't like him. Spider-Man is a genius. He can make his own fucking gadgets, okay? Stop taking shit away from him. Oh, wait, this whole game takes shit away from him, but we'll get to that. Hold on. So through this stupid superhero app, instead of Spider-Man solving real problems like supervillains robbing banks or killing people, he decides to help randos who have some kind of trivial issue that could easily...
Oh, you mean like the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man?
...solve themselves. For example, you help some black woman...
like instead of doing the thing that everybody criticized the DC Cinematic Universe for doing, where it just shows Superman, like, punching buildings or whatever, you know, it's actually showing the human side of the superhero helping the average common person and why people would want to support the superhero and why the city of New York would have, like, a... Okay, so this guy is dumb. Like, make no mistake, I can agree that the game is not great, but this guy sucks, though. Like, he is an idiot. He is a bad reviewer, and he has just bad opinions. And it's like, you are just a fucking moron. You don't understand this character, clearly. You think you do, and you want to be smart. You desperately want to be smart and taken seriously by people. Just like Insane Piece of Shit does. But you do it in a slightly different way. You think you're smart, so you're like, oh, Spider-Man would actually rob banks, actually. Stop people robbing banks, actually. No. It's friendly. Yeah, he would do that. He does that and then plot. That's the main story. The side stuff is him being a hero, him being a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. That's what it... You're a fucking moron.
And find her grandpa who's gotten lost in Central Park or something, and you legitimately waste your time walking around the park, finding some random evidence, doing a fucking god-awful mini-game. And this
mini-games are ass.
Game's full of shitty mini-games, by the way.
They're like, the worst part is they're better than the ones from the first game.
They're just straight up padding.
I mean, you can skip them.
Add nothing. They require no brain power, though I say that.
But it is one of those, it's like, no one buys the Spider-Man game to do a science puzzle, do they? I didn't buy Sonic Frontiers to have to do a pinball minigame. God, at least that makes sense. There was, like, other stupid puzzles in that I remember being annoying. At least pinball and Sonic go together like fucking peaches and cream, but, like, I guess Spider-Man does science, but nobody wants these fuck-ass minigames. Nobody likes these. And they put them in these things, and it's like, man, you even give us a minigame skip button. You know nobody wants to play these. What are you doing?
Funny enough, I did get stumped by an
yeah, it is padding. He's right. It is just padding.
Incredibly easy one at one point.
Yeah, I'm not surprised you got stumped by an easy one, buddy.
Guys, I'm feeling dumb. My dumbness is activating. Retard mode engaged. I guess that's another moment for the Son of DSP compilation. But of course, at the end of this quest line, you find the grandpa.
Oh, is he like a DSP gamer too? That's cool. I mean, shoutouts, DSP gamers represent.
You know? He talks about his wife, and that's it. That's the whole point of the quest, is to listen to some old man reminisce about his wife when he was younger. But it gets much worse than that. There's another quest where you help some old black guy free his pigeons because he's about to die, and so they need to find a new home.
Retard mode engaged.
And all you do is just swing around the city with pigeons flying around you while a copyrighted song plays. That's the whole fucking mission. And
you can argue that the mission design is bad and that they are boring, but it's like, I don't have... he's trying to make me have a problem inherently with Spider-Man helping regular citizens with, like, random fucking shit, and the character's always done that. You're a retard.
Shock, he's
retard mode engaged.
He's dead when you come back. Ooh, how sad. There's another side quest where you help some blind woman because apparently there's a monster in her yard. It turns out it's one of these robotic panther enemies, and Genki reprograms it to be a dog, a heckin' pupperino, and you train it by shooting webs at shit in the environment. And of course, you give the robot dog to the lady, which has a fucking rainbow painted on it for some fucking reason. This whole game's like that. That's just the tip of the iceberg for that shit. Oh, but it gets worse.
Well, okay, so... first, one thing, the guy's so bitterly, like, online cynical that he sees a dog and he's like, he thinks it's like Reddit lay wholesome chungus dog. Like, it can't just be just a dog. I guess the whole, like, can you pet lay pupper thing needs to stop, right? But, I mean, maybe it's just a dog. Sometimes it's just a dog, dude. And they just have a dog in the game, and that's fine.
By shooting webs at shit in the environment. And of course, you give the robot dog to the lady, which has a fucking rainbow painted on it for some fucking reason. This whole game's...
I don't know if he's trying to imply that that's, like, gay. I wouldn't have even thought that this was, like, some kind of gay propaganda or whatever. I mean... But I guess I'm not insane. There's just, like, flowers and stuff. It's like, I figured this is... You know, the local neighborhood people have decided to do graffiti on the fucking dog or whatever. This isn't fine. This is fine. This guy doesn't seem to understand New York, and that would probably happen. You get some weird abandoned dog thing, people, you know, robot thing. People are probably gonna fucking... you're lucky Pamperchew didn't sweep it up and fucking drill holes in it. You know, that reminds me, we did not talk about Pamperchew. I was gonna inform people about Pamperchew between Sonic Sega Gamer and Synthetic Man. I'm gonna have to do it after Synthetic Man now. That's unfortunate.
Like that. That's just the tip of the iceberg for that shit. Oh, but it gets worse. It gets much, much worse. There's another mission where you go to Miles' private school and help some Zoomer mutt, who I couldn't even tell was a woman.
Man. But that is just pretty bad, though. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, that's just racism, really. I think that counts as one of them fun slurs. Yeah. I don't, who you couldn't even tell is a woman. Yeah, mutt. How about that? That's, right. Yeah, well, I mean, like, it's not something to not be expected, I suppose, in this context, you know. It's clear that he is a racist, and I guess we're all kind of signed on for that. We shouldn't be too surprised, but it does hit you like a sack of bricks when, you know, somebody is... I mean, he might as well just say the N-word. I don't know why he hasn't just called Miles the N-word at this point. Just, I mean, you're in for a penny, in for a pound, dude. I mean, just call Miles the N-word at this point. Yeah, I don't know what your deal is, like... If you, like, it's this whole, like, pussyfooting thing, like, you really think you're, like, sneaky with this? Like, anyone's gonna not know what you're doing, or... Well, he's clearly not, he's just saying it, he's just saying, I mean, basically that's like a slur, right? I mean, and again, I'm not personally offended, so it's why I'm willing to say it, too. I don't, whatever, in the context, whatever, but it's just like... I mean, you know, he's saying that with the hatred. That's why it's distasteful, is that you know that it's not just like when Danny Gonzalez said the evil B Mexican word, you know, and he was talking in context of somebody else saying it or whatever, and then he had to, like, apologize profusely. No, I mean, this is somebody who's saying it to be rude and call this person a bad name. Then that's bad. You don't do that to people. Yeah, and that's just, it's distasteful. It's very distasteful. Again, I guess I'm not personally offended. It doesn't affect me, you know. But, I'm getting there. I mean, I'm getting there, how, I guess, brazen it is. It's getting me closer to being like, wow, this is disgusting to even exist in this video. Not quite. I mean, it is still free speech, I guess, but... This guy seems like a really shitty human being. I think this guy's a bad person. I think this guy's got some, really unfortunate opinions.
until I look closely.
Not
Take
just about
pictures
media.
around the school, including of their fucking esports club. And then, the quest all of you were waiting for me to talk about, where you help a gay kid ask this dude out to homecoming. Spider-Man is wasting his fucking time helping some gay kid ask out another gay kid. Are you...
And he's playing the fucking pizza music from the Spider-Man 2 game. Is this a joke? I mean, maybe it is. I wrote this guy off for the longest time as just being like a shitster or just trying to rage bait. I mean, at a certain point, it's like, well, you're calling people a mutt to be like a rage baiter or something, and that's just kind of pathetic. Like, it's like the people that want to, like, epically own me by siding with the child predators. Like, good for you. You really, good job, I guess. It's not really, I don't know if you're trolling other people. I think you might be trolling yourself in doing that. So it's possible that he's just rage baiting. I don't know how much better that is, but I mean, I wrote him off for the longest time as just being full of shit. Maybe he is, because he's currently using the music from a side quest from a Spider-Man game where Spider-Man, instead of robbing banks... God, I keep doing that. Wow. Instead of not robbing banks, stopping people from robbing banks. There you go. Instead of solving real crimes and stopping real problems, real emergencies in New York, he's delivering pizzas. But it's fine, and we can reference that with this funny, epic Spider-Man pizza music. That was fine because it wasn't woke! So make no mistake, his issue isn't that Spider-Man's wasting his time. That's a disingenuous argument that he's making. Once again, it would be great if somebody like this, much like with a Noah Samson, like, you can just say you're racist and that you don't like it because there's black people or whatever. I mean, whatever specific thing at any given moment is the problem. Say it's just that it's diverse and you don't like it, whatever. I guess that's fine, that's free speech. But when you try to lie and claim that it's, Spider-Man wouldn't waste his time by helping citizens, and it's like, no, he would, and he literally did in the game that you're referencing with the music. You had to know what you were doing by doing that. Maybe this is intentional. Maybe it is just rage bait. I mean, I guess he's pretty good at it if that's the case, but... I don't know, when we've gotten to a point where it's just like, I'm just gonna be racist and that's my way of trolling people, I guess it works, right? I mean, like, if you think about it, Adolf Hitler was really just a big rage-baiting troll, honestly.
Fucking kidding me. What the hell, man? It's not like this is fun. No, you just jump around some rooftops and shoot some webs at some shit, and the game forces you to watch.
I mean, it's possible he's just a fucking complete retard, I guess, and he has not made the connection between the Spider-Man pizza minigame music and this segment where he specifically complains that Spider-Man is wasting his time by not helping, like, fucking stop real criminals, and, wow, dude, that's amazing. This has to be a joke. I mean, whatever, Poe's Law and all that, it's all dead,
Tried to leave, and the game forced me to web back onto the lamppost over and over again. This is what I'm talking about. This is how you know it's propaganda. They're shoving it down your fucking throat. And no,
yeah, Hitler was the opinion basher.
An optional side quest is not an excuse, especially since you had no way of knowing what you would see what this quest contained unless you read it on the internet.
You wouldn't know. This is so SJW, you fucking retard. How do you not see it? You're literally triggered because of gay stuff. You're like, I had no idea. No,
I didn't have a trigger warning that there would be gays.
It's just a random side quest.
You're a pathetic retard. Get a spine.
Homecoming. But
You
arguably,
fuck.
that's not even the worst side quest in this game.
He
Oh no.
literally wanted a trigger warning for the woke stuff. That's what he wants. He wants the game to give him a warning so that he's able to mentally prepare his fucking central nervous system for when he sees a black person.
There's one even worse. There's a side quest where you play as Miles' deaf girlfriend walking around spraying graffiti on walls. But what's actually hilarious...
Oh, I don't even think I got to this point. Oh boy. I don't think I got to this one. Did I miss this one? I don't think I saw this side quest. Wow, this really could have driven me over the... I could have maybe made this video if I played this one extra side quest. You know, if I played this side quest, this might have made me racist and homophobic. It might have driven me over the edge.
About this mission, well, two things. First of all, you can actually turn on audio for this deaf girl that's being read by a real deaf person, which is very unintentionally hilarious, and I made the most lowbrow humor jokes imaginable here.
Black history and black futurism.
Oh no.
Pink reflect better in person. Yeah.
Black futurism. I want my futurism. Wakanda forever. But in Insomniac's Infinite Wisdom,
I would assume that the person, I mean, you know, we joke around a lot about stupid retards on this channel. Hell, we've done that today. Arguably, we're doing that right now. Arguable by very few. However, I mean, it's barely even... I wouldn't even use the lefty term punching down in this scenario, because it's like, look at this stupid loser. Is he punching down when he's criticizing the woman who has assumedly taught herself how to speak when she can't even understand the words she's saying as she says them? That's pretty damn impressive. What have you done besides make this embarrassing video that's, you know, regrettable for everyone involved? I don't know. You know, your instinct as like a good progressive would be to go, oh, he's punching down and being mean to the deaf. No, honestly, I think the deaf woman's got a few steps up on that guy, on this guy. This guy's lower on the progressive stack, honestly.
Because they couldn't have this character talk to herself, at least out loud, because she's deaf, and this is a modern video game, so the protagonist has to comment on what's going on every 5 minutes.
Yeah, it wasn't funny. It wasn't even a joke. It was just... I mean, it was just doing the voice. I mean, it's kind of like... It reminds me... I mean... Apparently, people call him, like, Junior DSP Gamer, son of DSP, or whatever. And so it reminds me of, like, the, what was it, Mei Ling in Metal Gear Solid? He just started doing a bunch of ching chong jokes. And again, they were barely even jokes. They were just, like, ching chong, eat dogs kind of thing, you know. It's just, you know, not a constructed joke that is funny, just being offensive for the sake of it, and that's the joke. And that's basically what he did here. I mean, you can make a joke that's a little funnier, maybe, with that. I don't know. In context, you could do something that's funny, but just to be like, guys, they sound like that. I mean, even then, there's like the funny clip from Red Letter Media from like 10 years ago where Rich Evans is being racist to Chinese people, and then he goes, it's not racist. They talk like that. I mean, like, like, that's funny, you know. But this is just... It's just mocking people that are, you know, are disabled or something. It's just kind of... And again, I mean, I think that person who's taught themselves how to speak English, whether it sounds a little silly or not, is probably doing a lot fucking better for themselves. Much more accomplished human being than synthetic guy.
Soulless golem zoomers playing the game would get bored and turn it off, I guess. Instead of making her just think, emojis pop up on the screen. Deaf people apparently can't think. They don't have words in their head. They can read, but they think in emotes. It's so woke, it circles back around to being like racist, sexist, ableist, whatever, you know. There's another quest where some of the school members decide to throw a big prank. And
oh my god, look at this one. Guys, she might be mixed or something.
They kidnapped the...
This is apparently the worst thing. You know, I think we've figured out what it is, too. I mean, I don't know how true it is, but if the person in chat earlier was telling the truth... Someone was saying that this guy just had, like, a bad experience with a black girl in high school, and, like, she broke his heart or something, and so I guess now, for the rest of his life, he just hates... That's what his problem is race mixing. Is, like, he is a racist. He was driven to racism by women, as usual. And, so, because of that, like, you know, a lot of this, you know, his everything about mutt and miscegenation and yada yada... I think if that's true, I think it can easily be just traced back to he's just salty that he got broken up with by a sister.
cool mascot, which might be a setup for an okay quest. In reality, you're just solving brain-dead puzzles the entire time, light reflection puzzles that wouldn't be out of place in a shovelware PS2 game. But of course, about halfway through, they have to virtue signal to you and throw in a mural saying how great BIPOC artists are, and we all need to stick together. Because, you know, women think all minorities...
I love his little clapping there, you guys see that?
...their PS2 game. But of course, about halfway through, they have to virtue signal to you and throw in a mural saying how great BIPOC artists are, and we all need to stick together. Women think all minorities are the same, apparently. And you might wonder why I'm singling out women. Well, the lead writer of this game was a woman. And we'll get into that a little bit more later because it's kind of important.
Fucking Gloomhavers. I swear to God, they made him racist and now they're gonna make him gay.
Important, actually, believe it or not, to the plot of this game, or at least one major mission in particular becomes pretty obvious. And not long afterward, you go to some African art section of the city, and there's a whole other side quest line about...
I tried to be open to some of this shit when I was playing the game. This, like, BIPOC shit, and I was just like, alright, well, okay. It makes sense that characters... like this, in this scenario, would be kind of woke, annoying retards. Like, let's be real here, like, these are characters at a university, like, yeah, are they gonna not be, like, BIPOC, and pronouns in bio, and, like, all of that kind of are they not gonna be like that? Really? Aren't they? I think they're probably gonna be like that. So, I mean, it's realistic. That was my thinking. I was like, this isn't as insufferable as it could be, because at least it's contained mostly within a college, where it's like, yeah, well, that's where you're gonna see these types of people.
These people.
That's where you're gonna see these types of people. So, I mean, you know, yeah, some of that shit, it is a bit fucking annoying. I mean, it's not all bad, but, I mean, this mission that he's complaining about here is apparently bad, too.
African art section
this is a different mission
of the city, and there's a whole other side quest line about retrieving stolen instruments from this black art museum.
And, I mean, I mean, again, I'm not racist like this guy is, so, I mean, I am racist, but not like this guy is. So, like, I don't get the issue with having that as a side quest inherently. If it was, like, saving the Black Museum from the evil white man, that would be one thing. But it is just kind of, like, help the museum recover, and this is literally what he said, too, because what happens here is there's, like, a theft at the museum or something. So you got to track down the stolen shit. It is what he asked for. It is, why can't Spider-Man help, you know, stop crimes and, you know, stop, like, robberies and shit. Yeah, but it's both. So it's actually pretty well done in this mission, I would say.
My god, this game is full of shit like this, dude. This is actually part of the main story, but you meet a scientist chick who has the non-binary flag and the monkeypox flag on her desk. There's a pawn shop with the Ukraine flag.
I don't even know who that's offensive to, and I think that's what makes it funny to me.
On the inside, which this is the fucking comic books. This is exactly why I made those two Escapism is Dead videos, because modern developers will not let you escape reality. You must support the current thing. And this is a more minor complaint, all things considered.
What was the... What?
Flag and the monkeypox flag.
It's not even... This is just very oversensitive. Again, it's like you see this in the game. I mean, I guess people would compare it to, like, where's my fucking Confederate flag or something, I guess. I mean, like, there's a difference between wanting to, you know, I don't know, express yourself in some way and wanting to, like, own other human beings, though. So, like, there's a difference there. But, I mean, you could easily look at this as just someone in this universe supports these things. Yeah, metatextually, you kind of know that it is, like, a thing they're pushing, but I don't know. You don't have to be so fucking annoyed by everything. I mean, it's you gotta pick your battles sometimes. I don't know.
On her desk. There's a pawn shop with the Ukraine flag on the inside, which this is the fucking comic books.
So there's Ukrainians in the game, so that's woke. I forget. Are we not supposed to support Ukraine? Is that bad? I guess his guys would like Russia then? His team likes Russia? Okay. His team likes Russia, so not Ukraine. So he doesn't support Ukraine, so he's offended by this game existing. I mean, it is just... I would very much like to debate one of these types of people, like him or someone defending him, about A genuine YouTube debate, bro. I would love to debate them. I would love to try to explain to them that the logic that they're using is just SJW logic. It's just him being unreasonably offended that he sees a flag in a game. And like 10 years ago, it may have been a Confederate flag. It may have been some other kind of fucking thing. It might have been an Iron Cross or something. And some insane retarded lefty would have been fucking pearl clutching until they were forced to remove it. And this is the same thing. It's exactly the same.
This is exactly why I made those 2 Escapism is Dead videos, because modern developers will not let you
apparently it's not even the Ukraine flag. Alright.
escape reality.
He's
you
just
must
seeing 2 similar colors and getting mad? Okay.
support the current thing. And this is a more minor complaint, all things considered, but this Danica podcast with this purple hair feminist...
Why does this retard think he needs to support the current thing, though? It's like, you don't need to agree with it just because it's telling you these things. You don't need to... I mean, like, you can just disagree with it. That doesn't make it inherently bad. It might make it annoying. There's a big I mean, I'm not trying to defend this game too much though, because it's hard to argue with this one. You know, it's like I could be semantical and be like, oh, it's not necessarily bad just because you disagree. Well, yeah, but they did hire Sweet Baby. They literally did hire, and so when you kind of have to add it all together, and it's like, yeah, the game is... Yeah, it is kind of propaganda, a little bit, sure. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. They're definitely trying to force this, like, message, and do it in a fairly unnatural way, and a lot of the time it comes at the expense of the game itself. Sure. But, I mean, at that point, it's like, why did you spend money on it then, dude? I mean, I spent money on it because I don't ultimately care that much, and I just kind of wanted a Spider-Man game. And I regret buying it for reasons entirely unrelated to any of this. Well, partially related, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, like, if you knew that's what this was going to probably be, and I think it's pretty easy to clock in on that it's going to be that way, why did you spend money on it and vote with your wallet? I don't understand.
Chick is so cringy and unbelievable. It's like the writers fundamentally don't understand what makes podcasts like Joe Rogan popular, and so they have this harmless, sterilized, likely self-insert character who gives the most safe, politically correct opinions on shit that's going on. I mean,
yeah, you wouldn't want you want a good podcast host like Joe Rogan who brings in guests and then never questions them about anything, or like calls them on any of the insane shit that they say. He just lets them run fucking rampant, and at most will pivot them into a different crazy direction. That's what I've learned from my, admittedly not much watching Joe Rogan. I haven't watched him, but I've seen some videos that have covered people that he's talked about and included his commentary, and it's just like, wow, you're not going to call him on that one, or if he does, he calls it, it's just like, well, I think that might be incorrect. Can you explain what you mean by that? And just, like, kind of softballing them. Yeah, you want another good podcast like Joe Rogan. That's who you want in here.
J. Jonah Jameson's podcast will be 10 times more popular in reality, even if you don't agree with what he's saying, which a lot of the times what he's saying is absolutely correct.
Inflation through the roof, feckless government officials, and a country on the brink of a collapse not seen since the fall of the Roman Empire.
He just sounds way more interesting. He's actually giving a real opinion. He's enthusiastic. Danica is a face for radio, and she's boring as shit. There's no...
Yeah, I mean, again, another agreeable part. I mean, it is... She's basically Reddit. I mean, it is just like Reddit as a person, as a character. Which a lot of characters in this game are. Jonah is Jonah. He's always that way. So, I mean, it's like, you can't even really criticize how he is here. He's kind of always that way. I mean, you know, but, yeah, I mean, she sucks, sure. What else is this video? Bugs, story, ugly MJ rant. Let's see. Okay. Ugly MJ. I mean, I think MJ looks fine in this game. I do think it's fucking stupid that they've completely changed the way their 2 main characters look. I don't understand that at all. I guess maybe it's like a rights issue with the actors that they modeled the character designs in the first game after. But they made the new Peter Parker look fucking stupid, and they made MJ... I don't think she looks better or worse. She just looks different, and it's, like, really noticeably different, and it's, like... it's not easy to ignore how different they look, and, like, it's very stupid that they look so different, I guess. They should have just kept the fucking characters
Afterward,
looking the
Peter
same.
goes back home.
Why is it different? That should be the same!
Finally get to see the new Mary Jane, and oh my god, she's hideous! What's wrong?
Why is she hideous? She looks like a normal woman. She looks like a human being.
Your face! Mary Jane, more like manly jaw. She looks old enough to be Peter's mom, and
I guess she's got a jaw. I mean, I don't mean to be that guy, but at a certain point it is, do you just never look at women? Are you not... What women does he see? Are they all anime characters, or what? Does he go outside? Has he been to a Subway and fucking, like ordered a fucking sandwich and just looked at the fucking Subway sandwich artist and been like, oh, holy fuck, are you a man? It's a pretty common thing for women to have a jaw. I don't know where this meme came from. I mean, I know where it came from. It came from NetherRealm's Wonder Woman in the Injustice game, where she does very much look like a man. She looks like a guy. She has a very mannish jaw, and you get, like, Joanna Dark from the new Persona, from the new Perfect Dark game that they're putting out, and they revealed that yesterday, and yeah, I mean, like, they keep doing this. I'm not sure. It's, like, the counter to that is not every woman looks like this, so I don't know why they have to make every woman realistic, quote-unquote, by making her have a huge fucking jaw, but, like, it doesn't inherently make them less feminine. It contributes to that, maybe. Like, maybe a little bit, but... I think she looks fine here. I think it's a very strange complaint. A lot of the time, it's a strange complaint when you hear this. And it is annoying to me because, again, as someone who does agree that a lot of the time the jaw thing goes a little far, it's like, then you get people complaining about this or about, like, that Star Wars Ubisoft game where the woman looks fucking fine. And they just won't shut up about the fucking jaw. Or Silent Hill 2, they're doing that with. We talked about that recently on stream. And they're literally just fixating on, like, one shot in one specific lighting of this character who is kind of unflattering. And you see her in other lighting, and she looks fine. She looks attractive. And it is... I mean, it's just like culture war shit. It's just fodder for the culture war. The jaw has become the front lines. The jawline, more like front line.
with a giant fucking man jaw. That is a man, dude. Look at that body. Wide shoulders, no hips, flat ass. That is a man. And the worst thing is...
I was using Sonic music, so I'm just imagining him, like, bringing up an image of Rouge the Bat and being like, now look at this sexy lady! This is what I'm talking about!
We know she's a face scan model. We also know what her face used to look like in the old game. And this is what her model actually looks like, okay? Now,
I mean, I kind of... See, this is what I don't understand. Why do they get these fucking models and then it looks nothing like this person? This was the same thing with the fucking Star Wars game. Yeah, these two characters don't look similar, but there's elements of the video game character that I would say look more attractive than the real model. The real model just looks too fucking... I don't know... Eastern European supermodel. She looks too Melania Trump, you know? It's a little... It's kind of uncanny. She looks like a sex doll. But like, yeah, I don't get, I mean, for one thing, yes, this is what she used to look like. People already said she looked like a woke man jaw. Like, they already had the same complaints with this version of her. I guess the new one is worse.
Know what her face used to look like in the old game, and
this looks nothing at all like her, like either version of her. I don't understand. Why are you hiring people you don't need to hire? What happened to just modeling a video game character that looks like a fucking video game? This is why all these budgets are fucking $1 billion to make a Spider-Man game. Because it's like, hey, let's hire this actress to be in the whole game, and then just the character doesn't look like her, and she's also not actually the actress performing. So... I mean, maybe she is. Maybe she's, like, performing the motions or whatever. She might be the mocap actress. Or that might be an entirely other fucking human being that they're paying money. No wonder these games cost so much money, because they've got like 16 different people to be one character, and then the end result is that it's just some other fucking character that doesn't look like any of them.
Is what her model actually looks like, okay? Now here's the big twist.
Just get a fucking redhead, bitch! What are you doing? Oh. 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 Oh, well, I didn't see this. That's funny.
Is what the lead writer for this game looks like. Oh yeah, that's not a coincidence. Mary Jane is 100% a self-insert in this game, and that becomes very obvious near the end, but we'll get to that later. And now in a fucking
well,
superhero game, we spend the next...
Yeah, that's new. That is brand new information. That does change things.
5 minutes clean.
That, you know, she doesn't look like the face model, but,
Incidents. Mary Jane, this is...
But she does look like someone else, I'll give, I'll give them that. Why didn't they just use this lady as the face model? If they want to do that, I don't even have a problem with that, but why are you hiring, like, fucking a bunch of people to be... Your character. Just make a character. Why is this so hard? This is why people like the PS2 generation, because they used to be able to just make a fucking Ultimate Spider-Man game and have a shitty looking like cell shaded MJ who looked like a fish, and it was fine because the game was good and no one gave a shit. And now you need like 7 different Mary Janes and just to replace her with the self-insert Mary Sue.
It's what the lead
What are we doing here?
Looks like. Oh yeah, that's not a coincidence. Mary Jane is 100% a self-insert in this game.
Well, I didn't know, but I will also say, however, hashtag? Why did I say hashtag? I'm back on Twitter for a few days, and now I'm speaking in hashtags again. I'm going to be like Movie Bob soon enough. I will say, that guy that he showed the tweet from is a complete retard. It might be a stopped clock, right twice a day kind of thing, which some of this video has been too. But that manga lawyer guy, manga, that's how I'm saying, that's how I'm choosing to say it in this instance. That guy is just a moron. I mean, he's just a retard. He's another culture war retard. If he's got authentic information here, I mean, that looks pretty... Well, I mean, the proof looks like it's in the pudding there, so that's unreal. That's kind of neither here nor there, but I guess that, I don't know, there might be some embellishment or something. She might not be the lead writer, I don't know. Probably is, though. I mean, that's probably just the way it is.
And we spend the next 5 minutes cleaning up a house, and we get a flashback to when Peter was a teenager, and he punched a hole in his wall, and Aunt May helped him.
No, it's just like the, it's like the, Doug Walker song, what is it? We don't need no feminization or whatever. The one that, hashtag person you hate. The one where he parodies, I forget which Pink Floyd song it is, but it's one of them. Doesn't Aunt May also look different? I think she also looks different. Did they not give her a different face in this one too? Maybe she looked the same in the first one. I don't know. It's like a bunch of fucking shapeshifters. It's weird.
Don't care. Aunt May had it coming. In fact, I hope they bring her back and kill her a second time in the next game. Now
you're just so edgy and cool, dude. You're such a cool, wow, contrarian.
Game decides to waste the
I mean, it's like Bane, but like it's like evil Bane. This guy's evil Bane. Because Bane is like, his whole personality is just liking things that people don't like. And it's like, Bane, I don't know what it does for you in your brain. Like, I know you do think that you like the Avengers game, but, like, I don't know why your brain is making you think these things. It's not real. You're doing it for attention, and I know you don't think that, but you are. And, you know, it's like that, but it's like the reverse of that. Like, wow, you're so edgy, dude. You want Aunt May to die. You're so cool. Your entire personality is just being contrarian. You're like Harman Smith. Is that a nice existence? I don't know. Does that make you happy? It's just embarrassing and pathetic. I mean, whatever you want to say, I'm a triggered lefty or whatever, sure, it's fine, but you're just an embarrassing, pathetic loser. I mean, and the thing is, you could say this to him, and he would probably agree. I mean, like, he would never admit it, but he would agree. I think that would cut deep. I think he knows that he's just a sad, miserable little man, ultimately. He's still upset about, you know, the black girl that broke up with him in high school. And so he hates race mixers now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just, it's It's an unfortunate video. He's really cool, though, because he doesn't like Aunt May or whatever. Alright.
Hey, had it come. In fact, I hope they bring her back and kill her a second time in the next game. Now the game decides to waste the next 30 minutes
Yeah, my man's a little bit Bane-broken.
up Peter and Harry Osborn's friendship. As we saw in the beginning, they're not even pretending to make it a twist that he's Venom in this game. They pretty much gave it away. So the Venom symbiote is helping him fight off his cancer.
I mean, why would we... I would prefer that they don't make it a twist. That's stupid. He says that like it's a bad thing. You know? Like, in the first game, they set up who Venom is gonna be in the second game. So it's not like it's gonna be a twist. You already knew that. So they didn't want it to be a twist. They wanted it to just be a thing I mean, it was a twist when they revealed that before, I guess, wasn't it, though? Like, the twist already happened. It's just he's an idiot. At the end of Spider-Man 1 2019 game, PS4, that's the full title, there's like a post-credits thing where, yeah, they reveal that it's gonna be Harry that's Venom in the next game. And so, like, we already knew that. That's not a twist. It would be very stupid if they treated it like it was a twist. Because that would be, like... I mean, that would be insulting to the audience's intelligence, because they already know that that's what's happening and could probably guess, you know, halfway through the story. Eddie Brock hasn't showed up yet. Like, you probably guess it's the other main character, right? Like,
so now he's completely fine to do physical activities. There's a walking simulator mission where you ride bikes. Are we gonna really have a bike riding mission? Just make it a cutscene, please. No, dude, don't do it. Don't make me ride my bike in a straight line.
I was disappointed that they didn't let me ride the bike more. This is a stupid complaint, because this is actually a stupid complaint, because, like, I get it, you don't want the linear cinematic cutscene mission where you hold forward, I get it, but I wanted to be able to explore the city on the bike, just as Peter Parker or whatever. They don't let you do that, and it was unfortunate, because people always talk about how the first one and this new one apparently have, like, 16 times the detail. Such a detailed New York, and you're always just seeing the fucking rooftops. And it's like, yeah, you can walk around as Spider-Man, but that's fucking weird. No one's walking slowly as Spider-Man in the Spider-Man game. And you could argue no one's gonna ride a fucking bike around, but if the option was presented, I would have liked to just nicely drive around New York and fucking just, like, take in the sights from ground level. That would have been cool. They don't let you do that. It's unfortunate. He's got a stupid complaint.
It better be a cutscene. Fuck you! Fuck you!
Likes
and
are
then you have a
woke.
flashback back to when they were both in high school, and it's incredibly boring and a colossal waste of time. And I might as well bring this up now, but this game has some god-awful dialogue. I mean, ripped straight from Reddit.
Paparazzi's bad enough. The paparazzi with guns?
Oh my god, not paparazzi with guns!
Epic. An impromptu shot of Pwnage in action.
I mean, again, are we supposed to not have... Like, I already described a character as feeling like Reddit. But, like, people are like this now. I know it's unfortunate. I do. I would really prefer if people weren't so heckin' valid and all of that, right? But, like, that's the way they are. So, I mean, if he's gonna be a young Spider-Man who's, like, in his early 20s, late teens, whatever, there's, like, a pretty good chance he's gonna talk like a Redditor, dude. Like, I'm sorry. I don't like it any more than you do, but that is just realistic. It would come across weirder if he talked like it was 20 years ago. I mean, I ultimately, a lot of this is just, like, I don't like the world that I live in, which is, like, fair, you know, fair enough, you know, but it's not like it's the game's fault for like, correctly portraying the world in a fairly realistic way, as having a lot of diversity and annoying people who sound like they're talking in Reddit posts. You know, that's it. You know, you can't just be like, I wish it would go back to the way it was. I mean, you can wish that, but it's not really going to do anything.
I'm not. The figures. Just me. Okay, well, you know, you come to me for the real.
Yeah, I'm also gonna point out the chat member, very good point. There is a chat member that says that Spider-Man has been like this for 60 years or something. Yeah, Spider-Man is fucking insufferable if you go back and read, like, the early not really early, but, like, slightly later early, like, around issue 50 or 60-ish, is when funny enough, MJ starts entering the scene, and, I mean, she might show up earlier, but that's when I remember her getting really annoying, because, yeah, Spider-Man apparently is always, since the 60s, early 70s, it's just been hip-swinging daddy-o cats that are down with the cool lingo of the time. And it comes across really cringe, probably, for people at the time, and for people later, to go back and have to read through MJ's utterly groan-inducing dialogue. Everything she says when in early Spider-Man comics is, like, legitimately, like, swinging hepcat daddy-o. She keeps calling Peter Dad. Not even daddy-o or anything. Dad. Just Dad. It's very strange. So, yeah, them talking like heckin' Reddit chunkers is, like, I guess fine. I guess I really can't complain about that in Spider-Man. I think that is actually a good point. It is kind of dumb to make that argument about Spider-Man in general, because it's pretty much been that way since fucking Stan Lee, dude.
Just try to deliver. I'm like a B real estate agent. A B real estate agent. Okay.
Oh, God. Yeah, and fucking Peter has always been an annoying cunt. I mean, like, yeah, people try to argue, like, well, there's sometimes when he makes jokes and they're better, and, like, no, kind of the point of, I interpret it as he's supposed to not be funny. Like, people that try to actually be, like, funny and clever with Peter Parker dialogue, I feel, are missing the point. He's supposed to be a cheesy retard who says things like, what was that again?
The takers.
A belogram or something?
For the real, so I'm just trying to deliver.
The real
real estate agent.
Real estate agent.
Real estate agent.
I mean, that's very bad, but, like, it's Spider-Man, he's always talked like that. He is a corny loser.
Okay, you sound...
I'm peachy, just peachy. I'm very Reddit chungus right now.
Hey, he isn't the guard.
I mean, you're just just terminally online, dude. I don't know. So the dialogue's bad, the story's bad. Black Cat is also bad. What did they do? They made her woke.
Great. So the next mission, we finally get to see the return of Black Cat, and guess what? Peter doesn't even get to interact with her. No, this is a Miles Morales mission for some reason, and they tease that Doctor Strange is going to show up, but no, it's just Black Cat stealing a teleporting scroll, and you'll never guess why. Apparently now she's a lesbian, and she uses the scroll to teleport to Paris so she can get with her girlfriend.
Okay, well, the two ways of thinking, she could just be bi or whatever. I mean, it's possible she's also into women, right? However, I mean, yeah, they didn't make her go to Paris with her boyfriend, did they? They didn't make her go to Paris with her lumberjack boyfriend who cuts down trees and eats red meat, did they? That's all I'm saying.
Are you fucking joking? And what adds insult to injury is Black Cat is one of the only vaguely attractive women in this entire game. There is no other explanation for this except that the writers hate Peter Parker and they hate Peter Parker's fans. All the self-insert nerd people who Spider-Man was literally made for. That's why he's one of the most popular superhero characters ever.
It's funny that he seems to have some kind of idea of what Spider-Man, who it was made for, yada yada yada, and it's like, have you read the comics? It sounds like you probably have if you talk like that. You'd think that you would be more understanding of lay wholesome Reddit chungus dialogue, given that, then. Given the fact that every, like, year or two, Spider-Man radically shifts his cool, hip lingo to be more hip and cool. You'd think that wouldn't be an issue, or... I don't know, I mean... Like, here's the thing, there's, you know how the bread tuber video essay goes, it's always like, the problem with blank, the dark history of blank, and, yeah, the dark history of Spider-Man is that it did very much begin as essentially incel fantasy. I mean, you read the early Steve Ditko Spider-Man, like, Amazing Fantasy 15 or whatever, and it is basically, I'm gonna get back at those Chads! Ooh, the Stacys are gonna rue the day they passed me up! Oh, now I've got power! It's, it's alarming to read it now, how that is basically all the story is just an incel who's going to gamer rise up against his whole school or whatever. So, I mean, it's understandable they might want to do something different, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much that's even relevant to what he's even talking about, frankly.
Since his creation is because he is the perfect self-insert for the nerds who are reading comic books. And so Peter Parker's life is shit, man. So many bad things happen to him. It is a running trope across all of his comic book series.
Synthetic Man just misses those good old days, just like Sonic Sega Gamer. Thank you to my subscriber, Synthetic Man, not to Spider-Man, to that game is woke.
And so what did they do? They gave him a supermodel girlfriend so that he has one thing in his life, one good thing to keep him going.
They gave him woman as prize, and that was a good thing.
Doesn't just blow his fucking brains out. And what do they do in the games? They take that away from him by making her a fucking 50-year-old man-jawed and although...
What do they do in the games? They make her a human being who has her own emotions and feelings, and that's a problem. You know, I mean, listen, male loneliness is a real thing, and the epidemic is real, and so is female loneliness, because we all just hate each other, and we're all just, it's a culture and gender war at this point, in more ways than one. But that being said, yeah, the idea of they wrote MJ to be a person who, and I've said this before, if you were the one as a man whose wife was going out and getting a bunch of fucking accolades and going and swinging all night doing whatever and having weird trysts with sexy male superheroes with their dicks hanging out, I don't know, dude. I think you would maybe also start to grow to resent your spouse at that point in time. Like, you could maybe say that Spider-Man doesn't need spousal drama, but if you're gonna have Peter and MJ as a relationship, things are gonna come up, aren't they? I mean, I just think that feels pretty natural. I never understood the big issue with the Karen Rant boss fight. People call it that, and it's like, if you were in her shoes, male or female, you would probably, you know, you'd appreciate Peter Parker as a heroic guy, as someone who's well-meaning, who loves you and everything, but that doesn't mean you're not going to also probably resent him for various reasons, and that the symbiote that takes over your fucking brain and makes you go crazy is probably not going to lash out at you, and that's, you know, fairly reasonable, probably. Yeah, you know? Like, maybe have some fucking, I don't know, understand, like, empathy for, I don't know, something like that. It's not too ridiculous. There's elements, certainly, you know, in the game that are, but I just don't think that that's really one of them. I mean, you know, he is literally, in this point, arguing that, like, Peter Parker used to have wife trophy. He used to have girlfriend trophy, and then they took it away from him. And, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're still together at the end. It's just that, you know, they're trying to be, I don't know, like, mutually respectful of each other as a relationship. It's like that. Trying to communicate this to someone, though, who wants to just see Spider-Man punch man is like, I guess that's fair. It's just, this is maybe not the game for you, and that's fine. I guess I don't mind seeing a realistic take on a version of what happens if a superhero and his girlfriend are having some fucking troubles. Like, I kind of like that idea. I like the grounded, down-to-earth superhero stuff. And I thought that was pretty interesting to do that in a game that's about alien parasites taking over New York. You know, I think that overall, I mean, story-wise, a lot could have gone wrong that didn't in Spider-Man 2, frankly.
Black Cat is still somewhat attractive. In the comics, she was a fucking bombshell, dude. Easily one of the most attractive characters. Just like, you know, Catwoman, who she's blatantly a ripoff of. And while the Arkham games came out before the wokeness explosion in every development studio, just compare what Catwoman looked like in Arkham City or Arkham Knight to this. I mean,
like, I will also say the reverse of this sort of thing is, like, I remember 15 years ago, however long it was, when Arkham City came out, there was, like, DLC where you could play as Catwoman, and that's, I think, this is Arkham City. This is just a scene from the main story, I think, but There was a DLC where you could play as Catwoman, maybe he'll mention it, and people would not fucking shut up about how sexist and misogynistic it was that Catwoman was getting, like, sexual comments from the bad guys. The bad guys whose asses you kicked as Catwoman were being like, huh, we're gonna have our fun with her, boys, and stuff like that. I mean, I don't even know if it was like that, but it was, like, vaguely sexual, like, acknowledging that she existed as a human woman, female, with sexualization, was apparently sexist. Like, it's unrealistic for these criminal thugs to be sexual toward Catwoman. So, I mean, a reminder that crazy, stupid people raving about politics in superhero games has been happening for a while now, so don't think that it's just started here or anything. Don't worry.
I mean, shit, in the 90s, cartoon, which was for children, they made sure to make Black Cat hot as fuck.
You were terrific back there, and I'd be proud to have you fight by my side. Really care about you. Partners?
That, and maybe more.
And so, you know what? This isn't just a slight against Peter Parker. This is a slight against me, specifically. Fuck you, Insomniac.
A slight against me. They're coming after me, specifically. I mean, you can't tell this guy that he... You can't say that this guy doesn't... You know... I mean, a lot of the time, people like this get you know, they get the label of being personally attacked. Why are you so personally offended by this? Why are you so defensive about this thing? Well, apparently because it's a personal offense to him. He has been specifically singled out and attacked and targeted by this, by making Black Cat have a girlfriend. Again, I think it's a very obvious choice that they did not make her have a boyfriend in this, like, Paris scenario. It is a bit of a yeah. I'm sure the lesbian girlfriend's in a wheelchair too. I'm sure that. Have a great life, Black Cat. Great. That's it's pretty clear what they're going for, but to act like you're being personally targeted is just very funny, sir.
And fuck anybody who praises, encourages, or even is just okay with ugly art, because that's exactly what this game is. It's disgusting, demoralizing propaganda trash. And the little cherry on top was...
I mean, again, reminder that this guy who thinks most women that he looks at are secretly men, or look manly, or whatever, he loves Fuda, apparently. So I'm just saying, like, I don't find the ugly Mary Jane to be unattractive. I think she looks fine. She looks perfectly attractive. She's fine. And if that makes me gay as a non-Fuda loving individual, then, well, alright. I mean...
An especially bad bit of dialogue that I had to hear 4 times because I kept dying during this part.
Wow, you're really bad at this game, huh? So I don't want to let it slide that this guy seems to just be bad at video games, too. Like, I was saying before, the game's too easy. I assume he didn't play it on hard mode, though, like I did, where it's both too easy and, like, frustratingly drawn out in boss fights and stuff. He's apparently frequently dying in this game, which I find interesting. You know, I feel like maybe you should get better. Maybe you should get good at video games before you try to review them. I don't know.
For the sea lion exhibit? Oh, I want to see that. Did you know sea lions can swim up to 25 miles per hour?
I wanna see the sea lion. Did you know that sea lion?
Oh, he does a lolly defense in his Tears of the Kingdom video. Well, that's very funny for another time. I'm not going to be watching that. What is this?
Did you know
Times because I kept dying during...
I wanna see the sea lion. Did you know that sea lion?
Are you fucking joking?
It's just, this is so similar. It's so funny. It's like, we move in waves. We really do. Time is such a flat circle that streams harmonize. I started the stream with Sonic Sega Gamer Peppa Pig rant, where it's a fat autistic retard complaining that the game, the children's educational game for babies about Peppa Pig, not only is stupid because it's an educational game, but is stupid because it's about Peppa Pig. And it's like, okay, why are you even playing it then, loser? And now we've got this guy who is a slim autistic retard who's complaining that this game, that he seems to not even fucking like Spider-Man. It's like he's always been annoying. I don't know what you want. This is just par for the fucking course. Spider-Man is fucking cringe. He's always been that way. What Spider-Man has this guy even watched that he hasn't been, like, extremely cringe? Maybe the Sam Raimi movies? Maybe that's it? Has he read any of the comics? He's usually extremely cringe. That's just normal. That's just normal. It's the babbling about sea lions. He just does shit like that. That's the way he is. So, I mean, like, what are you even here for? Why are you even so mad at this, like, series that you don't even seem to really, like enjoy it? Why are you even mad about this? It's fine if Spider-Man is not your cup of tea, dude. Or maybe it used to be. Maybe he's just struggling to articulate that he feels like he's grown out of Spider-Man. You know, maybe that's a big part of this, that he just doesn't feel... But he still likes, I mean, he likes the Spider-Man cartoons or whatever, I guess. It's just like, I don't know, I would argue that anything that doesn't portray Peter Parker as an autistic cringelord is frankly not doing a very good job of representing Peter Parker, because that's exactly who he is. It's who he was in the very first ever Spider-Man story in one way or another, as Alec Manassian, basically, in the 60s. That was the way it was in that story, and that's the way it continued with the swinging Hepcat Daddy-O shit, and now is Reddit wholesome Chungus big chunker. It's the same shit. I don't see how you can call yourself a Spider-Man fan and be like, oh, the dialogue is cringe. Yeah, that's a good point. Batman is too edgy sometimes. Great observation.
I seriously have to ask you if you're one of my black viewers, which, believe it or not, is 12% of my stream audience at the very least.
He's got Pumpkin Hill, Sonic Adventure 2, Black Knuckles music playing as he talks about my black viewers. That's a good choice.
Joking. I seriously have to
There's
ask...
some good needle drops in this video.
Ask you if you're one of my black viewers, which, believe it or not, is 12%
Yo, this
of
the
my stream
fighting
audience at the
freak
very
Knuckles!
least. Do you actually think Miles Morales is cool? And I mean, Insomniac's version. I think the Spider-Verse one is completely fine. But Insomniac's Miles...
Really? He likes the Spider-Verse version. Well, that's interesting. I mean, I do prefer that version, definitely. I mean, again, it really comes down to those movies are just very good, and this game is just not really that good. There's elements of it that are fine, you know, like the writing about some of the story elements I think is pretty good. You know, they're done okay here. But I mean, ultimately, yeah, that is the big deal. It always comes down to just, you know, thing I like that has diversity is either okay or woke and bad because it's either good or bad. You know, if it's a good thing that has diversity and shit and wokeness, then people like this, I guess he doesn't even care. I mean, all we know of his opinion on the Miles Morales, the Spider-Verse movie, is that he says that he likes Miles there. Or at least isn't bothered by him or whatever. So it's like, whatever is going on there, ultimately, it's just a matter of quality. I've been saying this for years. I made that video that nobody watched, where I was preaching to a choir of deaf ears. I made that video and I was like, people call it wokeness or whatever you want to call it. It's just bad writing. And you don't notice it when it's good writing, but when it's bad writing and it's ham-fisted and it's bigot sandwiches, then it kind of stands out.
Morales is fucking Urkel, and you can't change my mind. They tried to make him just Peter Parker, but with black skin, but he's actually worse than that. He's a fucking whiny nerd bitch. Now, this is about the time where the story starts to just become pure padding. We get a mission at an amusement park where we get to see that Mysterio and Tombstone are now good guys. Now, do we get any real explanation for how this happened? Of course not. No, it would actually be cool to see how these villains redeem themselves. They would actually have to earn it. But no, not one.
Well, Mysterio didn't really do anything all that bad in the previous game, as far as we know. Neither did Tombstone. They aren't, like, horrible, like, child traffickers or fucking, like, serial killers. These are just, like, sort of bank robbers. I mean, Quentin Beck is just a fucking nerd. And I don't really remember much about Tombstone. He seems like he's just kind of a soft-spoken guy, you know? He's that kind of Michael Clark Duncan, you know, soft-spoken, tough guy sort of thing. Secretly heart of gold or whatever. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but these don't seem like they're bad people, basically. So it's doing the whole, you know, Spider-Man wants to not just incarcerate people forever, but actually help them redeem themselves. And I mean, you could look at this as some sort of propaganda, anti-propaganda, maybe. But I mean, I don't know. I think that's fine. It's not. You don't need to see a whole redemption. This is their redemption arc. You're getting that here. You can, if you had a brain in your head, you'd be able to reasonably understand, you know, the classic Jesse from Red Letter Media adage of "Can't we just know that they got there? Can't we just know that they've been redeeming themselves?" And this is a you know, a microcosm of that entire story happening. Is the, you know, this in. I don't know, in scale, something like that, whatever I'm saying, but, yeah, you don't need to see the whole fucking thing. So he continues going off about the story. I'm sure he has...
are now good.
I'm sure he has more hilarious, great opinions. We gotta talk about the best scene in the story, the best mission. Scream boss feminist rant. Here we go. Here's the, Screaming Karen rant boss fight that everyone loves. This is a great fight.
Now,
I mean, I hated this boss fight because it's like, again, I was playing on hard mode and it goes on for 25 minutes. And it stops being hard after a few minutes. It's just like, okay, I know all of its patterns now and I just have to keep playing perfectly now for like a half an hour to slowly whittle its health bar down. Or I can play on normal and it's, you know, fall asleep easy. I mean, it's not very well balanced.
We get to arguably the worst part of the entire game, the Scream boss battle. Mary Jane gets infected with the symbiote, and she turns into Scream, who actually is a symbiote from the comics, and we get the most blatant, transparent, feminist rant I think I've ever heard in a video game. I'm just gonna...
You just have to be stupid. I don't know, because there is just no... I don't know. I mean, in context, you have to just be stupid. Yeah, this woman who's like his wife or girlfriend or whatever, who's been with him for years, and they've been like broken up sometimes because of Spider-Man and all of this, and like, I mean, ultimately we know he does just want this woman to just be like a trophy for Peter. That's the ideal of Mary Jane, and his perspective is for her to just sit down and shut up and say nothing and just be happy that she's with Spider-Man, I guess. But it's like, I'm sorry to tell you this, dude. Maybe this is why your black girlfriend in high school broke up with you and now you're a bitter loser, but like, yeah, people have like emotions and feelings and stuff, and so like if you're in a relationship with someone, it's understandable that it doesn't like matter necessarily if you're Spider-Man or whatever, that if you're not able to, you know, be there for them and you're constantly off doing other shit, and, you know, when they need you, it's like, yeah, they're gonna resent you, and then you get an alien symbiote or whatever. It just kind of, this is all realistic stuff. I mean, it's realistic within the bounds of sci-fi, you know? I mean, it's fine. I don't know why this is a problem for so many people. They really must just feel like they're being targeted, I guess. I mean, like, they feel like this is like a... like, he literally said the game is directly targeting him. I'm sure he doesn't literally believe that, but that's probably not... It's not just a joke, I don't think. I mean, they do... I think somebody like this in this scenario, you do feel like you're being targeted here. You feel like they're directly calling you out for things that you perceive about yourself. Like, flaws. This is... You're projecting, basically. You know, I mean, most people are probably going to see this and be like, wow, yeah, seems like Peter should probably try to be a better spouse, I guess. And maybe they need to understand each other a little bit better. Seems like this relationship needs some communication or something, you know. You might have, like, a reasonable reaction to it and not just, these fucking feminists! But, I mean, that's where we are now, so I guess thank you to everybody who got us here.
Play some clips from the boss battle, and you can judge for yourself.
Here, let me just play some out-of-context clips that don't really factor in anything that I just said, though. Let's...
Done begging for validation from you, from anyone.
You'd think it would be, you know, it would be great if people like this could stop begging for validation, though.
Validation? If this is about your job.
It's about me. Hey!
I mean, this is also relatable. I like that Peter is just over here like, what? Wait, no, hang on. Why are you mad? What? It was a thing from 6 years ago? What do you mean? What do you mean? No, what do you mean? Why are you mad?
Stupid house.
Typical woman. Me.
Don't listen to those voices! They aren't telling the truth! I heard them too! I know how it feels!
Always about you! You can't keep a job! You can't take a mortgage! Did he do without Spider-Man? Look how it's doing with you!
I mean, like, even if you're not watching this with context, doesn't it... Like, look at what she's saying. Yeah, you would be resentful of your spouse, probably. This makes sense. This is what fucking Incredibles did, isn't it? I mean, not this exactly, but... Basically, like, if you're married to someone who's getting all the fucking attention and glory, you're probably going to, and they're not paying attention to you, yeah, it's probably gonna bubble up in the back of your fucking head eventually. A little bit. Right? I don't know, I can't see what the problem is here. Is it just that woman is speaking?
I can still fix this! I always do! We always do!
I always come second!
Well, it's the symbiote that's making all of this come out in the form of, like, screaming, violent insanity. But this is also just like an undercurrent. He's also acting. Maybe we skipped over the plot stuff. So to be fair, maybe he covers it. But throughout the game, I mean, this is an undercurrent of the plot throughout. Is that MJ is? I mean, there's relationship troubles with Peter and MJ. That's a common thing in the game. That's a recurring issue, element of the plot. And so, and then, as a story does, it brings it to a head with this. As a video game plot especially does, it, brings the narrative thing that's been going on to a forefront with a boss battle, and it's a big thing. And it's pretty well done. There's a lot to complain about in this shitfest, and this is just not one of them. One of the fucking things. Oof. God damn it.
Give me your book! You said you want to help people!
Nobody read it!
Yeah, because there's shit.
Yeah, it's also, he's beating up this woman as he says this. Like, you can't view... That's true, Magic Mush. It's like, you're supposed to beat this character. She's not right. That's the other thing. It's not like you're playing as... This would be very different if you were playing as Scream MJ, and you were just kicking the shit out of Peter Parker. And it was like some kind of every woman who's ever been fucking slighted by a man gets to, one of those kinds of things, you know. That would be a very different thing. I think I would get what he's coming from, where he's coming from if it was that. No, you beat her! She's wrong! She's not right to be feeling this way about Peter. It's understandable that she might, but it's not, a good thing. This isn't healthy! This is clearly not healthy. It's not like this is endorsing this as a thing that people should feel and do. It's just acknowledging that it's a thing that people might. You really... this is what people mean when they talk about media literacy being dead, is you just don't get it. You just are unable to recognize the thing you're looking at and what it's actually saying. You are You're blind. You're politics blind.
I think most of this game was written by a woman. No, it didn't. Shut the fuck up, Peter. You're such a bad liar, really. Your book helped me, MJ. What a fucking simp. Fighter simp.
I was wrong! You don't have to trust me, but please, trust yourself!
Let me do what I...
Again, it feels like such a glass half empty kind of thing. It's like you're watching a scene where it's this screaming, insane feminazi yelling at a beleaguered man who's just trying his best. No, wait, no, stop throwing things, please! And your reaction to this is to feel like you're the one that's being attacked here? Really? I mean, if you do view it in the way that you view it, you'd think that you would again, you'd think you'd see this as a dub if you were just slightly more optimistic. Everything is doom and gloom with these guys. God.
You're right! I've been selfish! I was so wrapped up in my own life, I never thought about yours!
Fuck.
You just want to stay the stronger!
Yeah, simping for your significant other, that's right. That's very funny, yeah. Because, you get people like Pokimane who are trying to, normalize the idea of simping just being equivalent to, being nice to someone you're in a relationship with, as opposed to giving thousands of dollars to a streamer who doesn't know you exist. By the way, send me money so I can defeat the pedophiles, thanks. But, yeah, and then I guess the reverse of that, sort of, is this kind of thing, where, yeah, I mean, it's a guy who thinks that being polite and like being in a healthy relation. No wonder this guy's alone. Tell me you're single without telling me you're single. No wonder the black girl left you, dude. Like, it doesn't sound like you have any understanding or even any self-awareness or any willingness to understand or change at all any aspect of yourself. And that's probably why you're gonna die alone and sad. I mean, it's, you know, I hope that you don't. It would be nice for you if you don't, I guess. But I just, it's, you're not bringing anything to the table in terms of, like, being a super cool guy. And so, so a woman isn't gonna be attracted to that. And if you're not willing to at all make any kind of concessions for this other human being that's in your life that's supposed to be, like, your wife or something, it's like, yeah, I mean, you're a miserable person. You're gonna, it's like, it's almost, you know, again, I joked about how, you know, he made some comment about the deaf person earlier, and it's like, is that punching down? Because the deaf person's probably worked way harder in their life to speak English that they don't hear and can't understand than he's ever done for anything. It's like, is this punching down when I make fun of this guy being a stupid retard who's gonna die alone and sad? Because, I mean, ultimately, you know, he does not have the last laugh here, does he? I mean, any situation here, it's like, I could say whatever I want. At the end of the day, he does lose. You know, I mean, this is just kind of like kicking a guy when he's down. It's like, you're a real sad man.
What? Don't feel special anymore?
Wait, no! You're stronger than me in so many ways!
Watson, where are you with my apple fritters? I'm starving.
Jonah, kiss my ass. I quit.
What?
You're so cool.
What the actual fuck? If anyone says this is a good story, stop listening to them, please, for love of God. Man, I got nothing more to say here that I didn't...
It's just a standard trope of person who hates their job. It reaches pivotal moment and goes, "You can't fire me, I quit!" You know, that kind of thing. It's very... It's fine. It's like the thing where they complain about, like, people just saying regular dialogue in Doctor Who. It's like, what do you even complain? I don't know. It's just a regular trope in a thing. Is it maybe a little overdone? I guess. It's a little, you know, it's overused. It's not like gunshot fade to black or something, but yeah, I mean, that's come up before, I guess. It's not inherently bad. I mean, but again, we're not speaking the same anti-woke language this guy does, so we don't see the, I don't know, fall of the West imagery symbolism that he's trying to get at, I guess. We don't see, you know, like, a simple scene of a woman quitting her job to him is like some kind of fucking statement of something. I don't speak Greek, whatever it is that he's, whatever this language is that he's speaking. I pick up words, some of it. It's like, you know, it's like German. I get some of it. Parts of these are English sounding words, and the grammar is kind of like English, but it's just not quite there. It's not quite.
To say during the stream, this was painfully bad. Mary Jane is obviously the self-insert of the lead writer for this game, and this rant must be directed toward her ex-
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the unavoidable part, though. I did not know that the lead writer of the game does look almost identical to fucking Mary Jane in this game. I'll give you that. I mean, but, I mean, so maybe she wrote about an experience she had. It doesn't... Again, it's not making her the good guy, though. It's not. I mean, it's just making them both kind of have relationship issues and hopefully get better, you know, and more healthy at the end of the day. It's not really making her the bad guy or the good guy. Again, she's a boss that you fight and beat. And she eventually, like, apologizes to Peter, and they apologize to each other, because, believe it or not, Peter's also kind of been a dick to her. A few times, actually.
Boyfriends or some shit. Because this is some of the most out-of-touch, narcissistic bullshit I think I've heard in any piece of entertainment. It reads like a parody. And before anybody says that, oh, that's the point, because she's got a symbiote on her, so that's not really what she thinks. No, the symbiote is enhancing what she already felt. And
yeah, she already thinks that for good reason, retard.
That's why Peter is constantly fucking apologizing and acting like a bitch.
Again, I mean, it's like the same thing where... if you do this with lefty people, they always act like, well, but you can't do that, though. If you do the whole shoes on the other foot thing, and it's like, oh, but it wouldn't be the same, though, if it was a black guy instead of a white guy. It would be very different because society... And it's like, okay, I get it, that there's details that would be different if you, like, swap the genders or whatever in any given situation. But, like, at the end of the day, yeah, dude, if you did swap these two genders and it was, like, female, you know, character who's... the superhero and the husband is just like a regular guy, you know, yeah, he's gonna start to fucking hate the bitch. He's gonna hate the bitch. And you would probably be on his side because it's a man. That's the thing, too. If you switch the genders around, you'd probably be on his fucking side because he's a man. And you'd go, well, yeah, that dumb bitch, she's out there all night gallivanting around. What about Peter? He needs validation and love and support, too. You're married to him. Shouldn't you care about him? Oh, she's probably out there cheating on him with a bunch of other superheroes like Wolverine. And, like, it would be the exact same arguments about, like, Black Cat or whatever that, you know, you could flip around on Mary Jane. But he would agree with it as long as it's a man. Brain broken. Bane broken.
Itch the entire time. Fuck you, Insomniac. It's unbelievable. I've got nothing more to say, really. So eventually, Peter gets attacked by a bunch of symbiotes at the same time, and they're trying to bring his trace venom molecules in his bloodstream or whatever. And so, Miles and Mr. Negative team up to go inside of the negative zone in his brain.
Yeah, and I eventually stopped playing this game. It was one of those where the ultimate disrespect, I get up to, like, the final boss area, basically, and I'm just like, do I give a shit? Not really. And I just stopped playing it. I think I had a little bit more to do than just that. No, actually, I think it was the... If you press this button, you will proceed with the story and blah, blah, blah. I think it was that, and I was just like, and I never found the interest in actually finishing it, so... but it's fine. There's more he runs through the plot some more, and, you know, it's terrible. That's Synthetic Man. I'm sure we will watch more Synthetic Man at one point in time. This has been an interesting stream of anti-woke nonsense. Again, we've been looking so long this year. So many insane pieces of shit and Noah Samson videos and stuff like that. And Ethan is online, you know, sweeping for pedophiles. So much of that. And finally, we're getting back into White Boy Summer, everybody. It's exciting. It's finally time to make fun of some fucking heckin' chuds. Very, very based and epic. And of course, the moment that I make fun of people, that this was what I noticed with the other stream too, is like, you know, Synthetic Man, everybody's kind of on board with not liking. The moment we started making fun of some of the other anti-wokes, you get the people that are like, oh, this is stupid. I like it more when you're making fun of lefties. Yeah, I'm sure you do. But, you know, it's best to do it this way. $2 from Aurelius, early morning stream. God damn, Claw, we've been 6 hours today. I'm happy to end it here. I got a podcast in a little while. There's a happy hour thing at one of the local dispensaries, so you get a deal, and that starts in 15 minutes. So good timing on my behalf. Let me get some music going here. What are we doing? Come on. You know what? Sure. $10 from Brett P. No message, but thank you very much. $10 again from Brett P. Thank you for your commitment to not being Mama Max. No, I mean, it's a very fine line where it's like, I do want to continue fighting this false takedown that shouldn't have happened. I want to continue trying to expose that site. I do not want this to be my entire identity. I don't want my whole channel to become guarding our descendants. And I also don't want to start another adpocalypse, but I do kind of want to make YouTube look pretty fucking bad for their decision. So, yeah, tough balance to maintain, I guess you could say.
But, you know, the crucial and important thing here is they're the prince, and they're the prey, and we're the prince, and they're the prey. $2 from Chad Sobodash. Send it to Iron Wrath. Yeah, Iron Wrath's gonna be able to... Well, I mean, he does rant about things like this. I wouldn't do that, but I mean, you know those rants that he does where he's on his porch and it's just like, you know, teacher arrested for having sex with student, and it's like a 25-minute rant where he just starts talking about how he doesn't care if you're black or white. You know, one of those. You know, that seems like the type of video he might talk about. He doesn't. I don't think he likes trans people. So I mean, you know, I mean, I'm just thankful that not a lot of, you know, a certain type of media have picked up on things. I mean, I would like for that site to be exposed, but like, you know, I would prefer to not be, I'd prefer to not have the video being shown by like Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro or something, you know. I suppose I wouldn't like stop them if they did, you know, I mean, whatever, but I can't really help how things are perceived necessarily, but yeah, not the people that I would prefer to pick up on that whole storyline, that whole narrative. 200 NOK from I Like Cheese Doodles. I can't bring the video back, but I can throw money at you, Claw. I appreciate it. I might buy some cheese doodles with it. £5 from Niall Scott. Ashens, as a long-standing and Sorry, this isn't a good Mama Max voice. Ashens, as a long-standing and ever-admired YouTube old guard, we kindly demand your brown sofa as a platform to display a most unholy injustice. You just gotta imagine there's like really loud penis music. Again, the user horseshoe theory, it's very true, it's very real, you know. His penis music... Dogs Eating Dogs 6's penis music, is it really any different? Really? Not really. £50 once again, thank you very much to Sammy Roberts for all of that.
This user is an extreme mega killer rag.
Thank you very much. $2 from Nino Nerd. I get users in my recommendations now. Thanks, Claw. You're welcome. You know, if you find any good ones, let me know. I think we've worked I don't want to say that, because that's like, well, no, I will say that so we find someone cool. I think we've worked our way through all of the good users, everybody. I think we're never going to find another good user. It's unfortunate. I don't think it's going to happen. So make sure you send me your suggestions. I am on Twitter now, so, I mean, I guess just tweet them at me if you want. I mean, but I'm on the Discord, too. Let me see here. $10 from Aurelius. I can just imagine him making one of those game trailer reactions to the Peppa Pig game, and he's just in the fucking corner of the video freaking out the entire time. Yeah, it's like Vinny's, Metal Gear Survive reaction, where he just dies in his seat. You know, it would be like that, except, you know, it's insane rage. I would love to see it where it's that, but he's, like, muted. So the trailer's just happening, and he's just dying of rage as that's going on. 11 months from Frenchy French. Thank you very much.
This user...
imagine some,
This user is also the attention seeker.
Yeah, thank you very much. Morning stream. Good morning, stream. $5 from Tim Ori. The irony of the most porcine man on the planet complaining about Peppa Pig. You added a couple extra ings on there. Yes. Well, porcine, I don't know. I mean, he's more like a big rock. Again, I think comparing him to the Thing is finally the correct. That's the one I'm going with. I can see it, though. Sure. $2 from Kanik. I've never seen someone without a forehead before. Well, you've missed out on your boy. $5 from Jafer. It's a veritable cocktail of arrested development, autism, narcissism, stupidity, and neglect. It's like stumbling on a unicorn once in a lifetime. Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what Synthetic Man is like. Oh, you meant Sonic Sega Gamer. Oh, right. Yeah, definitely. 10 euros from Arc Doggo. First time actually joining a stream. Been watching your channel for a long time and just wanted to hop in to say, keep up the good work. Also, this guy looks like Airsoft Fatty, but 20 years older. Wow. First time joining the stream, huh? Was this your first time? Statistically, that was somebody's first experience with Sonic Sega Gamer. Today's early stream, where he screams about not wanting to play the Peppa Pig baby game for babies because he's an adult, but he wants a Peppa Pig game for... I still don't know what his point was. I don't think he even wanted a better Peppa Pig game. I think he just didn't want Peppa Pig games. I don't know. But he was very upset about it, whatever it was. Yeah, I could see Airsoft Fatty. I mean, maybe 20 years older, but... I mean, that makes Airsoft Fatty 8 years old in that scenario, so I don't know. $2 from Nino Nerd. It's so fitting he plays High School Simulator. Yeah, well, he just wants to go back to those good old days. You know, that's what it's all about. $5 from Cabblester. I don't know if he's arguing if Peppa Pig should be like Tekken or Corpse Party by these whack comparisons. Yeah, he really wants Dangan Peppa. That's what he's looking for. $2 from Tide Dog. Have a cookie, Claw. Thank you. You know what? I have cookies over there, actually. I think I'll have one after the stream. Thank you. $2 from Drastic Badger. Good morning, Claw. Was that 4 hours ago? I guess that would have still been in the morning. Yes, good morning. I hope you enjoyed as you watched. 6 months member, Mikey Jesus.
This user we're going to rent on a user.
Thank you very much. I'm telling the news that Deadwing Dork slapped God and his hand exploded. Now what happened is I slapped my base so hard, I lost my hand. You almost got it. I mean, God, I wouldn't even bother sullying my hand touching that guy. You know, he's the one that made Star Wars woke, so I don't need to do that. But yeah, I based so hard I lost a limb. That's the real truth. $5 from Nori Vixen, first live. Yeah, welcome. $50 from Aurelius. Once again, thank you very much.
This user
no reason, and no background check.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I hope that this is an enjoyable stream for you, and you found yourself giggling and a hootin' and a hollerin'. $10 from the Strangler. Claw, recommend Dark Souls 3 to the chat. Way better than that shitty Peppa Pig game. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's better. I mean, I would definitely go with, you know, I would go with Dark Souls 1, maybe. I mean, 2 is also overhated, frankly. I mean, it's not that bad. Don't let internet weirdos stop you from playing 2. It's not as good. It's like the worst one, but, you know, that makes it like a 7 out of 10. It's fine. It's a fine game. I mean, definitely play those over Peppa Pig, I agree. Also, don't play the Teletubbies game on the PlayStation. You should be playing Akuji the Heartless instead. $2 from Mr. Midnight 1448. Todd Howard is gaming's Adam Sandler. I don't know if it's exactly like that, but yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from. Yeah. 25 PLN from Trash. When Mahler covered his God of War Ragnarok vids, that's Synthetic Man, even people from V were rejecting him in the comments. Yeah, I mean, as a people from V, I can believe it. I mean, he just seems like he's a fucking stupid idiot. He's also apparently like a DSP style, you know, it's the game's fault that I'm bad at it kind of thing, which occasionally it is the game's fault, and I'll stand by that, because I can do that too sometimes. But you know, sometimes it is the game's fault, and when I say it, it's usually true. But I would like to see his God of War video, and also his Zelda one, where he apparently defends Loli or something, and maybe catch up on some of this drama. So we're gonna make sure that happens next time that we talk about Synthetic Man. We'll do a stream. I think it'll be me and some of my friends are gonna be ranting. So I think that'll be good. I don't know when that'll happen, but sometime fairly soon, hopefully. $5 from Clunt Ficus. The one day I'm actually busy at work, and you're talking about this goober. Whenever I'm not busy, it's kitty diddlers and dog diddlers. Have some money. You know, here's your problem. You don't realize that it's secretly kitty diddlers all the way down. I mean, I'm sure if we kept watching Synthetic Man, we would have gotten to his lolly opinions, which are apparently not good. So, don't worry. I'm pleasantly surprised that child molestation only came up very briefly on this stream. You know, this is a first in like months that we haven't had to talk about, like, in some fashion we haven't had to discuss like children being groomed or something. It seems to come up on every fucking stream. $10 from Nerdbane. Just recap the show with a scene-by-scene commentary so your audience don't have to watch it for themselves and make their own opinions. I mean, and again, every now and then... What are we, low on health? What is going on? Oh. Okay, I think that... Okay, we were low on health, everybody, but I just got a heart container, so it's fine. Yeah, I mean, like, with the Velma show, you know... It works both ways. It's like, people shouldn't need to watch that necessarily to know that it's bad and they don't want to watch it. But some people are curious, they don't want to give it a view, and so then you get the 7,000 videos that are, I watched Velma so you don't have to, and now we've got more Velma, you know. I know they were already doing a Season 2, but, like, they're probably going to do a Season 3. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. So, you know, but it's, yeah, Rings of Power, similarly. I didn't feel like I had any reason to watch that, you know. It was like, I wasn't interested in watching it, and I wasn't curious enough to want to watch the whole thing, and I felt like it would be a waste of time. And everything that I was seeing from it, admittedly out of context, but, I mean, genuinely everything made it look bad. It wasn't even like, some of this, I'm on the fence about. No, all of it looked bad, so, like, I was pretty okay. Same with Velma. I'm pretty okay with making the call on just watching the YouTuber formulate the opinion for me kind of thing, but whenever it's something that's not obviously terrible, it's like, I don't know, you couldn't just watch the full season of Fallout was available. It's not even that long of a watch. I don't know. Just put it on and fucking play a video game while you're doing it even. But, yeah, no, I mean, sometimes when it's a person who's making a video, I mean, when they're talking about something as an authority, and it's like, I'm telling you my review of the Fallout show, and it's like, just refusing to even watch or, you know, even those Culture War people that were consistently seem to be unwilling to watch the show they're criticizing, and actually find out that it's, you know, in context, everything about it is fine, most of the time anyway. So they just find random clips and stuff, and yeah, I mean, in that scenario, when your whole job on your whole video that you're clicking on is dedicated to something that you haven't watched and know nothing about, yeah, that's the problem. I mean, like, the basic act of not wanting to watch everything you hear about and, you know, just watching a video about something, that's fine, but it's when you find out that the video you're watching was also from someone who didn't watch the thing, that's the problem. And that happens. Godforsaken Cryptid, member for 2 months.
This user...
Literally, if he wanted to talk about the actual issues with the show, fine, but all of this guy's takes are actually stupid or him having his own agenda. Yeah. It is, you know, again, it's reminiscent of 10 years ago when you'd get these supposed game journalists who know nothing about video games. They don't really know how to criticize games, but they'll criticize, you know, the lack of wokeness, you know, like it's straight white man protagonist or whatever, and then they'll just criticize things like, this is a first-person shooter, and I don't really like that genre, it's too much water, and stuff like that, and these people that just don't understand, really, I mean, the too much water thing is a little bit misrepresented, but people that don't really know how to, you know, review the thing they're trying to review, but it's just like, it's just some sort of an agenda, and people that also have that agenda listen to you, and then anybody that doesn't have that agenda, you know, they're easy enough to just write off as being NPCs or whatever, racists, whatever the buzzword is. You know, yeah, it's pretty typical. Again, the good thing about being around for 10 years for time to repeat itself like this is that now I can easily identify, like, oh, you're just doing the, you know, you're just doing the Brianna Wu or whatever, like, not in this, I don't think Brianna Wu did anything like this necessarily, but You're just doing the thing that they did back then, you know. You're pulling a 2014 is what you're doing. $5 from Fats12. Fake Cell shocks True Cell workers by ordering Dakimakura in fluent Chud dialect. Only 10,000 speakers. 10,000, right. This is the part in the tweet where the child tells the parent to fucking kill themselves, right? I've seen that tweet before. I'm a based food-pilled eating cell. Dad, I think you should fucking die. You know that tweet? Yeah, that's what I get from that. $5 from Chunk. He's complaining because the black man doesn't look like his bull. I mean, apparently. Unironically, his complaint was the black man wasn't manly and Chad enough. Like, it's a very strange complaint. $5 from Vent Kaczynski. Oh, hi, I heard you're making fun of Synthetic Man. Take my caps, good sir. Nice to see you streaming again. I'll take that Reddit gold and karma, good sir. Thank you. I'm streaming frequently. I mean, it's nice to see me tweeting again. The real thing. I go out there on Twitter, I post 2 bass videos, and I get a comment from an official Arion collaborator singer. I mean, I'm basically, I've got it made. I'm officially famous. That's what it's all about. $5 from Edgelord Leon. I would recommend checking out EFAP's clipped stream on Synth. The first one after you search. 37 minutes in, you see evidence of who Synth is live. Well, what is that? If I just look up Synthetic Man, EFAP. And it's the clipped stream. I guess it's... Oh, this is from an hour ago. Wow. Well, I will assume that it's this one from a year ago. Yeah, this is from a year ago. It's 11 hours long, nearly 12 hours, because it's EFAP. So 37 minutes in, you get proof. Live, even. You get proof of it live. Is this the correct thing? Let me fade out the epic gamer music here. I've really been stuck on the old 8-bit Castlevanias for a little bit here. 37 minutes in, you see evidence of who Synth is live.
It things. Oh, we're getting to the point where that callback to suspicious amounts of women. A lot of people just won't know that.
Yeah.
That was years ago. That was like Infinity
long time ago.
War.
Dude, Gary
Suspicious amount of women. Who said that? I remember that.
This is it all the time. And I'm like, do you always know where that came from? I don't even know if they do.
Frequently. Really, anytime there's more than 2
This
people.
is probably not the one. I would assume this is not the clip. This is not, I mean, because it's not a clip, it's a full... Oh, it's, I guess this one, it's maybe not the first one, it's,
the absolute state of gamers, dude.
I think maybe it's this, the absolute state of gamers, dude. So 37 minutes in here. And what does he say? Let's see.
Boring. Just running behind is boring.
Compared to Mueller,
A lot of people is pretty popular. He's on like 4 podcasts or something.
I'm so sorry that upsets you.
He's like, I wish I was on like 1.
I am on several podcasts talking about media with people I really enjoy. So that's just what I do for a living.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's on more podcasts than that. Waller's as bad as Act, man. Well, you can judge someone by their friends, right? By their choices and friends, and we know
that's
he's
easy
around...
for
Oh no, he is. He's an insane piece of shit. He's doing the thing. He's gonna call Mahler a Nazi. He's gonna say Mahler is friends with gun-crazed, very far-right YouTubers. It's gonna happen. You know, someone made an AI for In Praise of Shadows, and it sounds pretty convincing. I mean, I think someone should make an entire expose video that just uses the In Praise of Shadows AI voice.
Can judge someone by their friends, right? By their choices and friends, and we know
that's
he
easy for
surrounds
someone
himself
with no friends to say. But
Degenerates,
all right.
somewhat.
I don't know if you call that.
Hey, it's me! Yeah, boy.
Well, you can judge someone by their friends, right? By their choices and friends, and we know he surrounds himself with degenerates, somewhat.
Well, Rags does get, like, furry fucking... What is it? It's like... It's not cub porn, it's the other one. Feral. He gets feral porn of his, like, cartoon dog getting fucked made for him. So, as someone who's looked at a lot of things and people that are... that potentially also do that, you know, I'm just gonna say, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that specific point. I mean, you know, maybe not the guilt by association type of thing, but yeah, I mean, I mean, do they have an argument?
I'm gonna, if I
What did he mean by
Yeah,
this?
boy.
Well,
Okay.
maybe this will inform it a little bit better.
I'm ever on EFAP. This is not gonna go
Well,
well.
yeah, he is unironically saying degenerates. I mean, I say degenerate, but it's like for people that are like on that website, you know, or for people that get like. Well, I mean, again, he is talking about someone who gets feral art of like his dog character being fucked in the ass or whatever. Maybe I'm wrong. That's what I've heard. Maybe I've just been fed the misinformation campaign. I might be wrong, but I mean,
It's not gonna go well at all.
I don't know. You know, it's fine. I'm sure I'm just misinformed. There's people claiming that Shoe-on-Head loves Loli or something. Or no, the claim is, I guess she claimed that, something about pedophilia from like 8 years ago, and it's like, I made one tweet going like, I'm kind of getting into watching Shoe-on-Head again, and I got immediately the force of like, did you know that she said this 7 years ago though? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I don't know about her whole social credit score and like what thing she said. I don't know if she said the N-word 6 years ago and has whatever the rest of the User's Paradise lyrics are. I don't know. I'm not sure, you know. I don't know. But yeah, that kind of like, you know, guilt by association. I can sort of see, maybe there's more to the clip there, but I can sort of see what you're getting at. I mean, yeah, he's a big hypocrite. He is a right-wing SJW. I mean, that's pretty clear. $2 from Niall. You don't understand. Asian women look like anime. Well, they're supposed to, goddammit!
Man, wait till he goes to Japan and he finds out that like the vast majority of Asian women are, they kind of have, there's something, you know, people make a lot of comments about British teeth. Not Japan. I don't know why. They should. That's all I'm saying. But you know, just wait until he'll go to Japan and he's gonna have a fucking rude awakening that they are not, in fact, a nation of anime people. A lot of them are very, very attractive. A lot of very attractive women in Japan, obviously. However, the average woman in Japan, you know, is not an anime character or a supermodel. She looks like an average woman who happens to be Japanese, you know? So it's like, yeah, I don't think, you know, Synthetic Man, I can't wait for him to go to Japan and find it woke. They made Japan woke. Like, that would be the ultimate. You go to, like, what would it be, like South Korea, I guess? Where it's like, oh, everyone's gonna look like a K-pop star in South Korea, right? And you go there, and it's probably a lot of people that just look like normal fucking people, and it's like, oh my god, they made it woke! Probably. I don't know. $2 from Chunk. He's mad she's not a hyper kawaii anime girl. Yes. I mean, he would never say that, and I don't think, like, in as many words that's what the problem is, but that's what the problem is. 2500 CLP from Seatower. Yasuke in a Pokemon game was represented by a shiny Rayquaza. I would say this guy would mauled about it, but he would probably be into it because slavery. Is that a character? Wait, what? Pokemon? There's a Pokemon based on him? What? That sounds like some lore that I'm not familiar with about Yasuke, but maybe. $2 from Winter1205. Is Jetstream Sam not a Brazilian samurai? I guess he is. That's true. Yeah. We got the Latink samurai representation, everybody. It's great. So we now have... So that's a Japanese game about... Well... But it's not really samurai, is it? I guess he has like a samurai kind of vibe, but he's not like a real That's a future samurai. I don't know if that really counts. I think it's close, but it's not really. I mean, I'm talking about full-on, like, you know, I want to be samurai, that kind of thing, like Neo or Shogun. I mean, you know, I'm sure that exists for, Afro Samurai, maybe. Again, maybe that exists for black people already. For Latino people, though, the Latinkses, they really need Samurai Mirez. They need it. They need that to be made.
$5 from Edgelord Leon. The reason we no longer have dislikes on YouTube is the same reason why developers are taking out individual stat screens in shooters. Because mafifis! Well, I mean, you gotta recognize it's never that simple. It's probably, if that's the excuse that they might use, or why some useful idiots might argue that it's a good thing, and maybe that's part of it, but, like, no, there's probably a much more nefarious corporate reason. I mean, you have to assume whatever they say their thing is, it's probably something worse. It's probably not mafifis. They don't genuinely want people to... I mean, obviously they don't genuinely want people to feel good or whatever, but they don't really care if people feel bad. I think they care if corporations look bad. So they take away the dislike bar so you can't immediately dislike bomb, you know, whatever new shitty product people are not happy with. Yeah, I think that's probably the reason. You know, it's not ma-fifis, it's ma-company's fifis, basically. $20 from Aurelius. Here's the thing, I don't mind the idea of Peach being tough in the Mario movie. I actually kind of like it. It's just that they went way the fuck overboard with it. If they'd reeled it back, it would have been fine. Well, obviously, yeah. I mean, the pants thing inherently isn't a problem, but it's just kind of symbolic of... People joke about, like, why is this weirdo getting mad that Peach is wearing pants? It's like, well, that just kind of represents the whole sort of girl boss vibe that all of her scenes are. And, you know, yeah, it makes sense to not have Peach be just the damsel character, whatever. It's like, it's one of the only things I liked about the Mario movie, in fact, was that they did have a slightly different dynamic where Luigi was the captured one. Even though that was a problem, because Luigi was, like, the best part of that movie, and therefore he didn't get much to do, because he was just sitting in a fucking cage the whole time, or whatever. I guess he, like, escapes or something. I don't remember. I didn't watch the whole thing. Maybe it gets better at the end, but... Yeah, I mean, Peach has been, like, in fucking Smash and all sorts of stuff. She's competitive. She's been in all of the competition games. It would make sense that she would not be just a useless character, necessarily. So, yeah, that's fine. Let's get the music back, by the way. I turned off the music. Let's get it to, let's just jump ahead to the 16 bits. Yeah. Well, we were on SNES, I think, still there, but that's fine. Yeah, thank you very much, Aurelius, for the 20. $10 from Nerdbane. I hate the I better not say what I want to say or I'm gonna be shut down by the wokies shit. Yeah, we get it, Synthetic Man. You truly are speaking truth to power. I mean, yeah, and everybody knows what he's saying, and again, it's just I don't understand what this thing is for. It's not illegal to be a racist. It's not. And if frankly, if he gets his channel deleted for literally just being... having the opinion that he, you know, whatever, doesn't like black people, whatever, it's like having that opinion, being a racist, that would be a free speech thing. At that point, you'd be able to raise a whole fucking stink. I mean, it's YouTube, it's a corporation, it's not a free speech thing, really, but you could at least, whatever, you could make it look bad, whatever, you could argue that, but, you know, he's not doing that. He's doing this thing where he's, like, I guess he's afraid that he'll get banned if he says it. Why can't I say it? Why can't I say it? He's afraid that if he says it, he'll get banned, so... You know, but it's like, you won't, probably, just saying that you're a racist. Maybe you would, I don't know how bad YouTube is. I mean, you probably shouldn't just for having that belief, whatever. You should be allowed to have other people laugh at your videos and call you a retard. But, you know, yeah, it's like everybody who sees this is either going to think you're racist whether you say it or not, or they're going to agree with your racism whether you say it or not. So just be honest with yourself. It's cringe to lie about that sort of thing, about your beliefs. It's very based to lie about, I don't know, your location, your income, your height, your appearance, all sorts of things. Those are all base things to lie about, but yeah, lying about your beliefs, you just don't do that. I don't know. $10 from Rozzy Pawsy. I always appreciate your candor, Bear Pops. It's refreshing. Well, I try to be very candid. I try to be I try, you know, to be honest,
I try to be honest with you guys. Basically, pretty much. To be honest, basically, I try to be honest with you. About things of that nature, anyway. I mean, I am 3 children in a trench coat, but other than that, I try to be honest with you guys. $10, $5 from Kate. 2014, everyone I don't like is Hitler. 2024, everyone I don't like is woke. Yeah. Well, don't make no mistake. Everyone that those same people don't like is still Hitler. You just saw the In Praise of Shadows video. Like that. The problem is, it's not that that's gone away. It's that that's still a thing. But now the other side is also just as annoying. So that's the worst part. $5 from Fibonacci Sequence Titties. It's funny this guy doesn't think he's a Redditor. It's not the Reddit on your browser. It's the Reddit in your heart. You know, it's not a lie if you believe it, Jerry. Yeah. I mean, Reddit doesn't allow for racism, but it does allow for stupid fucking morons who have no idea what the hell they're talking about. So, I mean, yeah, it's the Reddit in your heart. Exactly. $5 from Agumon T1 for some extra context. People weren't mad that Eve had clothes on. It was that the studio who made the game promised that the game would be uncensored, but was. Well, but it wasn't really, though, and the censorship was like a fucking, like, patch over her vagina. I mean, yeah, I guess it's a slight change from what they had advertised, but they have a bunch of other sexy outfits, too, so I don't... It's a very minor thing to be so upset about. It's... Technically, I guess it's false advertising, but... I mean, it's still a very sex game. I don't know. People have some weird issues with that fucking game. AHedgeman has become a member. Thank you. $5 from Dartagdan. I feel like this man just hates everyone, lol. No, he likes Ratchet and Clank for the PS2. He likes him. $5 from Autistic Wolf. Why didn't they just use this lady in this face model instead of the self-insert? I think it's because the actual lady looks like she has Downs. Well, that's not true. The actual lady looks fine. You're just being mean. The lady looks fine. She doesn't maybe look that much like MJ, I guess. But she, you know, looks fine. I thought that MJ looked fine as the way she did in the game, and then I found out that it was probably based on that lead writer, which... Again, I had my rant. It's got its own whole reason to rant about it that's unrelated to self-insert, but I guess that's maybe an element. I don't know. I just don't think it, you know, at the end of the day, it's that big of a deal, really, when you take it all in context and you're not stupid. But I mean, I maintain that it's very weird that if they were going to ultimately do that, that they didn't just hire that lady. She's already the writer. Just make her be the fucking whatever. Why? This is what they did back in the day, you know? Back when they were making like Rare games for the N64, they didn't hire a cast of fucking voice actors. They just got the developers from around the studio to do their voice acting for all of the characters, if they had any, or just do you know. And it's like they didn't fucking have to hire out for that. They just, you know, they were fine with just going in office, and that was fine, you know? But now it's like, I mean, I guess, yeah, lead writer, it comes across a little fucking weird. I'm not gonna deny that. It does make it seem like a self-insert, but if it is, I mean, I guess it's a self-insert that's just not done that terribly, because again, the MJ stuff, you know, I just haven't been convinced in all of that it was anything other than a reasonably mature relationship story told within the confines of a superhero story. $2 from Key-rah. She's one of the worst female characters ever! Yeah, she's worse than Peter Griffin, I swear to God. $5 from Ghost of Myrna. His emotional intelligence is pretty much non-existent. It's always the world's fault when these people don't understand how to human with other humans. Well, again, SJW behavior. It's this, like, the world needs to change, not me. I am fine. Everything I do is great and valid. And everybody around me has to change the way that their fucking brain works so that they can, like, you know, they can fit me into their lives because I'm so fucking special. It's the same kind of shit. I mean, it's so similar, and you could make a fucking 100 entry list of all the things that, you know, sync up perfectly with 2014 SJW traffic cone rape rhetoric. You know that lady who got raped by traffic cones in GTA? who claimed that, like, she was being physically sexually assaulted in a video game. Yeah, she's actually one of the lead writers at Insomniac now, the people that made the Spider-Man game. So, I mean, you know, God is dead, whatever I gotta say. You know, I mean, like, I'll tell you how it is. God is dead. You know, but $5 from Samuel Weatherington. Could you say this in order? In order to defeat the kitty cravers, we have to eat our daily amount of crazy boot whole bread. Yum, yum, yum. Get cracking. Crazy hamburger. Yeah, the kitty cravers. Is this like a Nick Her type of thing? Is this one of those? Nicholas Her? My friend Nicholas Her? Is that what you're trying to get me? I think I might have missed it. I don't know. But yeah, we gotta eat the whole crazy butt bread and stop the kitty cravers. Exactly. €5 from Fall Silently. Club Doom's been watching Control-Alt-Delete recently, and I can't watch that intro without hearing your lyrics over it, God damn it. I don't remember my lyrics over it. That's funny. I hope he enjoys. I would like to return to Control-Alt-Delete at some point because I want to read the Analog and D-Pad series. I said on stream, that was months ago, the last time I did Control-Alt-Delete, by the way, but I said on stream, like, you know, Control-Alt-Delete, there's a very funny, like, there's a part where they reboot Ethan and Lucas, and they become, like, superheroes. We talked about this on the podcast recently. But yeah, it's the analog and D-pad thing. That's where they do it, and they wind up fighting. They wind up. Well, I don't know if they fight him, but they wind up talking about a kid who commits a school shooting because and before he does it, he goes, "Fortnite rules. Last man alive wins," and it's like a scene that's meant to be taken seriously. So yeah, I think it would be good to maybe read some more Control-Alt-Delete sometime. That could be fun. I hope Club Doom's been enjoying it. $2 from Aurelius. I was a hootin' and a hollerin'. Thank you, Claw. I'm glad to hear it. $5 from Thomas Kessler. Sorry to interrupt, but I hear Super Castlevania 4 music, and I'm curious what you think of the franchise. Thoughts on the new anime season? I got really bored with Castlevania Nocturne really quickly because it was woke. No, but I don't know. It was just not... It wasn't grabbing me. I wasn't super into it, which was a shame because I was more invested in that at the outset than the original Castlevania show, because I'm more into like the newer games. When it became anime Metroidvania shit, less NES platformer kind of thing. That's not really my era, but you know, I really liked the old show. First season was a little rocky, but it righted itself eventually. It's got some problems. It's not perfect, but it's overall pretty good adaptation, you know. I like that. Yeah, I mean, Castlevania-wise, I'm gonna be the synthetic man of Castlevania real quick, and I'm just gonna say the best Castlevania games are the two that were on the PlayStation 2, Lament of Innocence and Curse of Darkness. There you go. Enjoy that. Enjoy my cool opinion there. For those that aren't in the know, those are like considered kind of boring and not very good. Those are the 3D ones that were on the PS2. I really like them. They got great music, really fun boss fights, good combat. Second game has a whole like RPG kind of system where you gotta like you raise Pokemon basically and evolve them. And yeah, I mean, I really like both of those. It's basically Symphony of the Night, but kind of as a boring character action RPG. The thing is, the level design is boring, is the problem in that game. Lament of Innocence is fine, but like in Curse of Darkness, all of the levels are just hallways. It's really a shame. The great thing about the first Castlevania series on Netflix was that it actually incorporated a lot of Curse of Darkness into it. It had Hector, it had Isaac, it had Saint Germain and the Infinite Corridor. All shit from Curse of Darkness, which I guess makes sense because it's like the prequel to Castlevania 3, or I think it was the sequel, technically, to 3. And that's what, you know, that series was kind of based on, but yeah, no, I've always liked that game and the other one on PS2. I don't know, I like 3D games more. You know, I'm a millennial. I'm not a whatever gen that is that likes, you you know, SNES or whatever. I mean, I can appreciate those too, but typically I tend to go more for I tend to rave for Castlevania 64 before I would probably want to play, like, you know, I don't know, the Genesis one or something, you know. Castlevania 64 is pretty good. I have a very fond memory of getting to the end of Castlevania 64. I didn't finish it, but I got to the final boss. It was another one of those where I got all the way to the ending and I just stopped. Got to the end of Castlevania 64 and did not complete it, but it was a fun night, you know. I just played it all night, and I finally got to grips with the controls, and it was the second version where they fixed the camera and stuff, but I finally got to grips with it, and it was fine, you know. $5 from Aurelius. I think a suspicious amount of women came to us courtesy of No BS. Yeah, it was the Black Panther 2 review, I think. $2 from Monster Titty Hunter. The Jason Gomez song was Tears of a Dying Angel. I don't even remember that. I'm getting Alzheimer's. There's like a Control-Alt-Delete song. There's Jason Gomez song. Oh, Tears of a Dying Angel? Okay. Oh, I get what you mean. I get what you mean now. I know what you're referencing now. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, Castlevania music is all well and good, but hang on. So it's Rhapsody, it's Power of the Dragon Flame, and it's, what is the name of the song? Tears of a Dying Angel. Is that on Symphony of Enchanted Land? I don't know which song this is. Tears, here. I want to hear the Jason Gomez narrator. I want to hear it. Tears of a Dying Angel, Rhymes of a Tragic Poem, The Gothic Saga 1. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Okay. We got generic power metal song, and by that I mean I like Rhapsody, but, you know, generic power metal song. Come on. Give us the announcer. Oh, here he is!
From when the magic sword was handled by the Black King Akron, none of us can sleep peacefully.
Me and my friends can't sleep peacefully after those bullies made a video about us.
Oh, I stopped it instead of pausing it. That's a shame. I was going to keep it going, but yes, listen to the band Rhapsody for, I guess, it's not the singer, it's like a dialogue, it's like a narrator. It's like a narrator guy, but he sounds like a nerd-ass DM dude. He's like,
you heroic warriors, venturing out into the lands.
It's Jason Gomez, it is. There's other songs he shows up in on other albums too, I think, but yeah, it's Jason Gomez, totally. Let's see, $5 from Aurelius. Hernan Cortez, but instead of the Aztec Empire, he brings down Japan. Fund the game on Kickstarter. Yeah, exactly. Fuck 2 Fort. Struggling through the worst, became a member, thank you. Struggling through the worst part of my week, lifestyle, packing up my anime figures to move soon. Weeb lifestyle, I guess, I see. Thanks for the stream to keep me company. Well, you know, best of luck with the weeb business and all that. I hope you're doing okay with your weebness. It's hard out there being a weeb. You know, the weeb loneliness epidemic. They don't talk enough about that. $5 from the almighty Lolly. The most I know about Synth is that he's one of those save the West types. But he once went on a drunken rant about why Fuda is better than actual women. Yes, we've mentioned that. I didn't know it was like a drunken rant. I don't know how people knew that information. I guess that's how. Yeah, he'll talk a lot about how they're man-jawing all the females, but then I guess he'd like that, wouldn't he? $2 from Shun Kurosaki. Weird how many super haters are chasers. So yeah, I mean, well, would Fuda count as a chaser necessarily? Because that is like fictional. Fuda is to trans people what Lolly is to child porn. That's probably a bad comparison. But it is drawn. It's fictional, right? So it's like, does that necessarily equate to him chasing after? I guess it would. I mean, that's... If you make that comparison to like Loli, then yeah, you know, A would equal B in that scenario. But I don't know if necessarily, but it is just it raises some questions. He seems like he's, you know, he's not quite whatever secure in his sexuality or something. I guess. 2 pounds from Niall Scott. I crave Pamper Chew update. Too late. You know what? I can run over before the happy hour thing is done and grab my weed. It's fine. Yeah, we'll do a real quick Pamper Chew update, everybody. People are leaving the stream, and it's fine. It's fine. Real quick Pamper Chew update. I don't want to clickbait everybody on it. Real quick Pamper Chew update. Some people posted this yesterday. I tweeted about it. And, okay, so we got a couple of Kiwi Farms posts here. Deadwing Dork doing what he does best and reading a Kiwi Farms thread. I swear to God. We got a couple Kiwi posts here. And there's one that I can't show because of his butt being visible. But, well, I can show some of it, at least. Yeah. So, not safe for life warnings on these. Not good. It's not good stuff from Pamper Chew. Let me bring up the big Pamper Chew. Let everyone know that Pamper Chew news is happening now. Get them back in for one last thing. I guess. Or don't. I mean, it'll be better if they don't know, frankly. Where's the Pamper Chew? I don't know what he's called on here. God damn it. God damn it. Where's the fucking Pamper Chew? I need my Pamper Chew! Alright, well... It's fine. This retard just... Okay, this is out of order, I believe. Yeah. Not safe for life warning. Absolutely disgusting. Michael Gifford, infamously known as Pamper Chew, has gone full zoo sadist and zoophile. It's a he is filming himself, see below, he now claims it wasn't him, raping dead rabbits and sharing the footage in Telegram groups. No, the thread only contains a cropped still frame of the video posted into the Telegram group and not the video itself for obvious reasons. Edit, Michael Gifford now claims it wasn't him in the video, but that it's one of his favorite videos, and he always wanted to do that. Oh, well that's okay then. I guess maybe it's like a legal loophole. It's like, legally speaking, I guess it's fine then, right? Sure, totally. This retard just posted a video, presumably of himself, fucking a dead rabbit on a Telegram group chat to the horror of everyone who saw it. There is a cropped still available from this, but for very obvious reasons, it's not, like not wanting to commit a felony or get shit kicked from here, I can't post it. People are apparently working on reporting him to the police. To sum the video up, someone, probably Pamps, was on their knees, upright, on the bed. A blonde, shading to brown, rabbit is between his legs. He then proceeds to fuck what appears to be a hole in the rabbit's stomach for around 1 minute and 50 seconds. I did not see the end of the clip, however, did a quick skim and seemed to be consistent across the runtime. I'm now going to bleach my eyes. Oh, someone's getting their car stolen. They did not care for this news. Come on, dude. There we go. Spoilers graphic here. I don't know, A, how I could legally disseminate this online, B, have this on any of my devices without it being a crime in my country, or C, get away with posting it here. If this can be figured out, I'll get it to you. For now, this is the best I can do. This image is NSFW and thankfully cropped, and I mean, you can see there's a naked man there. He's naked. You don't really see anything, but it's his ass, and it's his, well, there might be a bit of dick there. It's not good. They're stealing the car again. That's unfortunate. It's not good. When your best defense is, it's not me, it's just a video I love of somebody raping a dead animal. You know, that's when you know that things have gone wrong.
Is that's your only defense. It's not me, it's just my favorite video. I would do that, but like that isn't me though. Well, it doesn't inspire confidence. No one really all that surprised by Pamperchu being a zoophile, zoo sadist, whatever. I think we all. I'm surprised it took this long for people to find out. Really, I'm sure it's probably been doing this for a while. If I had to guess, I mean, it's not really. It didn't come as a huge shock to me. But you know, pretty shocking stuff regardless. So there's the little update there. Thank you to the Kiwi Farms users who have coagulated that information, and thank you to who posted it here. Library Dork posted it on the Discord, so thank you. And that'll do it for the stream. Little, horrifying nightmare to close us out. Yeah. Stretching. Alright, thank you everybody for watching. Have fun with not watching the stream. Penis, go fuck yourself. Eat shit and die. Retweet my video about the pedophiles. Check me out on Twitter for videos where I play bass. And fuck you.